about, but any window of opportunity to wind down tensions appears to be straight out the window. You've seen the biggest damage in Beersheba, and Israel has just announced a big counter-retaliation, Ankit.
Absolutely. It just took 2.5 hours from 7 a.m. when the ceasefire was supposedly in place, and since then, continuous blaring of the sirens here in Israel to, in fact, throw that ceasefire out of the window, Shiv, as you described it. But very quickly, let me show you, from this vantage point that we are in, the cost of the war. And this is exactly what happened, which was supposedly the last counter-attack that Iran had launched here in Israel to try and diffuse tensions post this. But this apartment building behind me took the direct hit, and at this moment what you are seeing is a massive cleanup operation which is going on by the soldiers of the IDF. I can see a full unit in combat gear. It's heartbreaking. Somebody just tossed a soft toy, a teddy bear. If you can see on my screens at this moment, that soldier, that lady, in fact, taking it away. It must have been in somebody's house, in the buildings that were impacted, and which has just come out. Now imagine the death and destruction which has taken place, which was supposedly the last few hours of the hostilities, and this tells you how lives that people had built. This is a proper residential area here in Beersheba, with buildings after buildings, high rises all across. And what you see at this moment is what used to be a building. This is all that remained of the direct impact that took place on this 8-story building, which was in the two apartments right under the terrace, the roof. And both of them have collapsed. Apartments under that have also collapsed. And what you are seeing is, the signs of destruction that took place in this residential area in the barrage that, in fact, was witnessed a while back. Now, Shiv, while you are saying that there is announcement of retaliation from Israel as well, the hope here was that till 7 p.m. There would be, cessation of the hostilities. And after that, of course, the Israeli government is going to make some big announcement. Now, all that seems to be at this moment standing on a very, very fragile ground, and we will have to wait and see. It once again will prove that somehow the announcement, or the rushed announcement, possibly by the President of the United States, was without going into the finer details with both the Israeli side and the Iranian side, so that this could have been a longer, peace, at least between both the sides who have been involved in these hostilities for the last 12 days, Shiv.
That window of opportunity has completely ended right now, and this seems to be the third big occasion, Ankit, in the last few days and weeks, where something that Trump has actually announced has turned out to be completely the opposite. He had talked about peace in Russia and Ukraine, and we saw that deep strike conducted by Ukraine. He talked about a de-escalation between Iran and Israel. That didn't happen. He talked about a Nobel Peace Prize, and then he went and bombed Iran. This doesn't seem to be a season of consistency as far as the American leadership is concerned. But the exchange between Iran and Israel at this point of time comes a day after an attack on a U.S. base in Qatar. At least on that front, things have sort of wound down, Ankit. The Iran versus U.S. element of this entire escalation, that appears to have stopped. There's no forward movement there. All the action is where you are.
Absolutely, you are bang on. That it also looked like that this whole thing that happened yesterday, with multiple U.S. bases coming under the fire from the Iranian missiles, which largely were, in fact, diffused and were neutralized by the air defenses, as Donald Trump said. It more or less was somewhat a show that was put up so that both Iran and United States actually could get an off-ramp of of this crisis. They did not want to continue. Donald Trump knew that he's not going to get that sort of support in America if they actually have to put boots on grounds or have to be drawn in this conflict. Remember, he came to power this time saying that he's going to bring United States out of all the global conflicts that the United States is involved in. And then, of course, with bombing of those bases, nuclear bases and installations in Iran, it was absolutely the opposite that Mr. Trump has promised to his constituents. But it's after what happened yesterday, there was some sort of flimsy expectation that peace may, in fact, be ensued. And if that would have happened, Donald Trump would have, in fact, gone to the town saying that he has once again resolved another conflict, another crisis. But with what has happened this morning and what continues to happen now, because, in northern Israel, there have been sirens which have gone on again. And as you are reporting that the Israeli army, the IDF, has already said that they are engaging in counter-retaliation in retaliation of these attacks from Iran. It seems that the opportunity and this little glimmer of hope has completely now been thrown, or at least is buried under the rubble of where I'm standing, Shiv, where you are seeing these visuals of destruction and death which has come in from Israel at this moment, where a massive operation from the rescuers is still on, which it will tell you that that 7 p.m. deadline. Not only that deadline now stands on its head. We now don't know the current session, the current round of hostilities, for how long will it go on, because it has already been 12 days. And if this continues, if Israel retaliates, then of course we can expect retaliation from the Iranian side as well. It's the domestic audience for which at this moment the entire play of war is going on. Where is the full stop is something that is anybody's guess.
Ankit, I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I'm going to urge you to move your position, because I know it isn't safe. There are rescue and relief operations happening, but your safety is paramount. So we're going to ask you to, move as much as possible. But a very quick final question before I let you go, Ankit, is this. You are in Israel at a time when Iranian missiles are landing at locations right behind you. That's number one. Number two, Israel is about to retaliate, and therefore this is a country that you're reporting from that is on the highest state of military alert at this point of time. Air bases, military bases, drone bases, which are not very far from where you are in Beersheba, will also be on a very high state of alert. But most importantly, like you said, the death toll in Israel as a result of these Iranian strikes is something that has never actually been seen before. Iranian attacks with missiles and drones have usually targeted areas that are not population centers. This time they have specifically targeted population centers, and that's why things are different. And that's why what you're seeing on the ground hasn't been seen for many, many decades, Ankit.
Absolutely. This time, there have been, while you were speaking about this, I just went back to a day before where in Tel Aviv, there was, we showed you that shopping center and the residential area where the attack took place. And I spoke to one person who was taking the stuff out from his daughter's residence, which was impacted. And this is exactly what he said. He said, we are ready to pay the price in terms of the buildings. They can be rebuilt. But if lives are lost, this is not something that the Israelis are ready to stand by with. And that is exactly what has happened this morning. And also during this entire conflict, I will have to once recheck, but if I stand correct, if I remember correctly, the death toll throughout the 12 days now in Israel stands over 25. So between 25 to 29 is the number of dead this time in this conflict has been. And that takes a huge amount of toll and also pressure as far as the government is concerned for any kind of step back. The Iranian, of course, there have been retaliations and there have been a lot of destruction in Iran as well. But reporting from the country where I am in at this moment, that it becomes a very important figure for any sort of decision to go forward, which can be taken by Benjamin Netanyahu. Just earlier, just before these raid sirens, the alert sirens were sounded off in northern Israel, there was expectation from the Prime Minister's office. A full statement came in that objectives have been achieved. The Prime Minister is going to make a statement. He will speak to the people of Israel. Now that seems he would be in a very very difficult position if even he was thinking of coming out and announcing some sort of ceasefire with what has happened, Shiv.
Ankit, a small final question before I let you go. The people that you're speaking to, the rescue staff, the first responders who are there in all of those places right now, military reservists that you're seeing, come out of vacation or wherever they are to serve their country. That is one thing you're seeing everywhere in Israel. I notice it's there in almost every frame that you're sending us as well. This is clearly a country that is in its highest state of alert, where citizens are pitching in as well.
I can tell you one thing, and this was my first time in Israel, and that too under the most trying circumstances. I have never seen any other place where people are so prepared for a situation like this. Nobody wants a war, but, like we go, since morning, 4 times we had to run to the bomb shelters, and within moments, as soon as the raid siren goes off, people are back doing what they are. Every location of impact that I have been to, apart from, of course, the government agencies, the reservists, the forces, and everybody else, there are a group of volunteers that you will see set up tents, helping people, giving them, directions, helping them clean out their houses or whatever is left of their houses. So it is a country which has seen conflicts after conflicts, and the result of that, of course, is yes, there is tension, yes, there is fear, but it more or less has become part of life, and that is why they are not worried, in a sense, with the kind of impact that it is taking. The only question was that people are extremely, serious about the death toll. Once the numbers of the dead start coming in, that's where the pressure starts building in. The buildings being damaged largely don't have the same impact. So this is, the country at the highest state of alert, and where the people were possibly today hoping that this is going to result in some sort of de-escalation with what has happened now. And like you are pointing out, IDF is preparing for some sort of retaliation or towards Iran. That window for the people, those who are hoping that it is not going to be a long-drawn Gaza type of situation, that very little glimmer of hope seems to be completely under the rubble of this building that I'm standing here.
Ankit, amidst all this unfolding chaos, you're doing a terrific job. Stay safe. We will keep coming back to you. Beersheba is the epicenter of the most amount of destruction that is taking place today. Ankit, as always, the first and only reporter on ground bringing you that, and will continue to bring you a factual look on NDTV's cameras of this this riveting, suspenseful and unfolding story between Iran and Israel. Iran, remember, has announced a powerful strike on Tehran, the capital of Iran. When that's going to happen, we will let you know. This is a live story that we're tracking right now in real time. It's back to the studio now.
And breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the violation as far as ceasefire between Iran and Israel is concerned. And this time around, of course, again, violations that have been noted by Israel from the side of Iran. And Iran has been targeting the northern part of Israel after targeting the southern part of Israel earlier this morning, even though Donald Trump had made that announcement in regard to ceasefire violations, ceasefire agreement that had come into effect, and had, has gone on to reiterate that point time and again on his social media site. He has gone on to, in fact, urge both the nations not to violate that ceasefire agreement. But here we have Iran carrying on with its strikes, and Israel there ordering powerful strikes. These are powerful strikes that have been reported by Israel. Do remember, 7 people have died in the southern part of Israel because of that barrage of missile attacks that took place. There were 5 waves of missile attacks that took place early this morning, even though it was the United States that had gone on to confirm that ceasefire that had been worked upon with the help of Qatar. Qatar that also played the role of being a mediator, and it was Donald Trump who went on to say that both sides, Iran and Israel, had approached him and that had come to the negotiating table. Shiv Arul joining us to get us the very latest. Shiv, even though Donald Trump has gone on to say that it's in effect, the ceasefire is in effect, and at least Israel they're confirming it as well. Iran hinting at it as far as the foreign minister is concerned from early this morning, saying that they fought till the very last minute. But here we have violations that are being reported time and again. First it was the southern part of Israel, and now the northern part as well.
This ceasefire clearly appears to be only on paper because there are missiles landing in Israel, as NDTV's reporting crew has been witnessing firsthand on the ground, whether it is Tel Aviv, whether it is Beersheba, and now there are alarms blaring in the northern part of Israel as well. So the entire country is seeing a high state of alert as there are multiple reports of incoming missiles. NDTV's Ankit has reported from Beersheba where multiple ballistic missiles landed earlier today. The death toll stands at 7, which is a large number in this missile strike. There are other cities where alarms similarly are blaring as well. Israel has just announced powerful strikes on Tehran. This would be the third day running that this would actually take place. In fact, Ankit is with us live from the city of Beersheba in southern Israel. Ankit, it looks like that ceasefire has completely vaporized. Nobody knows what Trump or Iran were really talking about, but any window of opportunity to wind down tensions appears to be straight out the window. You've seen the biggest damage in Beersheba, and Israel has just announced a big counter-retaliation, Ankit.
Absolutely. It just took 2.5 hours from 7 a.m. when the ceasefire was supposedly in place, and since then, continuous blaring of the sirens here in Israel to, in fact, throw that ceasefire out of the window, Shiv, as you described it. But very quickly, let me show you, from this vantage point that we are in, the cost of the war. And this is exactly what happened, which was supposedly the last counter-attack that Iran had launched here in Israel to try and diffuse tensions post this. But this apartment building behind me took the direct hit, and at this moment what you are seeing is a massive cleanup operation which is going on by the soldiers of the IDF. I can see a full unit in combat gear. It's heartbreaking. Somebody just tossed a soft toy, a teddy bear. If you can see on my screens at this moment, that soldier, that lady, in fact, taking it away. It must have been in somebody's house in the buildings that were impacted, and which has just come out. Now imagine the death and destruction which has taken place, which was supposedly the last few hours of the hostilities, and this tells you how lives that people had built. This is a proper residential area here in Beersheba, with buildings after buildings, high rises all across, and what you see at this moment is what used to be a building. This is all that remained of the direct impact that took place on this 8-story building, which was in the two apartments right under the terrace, the roof, and both of them have collapsed. Apartments under that have also collapsed, and what you are seeing is the signs of destruction that took place in this residential area in the barrage that in fact was witnessed a while back. Now, Shiv, while you are saying that there is announcement of retaliation from Israel as well, the hope here was that till 7 p.m. There would be cessation of the hostilities, and after that, of course, the Israeli government is going to make some big announcement. Now all that seems to be at this moment standing on a very, very fragile ground, and we will have to wait and see. It once again will prove that somehow the announcement, or the rushed announcement possibly by the President of the United States, was without going into the finer details with both the Israeli side and the Iranian side, so that this could have been a longer peace, at least between both the sides who have been involved in these hostilities for the last 12 days, Shiv.
That window of opportunity has completely ended right now, and this seems to be the third big occasion, Ankit, in the last few days and weeks where something that Trump has actually announced has turned out to be completely the opposite. He had talked about peace in Russia and Ukraine, and we saw that deep strike conducted by Ukraine. He talked about a de-escalation between Iran and Israel. That didn't happen. He talked about a Nobel Peace Prize, and then he went and bombed Iran. This doesn't seem to be a season of consistency as far as the American leadership is concerned. But the exchange between Iran and Israel at this point of time comes a day after an attack on a US base in Qatar. At least on that front, things have sort of wound down, Ankit. The Iran versus US element of this entire escalation, that appears to have stopped. There's no forward movement there. All the action is where you are.
Absolutely, you are bang on. That it also looked like that this whole thing that happened yesterday, with multiple US bases coming under the fire from the Iranian missiles, which largely were in fact diffused and were neutralized by the air defenses, as Donald Trump said. It more or less was somewhat a show that was put up so that both Iran and United States actually could get an off-ramp of this crisis. They did not want to continue. Donald Trump knew that he's not going to get that sort of support in America if we actually have to put boots on grounds or have to be drawn in this conflict. Remember, he came to power this time saying that he's going to bring United States out of all the global conflicts that the United States is involved in. And then, of course, with bombing of those bases, nuclear bases and installations in Iran, it was absolutely the opposite that Mr. Trump has promised to his constituents. But it's after what happened yesterday, there was some sort of flimsy expectation that peace may in fact be ensued. And if that would have happened, Donald Trump would have in fact gone to the town saying that he has once again resolved another conflict, another crisis. But with what has happened this morning and what continues to happen now, because in northern Israel there have been sirens which have gone on again. And as you are reporting that the Israeli army, the IDF, has already said that they are engaging in counter retaliation in retaliation of these attacks from Iran. It seems that the opportunity and this little glimmer of hope has completely now been thrown, or at least is buried under the rubble of where I'm standing, Shiv, where you are seeing these visuals of destruction and death which has come in from Israel at this moment, where a massive operation from the rescuers is still on, which it will tell you that that 7 p.m. deadline, not only that deadline now stands on its head. We now don't know the current session, the current round of hostilities, for how long will it go on, because it has already been 12 days. And if this continues, if Israel retaliates, then of course we can expect retaliation from the Iranian side as well. It's the domestic audience for which at this moment the entire play of war is going on. Where is the full stop is something that is anybody's guess.
Ankit, I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I'm going to urge you to move your position, because I know it isn't safe. There are rescue and relief operations happening, but your safety is paramount. So we're going to ask you to, move as much as possible. But a very quick final question before I let you go, Ankit, is this. You are in Israel at a time when Iranian missiles are landing at locations right behind you. That's number one. Number two, Israel is about to retaliate, and therefore this is a country that you're reporting from that is on the highest state of military alert at this point of time. Air bases, military bases, drone bases, which are not very far from where you are in Beersheba, will also be on a very high state of alert. But most importantly, like you said, the death toll in Israel as a result of these Iranian strikes is something that has never actually been seen before. Iranian attacks with missiles and drones have usually targeted areas that are not population centers. This time they have specifically targeted population centers, and that's why things are different. And that's why what you're seeing on the ground hasn't been seen for many, many decades, Ankit.
Absolutely. This time, there have been, while you were speaking about this, I just went back to a day before where in Tel Aviv, there was, we showed you the shopping center and the residential area where the attack took place. And I spoke to one person who was taking the stuff out from his daughter's residence, which was impacted. And this is exactly what he said. He said, we are ready to pay the price in terms of the buildings. They can be rebuilt. But if lives are lost, this is not something that the Israelis Israelis are ready to stand by with. And that is exactly what has happened this morning. And also during this entire conflict, I will have to once recheck, but if I stand correct, if I remember correctly, the death toll throughout the 12 days now in Israel stands over 25. So between 25 to 29 is the number of dead this time in this conflict has been. And that takes a huge amount of toll and also pressure as far as the government is concerned for any kind of step back. The Iranian, of course, there have been retaliations and there have been a lot of destruction in Iran as well. But reporting from the country where I am in at this moment, that it becomes a very important figure for any sort of decision to go forward, which can be taken by Benjamin Netanyahu. Just earlier, just before these raid sirens, the alert sirens were sounded off in northern Israel, there was expectation from the Prime Minister's office. A full statement came in that objectives have been achieved. The Prime Minister is going to make a statement. He will speak to the people of Israel. Now that seems he would be in a very, very difficult position if even he was thinking of coming out and announcing some sort of ceasefire.
Help!
It almost doesn't seem real. One day, Israel and Iran are trading tremendous amounts of fire. The next, near silence, a potential ceasefire that looks like it's going to hold. Tonight on ILTV Insider, we're asking the questions that no one else will. Did the U.S. stop Iran's nuclear plans or just delay them? Can we trust this truce? And is the Iranian regime more vulnerable than ever before? I'm Mayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV. And joining me to break it all down are Olga Deutsch from NGO Monitor and Gedalia Bloom of the Heartland Initiative. Let's dive right in. So, Olga, it's almost uncanny. We woke up this morning to a barrage of rockets and an announcement by U.S. President Donald Trump that there is going to be a ceasefire. 7 a.m., a few more rockets come in. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, several people died in an attack that landed on Beersheba. But ultimately, Iran has said it is ready to hold that ceasefire. Israel then attacks back. After one single rocket comes into Israel, Trump gets involved, and here we are. It looks like we are definitely on the cusp of at least a period of silence. What do you think? How did this happen, and is it going to hold?
Well, to me, it is clear that it has been a highly coordinated operation from day one, or from day -3, probably, between Israel and the U.S., and one might also say NATO forces, because U.S. never comes alone, and we have seen unprecedented cooperation, regional and international. It was also quite remarkable to see that even the Europeans have held their breaths in a way, yes, criticizing and making bold statements, but ultimately allowing Israel and the U.S. to do what needed to be done, and including the German chancellor that called it Israel is doing our dirty business. So I think that it was an incredibly well-coordinated operation, an incredibly successful one, with no military losses on our end, right? Clearly, we have paid a toll, which we knew we had to, but even all the experts would say that, considering to what the IDF predictions or assessments were, or what the potential devastating powers of the rockets coming out of Iran, the damage that it could have done, this was minimum. So to me, it does seem like a well-coordinated operation that hopefully will lead into new Middle East. What that new Middle East is warrants a whole different discussion, and obviously we would need to take all different factors into consideration, and not only what Israel wants, as always.
100%, and I think we are definitely going to speak about what does the day after look like, assuming that the ceasefire does hold. I just want to remind people, when you talk about loss of life, we're talking about 28 Israelis as of now that have been murdered in ballistic missile attacks from Iran over the last 12 days. But as you said, it's actually a lot less life than was assumed when we went into this operation. Now, Gedalia, It seems to me that, and we're having this debate at a time when really a lot is up in the air, but it does seem that it's time for a ceasefire. You know, if you go backwards and you look at whether we had these questions last week, will the U.S. get involved in the attack against Iran? We see an open letter published, a text message from U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee to U.S. President Donald Trump, where he encouraged them to listen to heaven, to hear the voice of God. Days later, Trump acts like he's getting into a holy war. He makes some statements. The U.S. then, after a 2-week period of consultation, 2 days later, attacks Iran, takes out the Fordo, they say, nuclear facility, targets a couple of others. And within 2 days, again, we're sitting here at a ceasefire. Everybody is thanking God. Gedalia, do you believe that we've accomplished what we needed to? The mission is done and we're where we're supposed to be?
No.
No. Okay, why not?
I mean, it depends on what our initial, our goals were in the war, was to first dismantle the nuclear program and the ballistic program. So have we done that? The questions are still up in the air. We don't know. We don't have anybody on the ground. We just heard reports that the head of the Iranian nuclear program is already talking about rebuilding and assessing the damage. So that's number one. So that's one indication we're just kicking the can down the road. A ceasefire is going to give them.
Well, we don't know. It's not that we know that we didn't accomplish the goal. It's that we don't know to what extent we accomplished the goal. And by the way, I just want to say that just literally right before we had this conversation today, I had an interview with an expert on Iran, somebody from the Tel Aviv University, who shared with me that he actually believes that we do know, that you and I don't know, but that America and Israel do know, and that information is just not yet being shared.
Okay, I mean, if that is known or not known, if there's any doubt, we can't be optimistic at this point. We have to be more of a cynic, because we don't have the option of being wrong here, right? America could be wrong, Europe could be wrong. If Iran attains a nuclear weapon because their facilities were still somewhat intact, it could be rebuilt 2 years down the line. It's going to be Israel that's going to be wrong, okay? We can't afford to be wrong. That's number one. Number two is, which is a question that no one's asking, and then I actually just addressed this online today, is what happened with the 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%?
Right,
Probably
they're saying
Moscow
that
by now.
Well, right, that's the thing. They're saying that there are rumors, right, on the ground that potentially that uranium was actually smuggled out before the attack on Fordo. But again, that is a question,
right, but
and an answer that we don't know.
We cannot be optimistic. We cannot guess. If our goals of this war was to dismantle the nuclear program, not because it's a program, because we don't want them to develop nuclear weapons. Okay, now we have 60% enriched uranium, 800 pounds worth, that could create 9 bombs, that has somehow disappeared. The IAEA saw it a week before the Fordo plant was destroyed or damaged, whatever it is.
PMD offers third-party car insurance that you can trust.
Also has other secret enrichment plants that we haven't had access to.
But Gedalia, when does it end? I mean, maybe you can also address this. I mean, if we say, well, we don't know, we better keep going. We'll just keep going. We'll just do it a little bit more.
It ends when we are able to verify that the 400 kilo of enriched uranium is found. That's it. Again, hold on a second, one more point. Again, we cannot afford to be wrong on this. We cannot afford to be wrong. If you had a bottle of pills and one of them was poison, would you still take them? No, you have to find the poison pill and you have to get rid of it.
But do you need to not have a ceasefire?
I think it's important to distinguish between truth and facts on the ground and what the potential solution of this might be. At the end of the day, we live in a 21st century where all wars end around the political table. There's no, now, the question, and no war is a zero-sum game. I think it's important to say that historically, and this has been said many times, Israel is not good at long wars. We are in the middle of a very long one with Gaza, and the more it extends, and this is not speaking militarily, right? I'm not here to question how impeccably our army leads their operations and how probably the most careful and proportionate it is. But wars are waged on a global political scene in parallel to the physical one. So to me, the question is, have we achieved enough according to the predefined assessments and plans in order to, A, set their program back enough to basically neutralize them, right, and marginalize their capacity. That doesn't mean that they have no capacity to continue or to go back. And number two, to politically destabilize Tehran. At the end of the day, the question is, are they, after the ceasefire next week, is Tehran still the most dangerous destabilizer in the Middle East and the biggest sponsor of terror? Or are they now completely embarrassed on the global scene? And this is now Trump and Israel and the international community sort of throwing them a bone to sort of have enough of a cheek, and to come back to the table. There's no one answer to this.
You know what, though?
But
at the end of the day, as we all know, you have two beautiful children that you brought into the green room that I met. Do you want to kick the can down the road so they're the ones that are going to be dealing with it? Because that's exactly what we're going to be doing.
Well, Gedalia, I think you have to look at...
There's no short-term answers.
Well, I think you have to look at it a different way, because I think there are two options, right, that could come out of this. On the one hand, we could say, okay, we demolished everything, the nuclear program is completely gone, and Iran will never, it could take them decades to rebuild. On the other hand, we could
to the Senate that debate on the nomination of Paul Dabbar of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Commerce shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
All right, as you see there, wanted to bring you some of those remarks there from those senators as they were speaking on the floor. We had that shot for about an hour or so as we dipped in and listened to from time to time some of those Senate Democrats marking the 3rd anniversary of the Dobbs decision. Of course, that is what overturned Roe versus Wade here in our country as well. So many making remarks about abortion care and other health care in general here in the United States. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we also have this stage as it is set and waiting. We'll be heading out there once that gets underway. This is there in Ohio. We do know that Vice President J.D. Vance is returning to Ohio for an Ohio Republican Party dinner that's set to take place later this evening. This event is billed as an evening of support with Vance. He's a Middletown native. The dinner, though, overall, according to the Cincinnati Enquirer, those tickets begin at $75 a person, and it's fully sold out. So the party, though, is being staged there at the Veterans Memorial Civic and Convention Center in Lima, Ohio, in the downtown area as well. And so just for some additional information here, we do know that about 55% of Allen County, where Lima is located, those voters did favor Donald Trump in the 2024 presidential election, with 43% only voting for Kamala Harris. All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, once Vice President J.D. Vance steps up to make some of those remarks, we'll bring it to you live. In the meantime, let's slide away for a 2-minute break. Stay with us.
Pretty sure that we haven't. One attack, right, on nuclear facilities is not enough. They were buried deep under the ground, and we all know and have seen, satellite sort of notions and hints that there were trucks already taking the nuclear material away, and Putin saying nothing comes as a surprise here, and there's no surprises of who is siding with whom on the international scene. The question is, what is the wisest thing, taking a broader picture into the consideration? Let's not forget that Iran is the main driving force behind all, but Gaza is still an issue for us. And I want to just tell you that all of this is being done while in Brussels. Yesterday, they were deliberating whether to stop the association agreement between EU and Israel, which would have cost us dearly. So there is a broader picture to be taken into consideration, and even President Trump faces challenges at home that he too has to navigate. So to my mind, a swift and successful operation
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we are keeping our eyes on the skies there in the Middle East, as well as we're taking a live look there in Jerusalem. At this hour, as you can see, things do appear to be pretty calm, as there is a tenuous ceasefire that is currently in place between the two countries. There's been multiple calls of breaking that ceasefire on both sides, but of course, we're keeping our eyes there on the Middle East as well. So again, as we're continuing to talk about some of these big stories, other big stories are also coming out of our nation's capital. I want to show you this live look that we have there at the U.S. Capitol building there in Washington, D.C. We do know that today there was a significant win for the Trump administration. This as the Supreme Court rules that the president can continue deporting migrants to, quote, third countries. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has much more from the White House.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for deportations to third countries. Their decision grants President Trump's emergency request to send migrants to countries other than their nations of origin with minimal notice. The Department of Homeland Security is celebrating the decision, saying in part, the Supreme Court ruling is a victory for the safety and security of the American people. Fire up the deportation planes. The decision pauses a lower court ruling from a Boston judge back in May. He said the government's actions lacked due process and violated the Constitution, blocking a flight with 8 migrants convicted of serious crimes from Myanmar, Vietnam, and Cuba headed for South Sudan. The White House vowed to fight the decision.
President Trump promised to get vicious, illegal alien murderers, rapists, and pedophiles like these out of our country. These judicial activists want to unilaterally stop President Trump from deporting foreign terrorists and keeping the American people safe. We hope the Supreme Court will continue to rein this in as soon as possible to restore proper constitutional order in our country.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by 2 other liberal justices, issued a dissent saying the court was, quote, rewarding lawlessness and that the government's misconduct threatens the bedrock of the rule of law. The high court gave no explanation for the ruling. The Justice Department says the government is now considering next steps. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Our thanks to Alexandria Hoff for that report. Of course, that's been a big news story, and we'll stay on top of it here on Live Now from Fox as well. In the meantime, we also know that it's been a big day for President Trump as he is now overseas for the NATO summit. We did make some remarks a bit earlier today while on board Air Force One. Let's listen into those here on Live Now from Fox.
As you know, Iran hit them very hard last night because of that. I don't think they would have, except for the first hard hit. And I guess a missile was launched a couple of minutes afterwards, which went nowhere, which hit nothing. And there was going to be a retaliation this morning. So you got to go back. And they did, which I respect very greatly. So nobody was killed. That was the sort. They had a lot of planes going in the wrong direction, you know that. Do you want any consequences for Israel? No, because they didn't do anything. They would have if they put out a statement of truth. And they didn't do anything. So how are you confident that possible. Regime change takes chaos, and ideally we don't want to see so much chaos, so we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job, which is exactly what I've been saying for years. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But we're going to be with, where's Mark going? Mark was here someplace. You know, our great secretary had said, but we can not let them have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons. They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit. In the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing, they hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree it did destroy it. Maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, couldn't have destroyed it more. Everyone hit. And it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger. So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace. And so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all a disgrace. But it's an amazing period of time. Now we're going to NATO, and we'll get a new set of problems. We'll solve a new set of problems.
Do you think you'll be... Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll say it.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? It's in a tough situation. Should have never been there.
So you said a couple days ago that you didn't think the U.S. should have to raise the 5% increase in GDP.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. No.
Do you want it more about...
I was the one that said that's what they should be paying, as you know. No, I should do something. And they're having a problem with Spain. There's a problem with Spain. Spain's not agreeing, which is very unfair to the rest of them.
So the U.S. won't be increasing our GDP.
I don't think we should pay what everyone else, they're in Europe. When, a lot of that money goes to rebuilding their bridges, their roads. You can take heavy equipment. And, we don't have any roads in Europe. We don't have any bridges in Europe. So, no, it wouldn't be quite the same thing for us. But we're with them.
So committed to Article 5 of NATO?
Depends on your definition. There's numerous definitions of Article 5. You know that, right? But I'm committed to being their friends. I've become friends with many of those leaders. And I'm committed to helping them.
What do you want the role of NATO to be going forward once the
countries are spending. I think by having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace, and I think we have that. You know, when I went to NATO, they were broke. When I first started this whole thing, it seems like a long time ago, 9 years, but they were broke. I knew it immediately. I said, you guys are broke. They weren't paying their dues. 7 of the 28 countries at the time was them much more power.
Mr. President, if there's language in the final summit declaration about aggression by Russia, would you be okay with that kind of language?
Well, I'll have to take a look at it, but you know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week. Or 6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine. A war that never would have happened if I was president. So enjoy your flight.
Ask you one more follow-up.
Yeah.
Your comments just now about Article 5, that will probably make some people in Europe concerned. Can you clarify what you mean? Are you still committed to mutual defense?
I'm committed to saving lives. I'm committed to life and safety. And I'm going to give you an exact definition when I get there. I just don't want to do it on the back of an airplane.
And one other question on energy. What's your take on the oil price situation? Right now,
I think it's great. I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. Put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things. When the energy goes down, we have a lot less conflict. So it came down, and our energy department is doing a great job. We're drilling like we've never drilled before. Keeping it down. We're going to keep it down until all these wars are settled. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you. Yeah, Biden let a lot of supercells in. Biden was an incompetent president and no idea what he was doing. He hardly ever signed a document. Other people signed documents for him with the auto pen. It was gross incompetence. And among everything else, he let a lot of supercells in, many from Iran. But hopefully we'll take care of them. What Biden did to this country should never be forgotten.
Sir, you have to be the Nobel Peace Prize now, sir.
All right. right, as you see there, some of those remarks there from President Trump as he was on board Air Force One earlier today, as he did that impromptu news conference speaking there with reporters. But at the end, if you heard him there, talking about potential sleeper cells from Iran existing here in our country. And that's going to help us transition to the next headline that we want to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you this live vantage point that we have there in St. Paul. We do know that there, a man who was among 11 Iranian nationals who were arrested by ICE this past weekend. This, of course, following an American strike on Iranian nuclear sites. And to bring into the conversation now our partners there at Fox 9, I want to bring in Soo-Young Kim with Fox 9 there in Minneapolis. She has much more on this. Soo-Young, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. What else can you tell us about this arrest that was made?
Well, Christina, the Department of Homeland Security says ICE arrested, like you mentioned, an Iranian national on Sunday here in St. Paul. Here's what we do know. DHS officials say 56-year-old Mehran Makari Saheli was ordered to be removed from the U.S. in 2022, but say he remained in the U.S. illegally. Federal officials also say he had been previously convicted of being a felon in possession of a firearm in Minneapolis, where he was sentenced to 15 months in prison. DHS says he's a former member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and says he has admitted connection to Hezbollah, which is a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization. And for now, he remains in ICE custody pending his removal from this country. Christina, back to you.
I have to ask you before I let you go, Soo-Young, as we are following this case, we know that there's a very diverse neighborhoods there in the St. Paul area as well as Minneapolis. Have you heard from any other local leaders responding to this arrest? Anything from them?
And not specifically to this arrest, but there has been a lot of backlash, a lot of discussion from both sides here as those ICE raids continue across the country.
All right, we certainly appreciate Soo-Young Kim there with Fox 9 in Minneapolis for bringing us this story. Of course, we know you'll have much more on this later this evening. We'll be looking forward to hearing more of those details as they emerge.
Thank you.
All right, wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this time to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, though, more of today's top stories. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we do want to continue on with these top headlines that we're following today. So, of course, as we were just listening in a few moments ago, we were listening to President Trump as he made some remarks on Air Force One as he has arrived in the Netherlands ahead of the NATO summit. This as a fragile truce between Israel and Iran struggles to still hold on. Both sides accuse the other of violating the ceasefire that was brokered by the president, but it appears to be back in place at this point. Let's go ahead, though, and check in with Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. She has the very latest from the White House.
President Trump had a tense phone call with Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to urge him to respect the ceasefire. It seems he got through to him, with both sides now holding fire.
President Trump arriving at the NATO summit as a peacemaker, and with the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran back in place, he's shifting his focus towards the NATO alliance.
By having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace.
Trump wants all NATO members to double their defense spending. Many countries are already on board, including Britain, France, and Germany.
We have to keep ourselves safe from the Russians.
However, some countries like Spain are pushing back, saying it's unaffordable. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also in the Netherlands, even though Ukraine is not a NATO member. He's hoping to meet with President Trump to reignite ceasefire negotiations with Russia.
Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia.
Despite the packed agenda, this will be a quick trip for President Trump. He's due back in the U.S. tomorrow evening. At the White House, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Our thanks to Rebecca Castor for that. And so, of course, we do want to continue on with our coverage here as we had some remarks from inside of that NATO state dinner that took place a little bit earlier today. This as they're getting ready for some of those discussions to kick off starting tomorrow. I want to bring you some of those remarks there from the state dinner here on Live Now.
After 80 years of war, peace was agreed. This room bears witness to it. I'm talking about the Peace of Münster, signed in 1648 by Spain and the Netherlands. Behind me over there, you can see one of the leaders of the Dutch struggle for independence, Prince Frederik Hendrik. The paintings in this room, the Oranjezaal, were commissioned in his honor. And above him is a Latin motto, which in English says, "The greatest victory is the triumph of peace." This motto seems to me a perfect fit for our alliance too, almost 80 years after the founding of NATO. The Queen and I are delighted to be hosting you tonight in this particular room, because in 1899, my great-grandmother, Queen Wilhelmina, made this Oranjezaal available for the first Hague Peace Conference. Representatives of 26 countries attended, including the initiator of the conference, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. The participants in those days were filled with the sense that peace would be everlasting. But behind the scenes, the first signs were already emerging of the arms race that would ultimately lead to the First World War. Peace, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law are our highest ideals. And yet history has taught us how fragile these values are if they're not protected. Where would we be without strong organizations that stand up for the defense of international stability, peace, and freedom? Where would we be without NATO's firm resolve? For 76 years, a time span of 3 generations, in the North Atlantic Treaty area, we have collectively, harmoniously and successfully defended what we treasure the most. At the start, our alliance had 12 countries. Then we grew. Today we're an alliance of 32, with Finland and Sweden being our newest members. In the future, NATO will remain open to new members that share our values. We can't stand still. Events since 1989 have taught us that. Ours is fundamentally a defensive alliance. Others may call it aggressive, but that's only because they reject fundamental rights and freedoms and fear that their citizens may one day demand them. The Kingdom of the Netherlands will never forget the immense sacrifices needed to win back freedom once it's been lost. We've been keenly aware of this ever since the horrors of the Second World War. And we will be forever grateful to the many who fought for our freedom, and in doing so, laid down their own lives. The ties that were forged back then can never be broken. They remain tangible and personal. Last month, I attended a memorial service at the American Cemetery in Margraten, in the south of our country. All the graves of the fallen are lovingly adopted by Dutch families who honor their memory. Mr. President, it means so much to us to welcome you in our home tonight. We cherish the bonds of friendship that will always unite our nations. Our friends and partners from the Indo-Pacific region are welcome in our circle as guests. And Ukraine, which for years has been embroiled in a daily struggle, making great sacrifices to defend its freedoms and ours, is welcome too. The people of Ukraine, with whom we feel such close ties, deserve our continuing support. It's impressive to see how we, as NATO countries, have succeeded in forming a shield behind which peace and freedom can flourish. A shield that's providing more and more people with protection. At the same time, every successful organization must always remain alert and have the courage to ask itself critical questions. Are we properly equipped for the challenges we face today? Is the division of costs and benefits amongst us sufficiently well balanced? How can our alliance operate more efficiently and effectively? These questions are especially relevant now that the threat posed by Russia and other hostile countries is taking on unprecedented new dimensions. On land, at sea, in the air, and in cyberspace. It's rightly argued that we need to make sufficient investments in our security and that there must be a balance in the financial contributions made by the members of the alliance. There can be no solidarity unless everyone shoulders their own responsibility. Perhaps, beside Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, there needs to be more focus on Article 3, the provision that says that, and I quote, parties, separately and jointly, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. These subjects are bound to come up in your discussions tomorrow. I know that you will address them with wisdom, and I have every confidence that the outcome will be a NATO that is stronger than ever. May future historians recognize the 2025 summit as a milestone. The summit where we made groundbreaking decisions and where we took responsibility together for the preservation of peace, freedom, and the rule of law. Let us stay focused on what for 76 years has been the key to NATO's success, our unshakable unity, and our mutual confidence that we can always count on one another. The world must know that we remain as committed as ever to the undertakings enshrined in the NATO Treaty. And I quote, "We're determined to safeguard the freedom, common heritage and civilization of our peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. And we're resolved to unite our efforts as collective defense and for the preservation of peace and security. As long as we uphold this commitment, we can overcome any challenge. And may I now ask to raise your glass with me to our alliance.
All right, did just want to play out a few moments there from those opening speeches as world leaders, including President Trump, are attending this NATO summit state dinner. This was a few hours ago there in the Netherlands. Wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Also on your screen, we've been previewing this event that's set to get underway shortly, as we know that Vice President J.D. Vance is set to make remarks today at a Republican dinner there in Lima, Ohio. Of course, this is being billed, we do know, as an evening of support. There in the county where this dinner is being held, we know that they voted about 55% in favor of Trump in the last election. Want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox once that gets underway, or once Vice President Vance does take to the stage. We'll bring you out to it live. In the meantime, let's step away for a 2-minute break. Stay here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our top stories that we are following today. And this one is taking us out to the Northeast. I want to show you a view that we have of our X-ray system. You can see how those temperatures there in the Northeast are continuing to climb. So we do know it's called a heat dome that's stretching across the East Coast, and it's expected to peak today. We do know that those temperatures in several different cities could hit the triple digits this afternoon. As you see, it's happening right now in Philadelphia, according to our X-ray system. So let's go ahead now and check in with Fox's Chelsea Torres. She's live in Belmar, New Jersey, by the beach. Chelsea, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. How are folks handling this heat wave that's there on the East Coast?
Well, Christine, I can tell you that people are trying to handle it the best they can. Really, it's just by trying to get in this water. It's a very cool, refreshing 68 degrees, but the challenge, Christina, is actually getting to the water. So if you're going to be walking on this sand, just know it feels like lava, and it will melt your skin if you do not have shoes on. And that kind of just goes to show how hot it's been feeling in this area. Even an hour inland, Fox weather forecast was saying that it feels like 116 degrees there. So that's why a lot of officials here in New Jersey are warning people of the heat and its life-threatening possibilities. One city more than an hour northwest of here even declared a state of emergency and canceled all recreational activities. And back here by the beach, people say they are happy that winter's gone, but it also hasn't been easy for them to beat this early summer heat. I've seen dozens of people actually leave in the early afternoon, and a couple people tell me how they can or cannot handle the extreme temperatures.
I'll take the sun and heat all day.
As opposed to
Snow. No snow.
This has been hugely much more hot this time of year. No, this is unusual.
Last night, early night, it was still hot throughout the whole day. So.
And Christina, when we talk about that heat, it's also been affecting a lot of the area high schools. Some high schools had their graduation just in the past couple days. 2 services actually were cut short yesterday just because they had over 100 people get sick from the heat itself. A couple more graduations have already said they're going to move their ceremonies indoors. So again, goes to show what it is feeling like here in the past few days. Today is exceptionally hotter than it even was yesterday. Christina?
And Chelsea, I know you've been out there working all day. You've been hitting with us here at Live Now so we can stay updated. You have to promise me, though, you'll take some time for yourself, get out to the water, cool off there, but we appreciate the work that you've been doing here as well.
Christina, I will take that word and I will definitely do that. Thank you, guys.
All right, awesome. Again, checking in with Chelsea Torres live there in Belmar, New Jersey. As of course, this heat dome is impacting so much of the East Coast. Wanted to get that update for you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, want to show you once again some of those temperatures there with our XRAD system, as it's the hottest day in over a decade there on the East Coast. And again, as we've been talking about the triple digits, Philadelphia hitting that mark according to our XRAD system. All right, wanted to give you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this time, though, to check in with our partners there at Fox Weather. They've been covering the heat dome extensively. Let's listen into some of their coverage.
He says they stocked 4 times the amount of water bottles they typically have to keep up with demand. Another way people are finding relief on a ferry, one of the few places to catch a breeze.
It's a little bit cooler here by the water, but I think no matter where you are, it's going to be miserable. I'm definitely going to try and stay inside as much as possible. No outdoor bars, no rooftops, just in the office, air conditioning, yeah.
Tourists heading to Liberty Island brought umbrellas to block the beating sun.
Weather, it's nice, 100 degrees, right? It's wonderful. We can't beat it, right? But it's very hot.
Yeah.
So we have water and we have to protect ourselves. I was hesitating, but, you know, I survived Philadelphia heat over 100 degrees, 100 humidity for many years.
Forecasters say we should be feeling some relief on Thursday when the heat dome is expected to dissipate. In New York, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
Thank you, Katie, for braving the heat. Let's talk about how that heat's actually fueling some storms from the Rockies through the Midwest. Mark Sutton in pursuit as he takes a look at these storms fired up. in Colorado. In a moment, we'll talk with Mark. Let's talk about the forecast real quickly, set the stage as that FedEx takes a nice little turn right in front of them. Blue skies, notice though, not too far in front of them, the storms are bubbling up. So as we look at it, there's the high pressure that's leading to the historic high pressure, or the heat dome and historic records, right, with the temperatures. Then we look out towards the low pressure off to the edge of this, and we call it Ridge Riders. We call it the Ring of Fire because it's electric at times. You may be saying, why are you call it the Ring of Fire? It seems like we're changing the verbiage up on you. Well, when you look at this arcing pattern, if you take a far enough view back and you see this, it is a circle that just continues to pop up with all of those lightning bolts. And so you'll see how all of this is intertwined. As we get out towards Fort Morgan and the I-76 corridor, 60-mile-per-hour winds now leaving Fort Morgan, eyeing Sterling and going along the major interstate. You get down towards Colorado Springs. This is something that has a little more oomph in it. The reason why is because the winds are descending out of the mountains and they're coming down along I-25 in a perpendicular nature. It compresses it. Wind speed accelerates to 70 miles per hour, but also the winds at the surface are coming out of a different direction. You add into that wind shear, and now you got a tornado possible tag. Notice Pueblo just a little further to the south under a flash flood warning. A lot is happening into the desert southwest, now into New Mexico. You're looking outside of Taos, Santa Fe, I-25 corridor, flash flood warnings that continue on, a considerable risk because everything that we're seeing right now is being amplified by the tropical moisture that's being released out of Baja California and working its way up into those spots like New Mexico and then eventually down into the plains and into the Midwest. So let's put it all together for you. Let's put it all into motion. Here's the Fox Weather exclusive model, and you'll see late tonight the energy that ensues in those spots like Nebraska, South Dakota, and how it continues to arc and then move to the east, and as it goes through Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. These are spots that just dealt with storms yesterday. These were spots that just dealt with storms that turned deadly over the weekend. You see how much rain continues. The early onset of a Ridge Rider or a Ring of Fire event is each individual severe storms. As you get to the latter half of that event, then you start to worry about spots where they've been getting too much rain because they've seen it 2-3 days plus. By tomorrow, you'll start to see how the Great Lakes and even the East Coast gets in on the action. But before then, let's talk with a man that's on the ground as those severe storms continue to move through the plains as they release out of the Rockies. We have Mark Sudduth down there. He's our exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker, and so he's in Colorado. Hey, let's talk with him. Hey, Mark, it's good to see you. You're in the blue skies right now. What have you seen so far?
All right, our thanks to our partners there at Fox Weather for giving us the very latest on this heat dome. Of course, if you would like to stream Fox Weather, you can. It's always on, always free. Just make sure you visit foxweather.tv. So wanted to give you those updates as those temperatures are climbing there on the East Coast. Checking back in with our XRAD system. Again, what they are experiencing right now is called a heat dome. And according to the National Weather Service, it almost acts like a lid on a pot, saying that a heat dome is basically a massive area of high pressure and warm air that just parks over a region. And so, of course, we'll continue to watch as those temperatures are rising there. It's expected to peak today. If anything changes or any other breaking developments come from this, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Right before we slide away for a 2-minute commercial break, want to remind you that we are on the lookout for this event to get underway in Lima, Ohio, as Vice President J.D. Vance is set to speak there at this GOP dinner. Once those remarks get underway, we'll bring you out to it. live. Let's slide away, though, for a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on here on Live Now as we're waiting for Vice President J.D. Vance to step up to the microphone to make a few remarks there in Ohio as he is attending a GOP dinner. We'll bring you out to it live once that gets underway. In the meantime, though, right now speaking live on the Senate floor, let's listen in to Senator Jeff Merkley there of Oregon speaking, making remarks.
Now, that bill also created something completely separate from that, and that was called reconciliation. And reconciliation is a special, fast-track, filibuster-free path. For one reason it was created, all 100 senators agreed to reduce the deficit. You can think of Robert Byrd, who was the fiercest defender of the filibuster, that is the 60 votes required to close debate. Yet even he said yes.
All right, we do have to step away from that as it is officially getting underway there in Ohio. As you can see, they're on the stage at this moment. Of course, Vice President J.D. Vance. Is there in Lima, Ohio, about to make remarks at this Republican dinner. Let's listen in.
Please, thank you all. Take your seats, please. It is, I gotta say, it feels like a great homecoming to be here in Lima today. I am so thrilled to be with you all. Now, I got to say, my chief of staff, who's a great guy, he told me, thank you. You probably don't know who he is, but you're celebrating him anyway. He just got engaged, actually, so I'm very proud of him. He's doing things the right way, but, you know, he told me on Monday, which I guess is yesterday, he said, you know, sir, I think we might have to cancel this trip to Lima. And I said, I'm not canceling this trip to Lima for anything. I've been looking forward to this for months. We're not canceling this trip to Lima. And I don't know if you guys saw, but there's nothing going on in the news at all that would justify me canceling this trip to Lima. Why the hell would we cancel the trip to Lima, Ohio? It's a boring day in the White House, as you guys have probably seen. So let me offer a few words of appreciation. So I could probably thank half the people in this room, and I'm so thrilled to be with you this evening. And there are a few by name that I want to call out. So first of all, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name, I never do, but Alex T., the great chair of the Ohio GOP. Thank you, Alex, for everything that you do. I've got to thank, and this is, guys, you should be glad I asked about this. I thought, because it says here, Senator Tony Schrader, but I know Tony, and he's not a lowly politician. He is actually the guy who operates behind the scenes. So our great GOP Central Committee man and also the chair of the Putnam County GOP, Tony Schrader. Tony, where are you, man? I love you. Hey, Tony's been so good to me from the very beginning, and I'm going to tell a little story here. That's what I'm going to do. You guys are going to be stuck here for 45 minutes me telling stories. I'm just in such a good mood. Unfortunately, we've got these cameras back there, so I got to be a little bit careful. If I say something really stupid, somebody's got to stand up here and stop me before I embarrass myself in front of national TV here. But Tony Schrader was, when I decided to run for office the very first time, it was the Senate race back in Ohio in 2022. And so this is sort of early 2021 when I'm going around and giving speeches. I haven't even declared my candidacy yet. And Tony Schrader was actually backing somebody else in the primary. Now, Tony was backing a person who is a very dear friend of mine, Jane Timken, who's, I don't know if Jane is here, but Jane, hey Jane, how are you? But that was a hard-fought primary, a bunch of really good candidates. And eventually, of course, I won that primary and won the race. But Tony worked harder for me maybe than anybody in all of Northwestern Ohio. I mean, he knocked on so many doors. You remember, Tony, we would have events with volunteers where we would knock on more doors than I thought humanly possible. And it was all because Putnam County GOP is an incredible organization led by an incredible guy. So thank you, Tony, for everything that you do. Of course, no thank you here is complete in Lima, Ohio, without thanking our great Allen County GOP Chairman Keith Cheney, who has an incredible voice. He was the announcer. Keith, I think if I had your voice, I would have been vice president earlier than I made it, man. But, you know, nobody is endowed with perfect gifts here. And, of course, GOP volunteer Kurt Kaufman. Kurt, thanks for everything that you do. We said hello backstage. Thank you, Kurt. All right, so I got my thank yous, at least by name, at least until I noticed somebody else's face in the crowd here. But people always ask me what it's like to be Vice President of the United States, and I'll tell you a couple stories that illustrate that. So first of all, I didn't know that the president would make me his vice presidential running mate until literally the morning of the GOP convention. And if you walk back in time, you remember what happened. So the Saturday before the GOP convention, the president, I actually flew down to Florida to meet with the president, and we talked. It was the first time I had ever talked with him explicitly about becoming his running mate. And he said, you know, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but it's probably going to be you, so go have fun the next couple of days. How do you have fun the next couple of days when that's what the president tells you? And of course, so that evening he flew up to Pennsylvania to do a rally in Pennsylvania, and that was the famous moment where he turned his head and missed, I think what would have been one of the great tragedies in American history, not just a tragedy for him personally. And I really do believe, I'm a person of faith, I imagine most of you are too, I believe the hand of God prevented America from experiencing great national tragedy in that moment. But so I call the president that night. It's probably 2 in the morning at this point. I call the president that night. Remember, I just met with him that morning talking about becoming his running mate. And I'm like, sir, how you doing? And he's like, I'm fine. He'd just been shot in the ear. I'm fine. You know, nearly lost his life, but totally fine. He goes, how's it playing out there? And I'm like, Mr. President, I think it's playing pretty damn well, because if remember, he had that photo where he raises the fist iconically, and I said, I think that photo is going to go down in history as one of the great photos, and of course, I was right about that. So the morning of the convention, the morning he announces me to be his nominee, he calls me at around 11:45, and I'm not kidding you, I don't answer the phone. And I don't know what had happened. We had just landed in Milwaukee. We've got 3 little kids. You know, it was a hot day. We were trying to get through all the security to get to our hotel room. I don't know what happened. So I call him back 15 minutes later, and he answers the phone, and he says, JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I said, yes, Mr. President. And he said, I'm going to have to select somebody else now. And of course, you know, my heart stops, and I think he's actually going to do it. But then he asked me to be his running mate. He actually talks to my son, and you know, the rest is history, right? The rest is history. So that's the first story. The second story that I'll tell you is we've probably been in the Oval Office for all of 10 days. And I'm sitting there, and we have a phone call with a foreign leader. I won't mention who. And it's a tough phone call. There's some tough issues that we have to work through with this foreign leader. And he asked me to come sit behind him at the Resolute desk so that if I need to say anything, I can just speak directly into the speakerphone. And it's early in the administration, so there's not a whole lot in the Oval Office yet. And there's this sort of wooden box with a red button sitting on the Resolute desk. And I think to myself, that's probably not a button that you want to press, right? So we're talking to this foreign leader, and the president looks over at me, puts the foreign leader on mute, and says, this is not going very well, and he presses the red button. And my eyes get really big, and I'm like, Mr. President, you know, what just happened? And he looks at me and he goes, nuclear. Nuclear. And 2 minutes later, a guy walks in with a Diet Coke, and he looks back at me and he says, it wasn't nuclear, it's just the Diet Coke button. And that's... So that's the kind of guy, my fellow Republicans, that we have as the President of the United States, a guy who can do a good job, but keep a sense of humor. And I've learned a ton, even in 130 days, 140 days, however long we've been in office. I think I've learned more, I've had more on-the-job training than I think any person in the history of having a job for all of about 5 months. Because the thing that I've learned about the President of the United States, and I guess I kind of knew this a little bit, but I've really learned it seeing him interact with foreign leaders, with congressional leaders, and just doing the job of President of the United States is what makes the president so successful is he has the best instincts about people of anybody that I've ever seen in my life. He knows when somebody is selling him a load of BS. He knows when he's making progress, when he needs to cut something off. He knows when he's dealing with somebody that he can trust, and he knows when he's dealing with somebody that he can't trust. And I think if you think about everything that comes across the president's desk, I mean, just on, I guess this is yesterday, on Monday alone, the President of the United States, of course, we were trying to figure out what we were doing with the Israel-Iran situation. Of course, we had just launched the wildly successful attack that destroyed the Iranian nuclear facilities in Fordo and elsewhere. Thank you. But we know the Iranians are going to counterattack, and we're kind of trying to figure out, is it going to be a real counterattack, or is it going to be something more symbolic, more face-saving? He's dealing with congressional leaders about the one big beautiful bill that cuts taxes on overtime, cuts taxes for tips. Thank you. Really is the most important generational tax reform that we've had in this country in 30 years, and also provides billions of dollars to replenish the southern border funding that encourages us and empowers us to kick out the illegal immigrants and to stop the flow of illegal immigration into our country. So we're doing all these things, and that's just one Monday at the White House, and there's no person that could possibly, read all the briefing materials, the tens of thousands of pages of background on all this stuff. But what you need in that Oval Office is you need somebody with good instincts. You need somebody who can tell when a person is negotiating on behalf of the American people, and you need somebody who knows when they're negotiating against the interests of the American people. And I'll tell you, you do not want to be a person in Donald Trump's Oval Office who's negotiating against the interests of the American people, because they'll throw you the hell out and tell you exactly what he's going to do. And that is what I think makes him an effective president. It's what makes him an effective leader for the American people. And I will say, I'm obviously extremely biased, but 130 days into this term, we have got a lot to brag on from the Trump administration and what we're doing in Washington, D.C. Let me run just through a few of the ways in which the Trump administration has been wildly successful. And let me start with the thing that is, of course, in the news. And what the president said going back 10 years, if you look at the campaign in 2015 and 2016, and he said it consistently through his second term, is that he does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. It destabilizes the entire region. It gives this terrible regime leverage over the United States of America. As the president often jokes with me, everybody in Iran calls the Iranian leader the supreme leader. That's a pretty amazing title if you think about it. But he looked at me in the situation room a few days ago, and he said, Mr. Vice President, you don't have to call him the supreme leader, but you would if the guy had a nuclear weapon. Because the leverage that nuclear weapons give you to destabilize the world, to destroy our economic interests, to destroy our national security interests, you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. So what did the president do? For 60 days, he negotiated aggressively to encourage that Iranian regime to give up those weapons peacefully. And by the way, he was more than willing to accept a peaceful settlement to that problem. But again, this comes back to instincts. When the president realized that there was not going to be a peaceful settlement to that problem. He sent B-2 bombers and dropped 12 30,000-pound bombs on the worst facility and destroyed that program. And I think there are a lot of Republicans, by the way, I count myself among them, who after the past 25 years, they don't want to get involved in another long-term, protracted Middle Eastern conflict. We all saw what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan. And so what I call the Trump doctrine is quite simple. Number one, you articulate a clear American interest, and that's, in this case, that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Number two, you try to aggressively, diplomatically solve that problem. And number three, when you can't solve it diplomatically, you use overwhelming military power to solve it, and then you get the hell out of there before it ever becomes a protracted conflict. That is the Trump doctrine. And to the Americans who are worried about this becoming a protracted conflict, I think the president solved that very quickly. Not only did we destroy the Iranian nuclear program, we did it with 0 American casualties, and that's what happens when you've got strong American leadership. Now let me talk to you about something else. For every month that you've got inflation numbers and jobs numbers and wage numbers coming out, I'll come into the White House and I'll say, that this happened now about 5 times, where seems like every economist and every financial journalist in the world says that Donald Trump's policies are going to lead to higher inflation. They're going to lead to lower jobs. They're going to lead to lower wages. And for now, 5 months in a row, every single time we come into the news and it turns out the economists' expectations missed because wages are higher, inflation is lower, and our economy is roaring in a way that it has not in a very, very long time. That is thanks to good presidential leadership. And I'll bring it back to instincts, because when the president came into office, he said, frankly, what he's been saying for 30 years, that we have got to stop allowing foreign companies to take advantage and foreign countries to take advantage of the United States of America. Why in God's name would we allow cheap slave labor manufactured stuff from a foreign country to come into our country, undercutting the wages and jobs of American workers? And the reason we allowed that to happen is for 30 years we had a bipartisan failed consensus that we ought to let cheap plastic garbage come into our country at the expense of American jobs and the American families who depend on those jobs. You know what President Trump said? On April the 2nd, he said, if you tried to undercut the wages of American workers, if you tried to bring in this crap, if you try to expose the American worker to an economic unfairness that you don't force your own countries to deal with, we are going to slap a big fat tariff on what you bring into this country. We're going to penalize you. For once, finally, we had an American president who said, if you want to destroy the wages and the jobs of American workers, you're going to pay a big fat penalty because of it. And that, I believe, has saved the American economy. you want to undercut American steel, you're going to have to pay a tariff. If you want to undercut American auto workers, you're going to have to pay a tariff. And all the economists said, well, what this is going to do is going to produce inflation. And no, what the president said is what it's going to do is one of two things. Number one, it's going to force a lot of people to move their factories back to the United States of America. And we've seen more foreign investment in the past 130 days than you've seen in any 130-day period in the history of this country. Or, he said, what it's going to cause is these foreign countries are going to open up their markets to American manufactured goods. Because here's the crazy thing. You go to Germany, you go to Japan, you go to South Korea. Some of these countries, by the way, are very important allies of ours. But how many American-made automobiles do you see on the streets of these foreign countries? Very often, zero. But we allow all of these countries to come in and do business on our shores. Well, the deal is fair trade. If we're going to let you do business in the United States of America, you damn well let us do business in your country, because that's how we create prosperity for American workers. And the final and most important thing, and I think this is the most important issue confronting this country, and it was certainly the most important issue that was destroying this country over the past 4 years, and that is the issue of illegal immigration. Now, if I had stood here in October of 2024 and you had told me that after 45 days of the Trump administration, we would have a legal border crossings down between 95 to 99%, I would have said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I believe the president is very serious about this, and I believe the president is very effective. But there is no way that we're going to have illegal border crossings down that much, and I'm happy to report that 1.5 months into the Trump administration, we had illegal border crossings down 99%. It was a radical success, and it happened very quickly. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that saved the United States of America, because we know exactly what the Democrats, not because we had to read their minds, but because Democrats would go out and say that what they wanted to do with those 25 million illegal aliens is give every single one of them the right to vote and turn them into permanent wards of the Democratic Party. And if we allowed that to happen, if we allowed the Democratic Party to import voters instead of persuade voters, that would have been the end of American democracy. You hear the American media say all the time that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. The threat to the democracy is Democrats importing voters instead of persuading their fellow citizens. And now we have largely solved that problem. If you look, for the first time in 50 years, we now have net negative illegal immigration. That means we're deporting more people that are coming in through illegal immigration. That is the biggest testament to a change in presidential leadership. And I was in the Senate when the Democrats were trying to say that the thing that we had to do was pass this ridiculous, massive new set of laws and new set of amnesties to get control of the American southern border. And as the president said at the State of the Union just a couple of months ago, it turns out you didn't need a big new law to secure the border. You just needed a new president of the United States. So we've done all these things with effective presidential leadership, and of course we've got a lot of good guys in Washington, D.C. who are working very hard. And I want to give a shout out. I don't believe that they're here. I actually believe that John Houston and Bernie Moreno, hopefully, they're in Washington, D.C., working on the big, beautiful bill. They're doing a great job. And we are lucky in the state of Ohio to have great political leadership across the board. You know, Bernie, I remember talking to the president about Bernie Moreno's candidacy. And, you know, the president really I mean, look, Sherrod was a tough candidate. Sherrod Brown was a tough candidate. He always did better than national Democrats, and the president himself was a little skeptical that anybody, and we had a lot of great candidates running in that race. The president was skeptical that anybody could beat Sherrod Brown. But I think what we showed him in the Ohio GOP is that while we had a reputation for a very long time as a purple state or even a blue state, thanks to the hard work of people, many of whom are in this room, I think Ohio is now solidly red. It's going to stay red for a very long time. But you and I know that's not going to come without a lot of hard work. And I want to talk just a little bit about what that means, because look, I am very much a product of this political party, of this Ohio GOP. I would not be where I am without it. I believe, in fact, the first time that I've driven on 75, and I've got my Midi purple tie, Middletown Middies, our color's purple here. I wore it in honor of the Middletown Middies. The first time that I've driven on I-75, I'm pretty sure as vice president, was to come to the Lima GOP event here today. And I think about the number of times, thank you, Keith, the number of times that I've driven up and down Interstate 75 as a kid when I was working at a tile warehouse delivering tiles to Findlay, Ohio, or as a, there we go, or as a Senate candidate who was trying, showing up and speaking to groups of 12 people trying to earn votes. I think that what is so great about the Ohio GOP is that we really are strong top to bottom. We've got great candidates running for statewide office, but we've got I see a lot of young people here, many of whom are getting involved in politics for the very first time. And I got to tell you, I've lived a very blessed life in politics. The president, he always gives me a little crap about this. He says, JD, you came out of nowhere, you were a senator, and then all of a sudden you were the vice president of the United States. I don't think anybody has had that much success in politics except for me. That's what the president always said. I was like, thank you, sir. I guess I'm the second, he always calls me the second most upwardly mobile politician, because he was the first. He came from no politics to president of the United States. So, but the thing is, you don't get people who run for political office without cultivating talent. And cultivating the grassroots, and actually encouraging people to get involved at every level of government. There's a lot of important stuff that we're working on at Washington, D.C., but there's a lot of cool stuff happening right here in Allen County, Ohio. There's a lot of important stuff that are happening at the State House. And frankly, a lot of the great political leaders of the future are going to learn from the political leaders of today at the Ohio State House or at the federal Capitol in Washington, D.C. The first exposure I ever had to politics was actually as a page in the Ohio Senate when I was a student at Ohio State University. That was the first time I had ever been exposed to the American political system. Working for a great state senator by the name of Bob Schuler from southwestern Ohio. And I'm sure a lot of you remember Bob Schuler. He was a good guy. The first person who taught me how to respond to a constituent was Bob Schuler. The first person who taught me how to write a good letter and to research an issue was Bob Schuler. And my point here is that what you guys are doing is cultivating the people who are going to run this country and lead this country for the generation to come. So this party is what makes America great. This party is what makes it possible for us to run good candidates and to win elections in the future. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, this feels like a homecoming because it is, because I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be the Vice President of the United States without many of the people in this room. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you and I love you. Well, thank you, thank you. I should quit while I'm ahead, honestly. I should just walk out the door now. I'm not going to do much better than that, I think. But Io, that was another crazy thing that happened on January the 20th. Man. So I called the president on January the 18th, and I said, sir, I know the inauguration is very important, but let's be honest. The vice president is not the most important of the presidential inauguration. The president is. So would you be okay if I, put my hand on the Bible, took the oath of office, and then headed south to attend the national championship game as the Vice President of the United States? Because that's a very important, skip all the inaugural balls. Usha, who I think all of you have come to love as Second Lady, she's doing a great job, and I'm proud of her. I don't know, honestly, how much Usha really wants to wear high heels for 9 hours on that day anyway. So just let us go to the national championship game. The president was like, no, JD, I can't do that. You got to be there. But to walk you through that day, so we do the inauguration, and it's crazy. You're going from one event to the next. And I show up to the very first ball, which was the Commander-in-Chief's ball. And because I've got, you all, every single one of us here has been to a wedding on a Saturday during a very important Ohio State game. And we love the people who are getting married, but we're also like, why the hell did you have to have your wedding on an Ohio State game? And you've got the guy, who's sitting outside the bathroom on his phone or has got his iPad out. Every single one of us has been to a wedding like this. You all know what I'm talking about, okay? Well, I was that guy, because every single one of my buddies was like, we're proud of you for becoming vice president, but could we get the hell out of here and watch this Ohio State game? So what we did is that we rented a conference room where they did the Commander-in-Chief's ball, and we actually, we had an open bar, we turned it into a big party, and we had the Ohio State game on. So I go in there, right, for like 20 minutes. It was the only 20 minutes that I kind of got to myself, and I hung out with my buddies, and we watched Ohio State. And if you remember this game, Ohio State got a massive early lead over Notre Dame, right? The beginning of the game was very, very good. So I kind of started to relax a little bit. It's like, oh my God, I just got inaugurated vice president, and the Buckeyes are going to the national championship all on the same day. This is the best day of my life, right? It's not going to get much better than this. And then, we went to a couple balls, and then I think it was after the second ball, before the third ball, I was watching on the TV, and Notre Dame started to catch up a little bit. If you all watch this game, you remember Notre Dame started to catch up a little bit. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to be late to the third ball, and I'm going to sit here and watch this game. Because if Ohio State loses, I'm going to hate myself forever for not having sat here and cheered on the team during these final moments. Of course, it all worked out. Ohio State won. They came to the White House. I don't know if you saw, I broke the damn trophy when they came to the White House. That was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I was hoping that, no, we didn't see that. We didn't see that, JD. No, all of you are laughing. Everybody saw it. But the point is that it was an amazing way to connect the great Buckeye state of Ohio and what was happening, because without this state, without this state's GOP in particular, Donald Trump would not have been president the first time, and we certainly wouldn't have the great Senate majority that we now have for the second administration. And the president, as you all know, he actually has a very deep affection for the state of Ohio, because he was the person who turned Ohio really from a purple state to a red state. I mean, all of you remember this. I mean, where is Bob out there? Is Bob Paduchik out there? There's Bob Paduchik. Give it up for Bob Paduchik. But, you know, back in the day, there was this idea that, you know, all the polls even, right, Bob? At least all the public polls were saying that the president was going to lose Ohio, and then he won Ohio by 8 points. And, of course, he won it by a much bigger margin the second and third time around. But he recognizes that what this state represents is hardworking, patriotic Americans who feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party is now the home for people who work hard, who play by the rules, who want to live in safe communities, and just want a government that looks out for their interests and no one else's interests. That's what this party is ultimately all about. Because when I see that wage growth is the highest that it's been for working people in 60 years, working and middle class people, the highest wage growth we've seen in this country for 60 years. When I see those inflation numbers keep on coming in below expectation month after month, those are statistics. And those are numbers that, of course, we celebrate. But what I remember is a woman I met on the campaign trail, and you all are going to hate me, but she was actually from Michigan. Don't hold it against her. She's a very sweet woman who told me that she was giving up some of the essentials because she was raising her grandkids. And I know a lot of you probably are involved in your grandkids' lives in a big way. She was one of these grandparents whose daughter had lost her life to a fentanyl overdose. That fentanyl overdose brought in, of course, by the fentanyl poison brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. And she was talking about the ways in which, you know, normally we'd like to have ground beef, but we're gonna cut back on ground beef and just, you know, not go without this week. Or, you know, normally I like to make them eggs in the morning, but we're just going to do toast in the morning because the eggs are a little expensive. And she walked me through all the ways in which, because she was taking care of kids she hadn't anticipated, and because grocery prices were going up so much under the Biden administration, that she was struggling financially in a way that she never had in her entire life. And I thought about the common thread that tied together this woman's suffering to the political leadership in Washington, D.C. First of all, why was her daughter gone in the first place? Because our leadership decided that we were going to let illegal Mexican drug cartels bring this poison into our country in the first place. That was the first way our leadership failed her. The second way our leadership failed her is with economic policies that made it so unaffordable that she gave up eggs and decided that she was just going to have her grandkids eat toast. The third way that this country had failed her is because the education system, where she just wanted to send her grandkids to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, she was terrified that they were falling behind, that they were learning, if anything, propaganda from political activists instead of the basics that would help them get ahead in life and eventually have a good career to be able to provide for themselves. At every step of the way, the previous administration had failed this woman, and I could see it in her eyes. The American dream, this very idea that the next generation is going to be better than the generation that came before it, she was losing faith in that American dream. Now, I haven't talked to that woman since we were elected. I haven't talked to that woman since the campaign stop where I met her probably 7 or 8 months ago. But when I see that energy prices are lower, when I see that illegal immigration is down, when I see that fentanyl overdoses are down, when I see the president under his leadership, we're arresting Mexican drug cartel members at record numbers, what I see is an Ohio Republican Party and a national Republican Party that is fighting successfully for the American dream. So what I'd ask all of you, when you're going out there and you're knocking on doors, when you're going out there and you're making phone calls, when you're contributing hard-earned money to political candidates, when you yourself are running, because I know it's not always easy to be a political candidate. Trust me. In Washington, D.C., they have this thing where I think it means we're number one in Washington, D.C., but all the pink-haired people throw up this sign, and I think, that means we're number one, right? That I choose to take that as that symbol in Washington. But all kidding aside, sometimes this job of politics is inspiring, and sometimes it's hard work. And you take the good work, the inspiring work with the hard work, but I want you to remember that what we're trying to do is create the kind of country where that woman's grandchildren can grow up and go to a safe school where they get a good education. We're trying to create the kind of economy where those grandkids, if they work hard and play by the rules, can provide for their family with a dignified, high-paying job. We're trying to create the kind of country where that woman knows that her leadership cares more about her and her family than they do about Mexican drug cartels. We are trying to create the kind of country where the American dream is alive and well. We're off to a good start. Thank you for all you've done to help us. God bless you guys.
All right. Vice President J.D. Vance there, speaking in Lima, Ohio, back in his home state, speaking to the Ohio Republican Party, touting the perceived successes of the Trump-Vance administration. Of course, Vance saying he was back where it all began with a shout out to so many in the crowd who are and were responsible for his meteoric political rise there. So you might have noticed, if you were watching, that the screen was a little blurry momentarily. We have that availability to us here at Live Now. If there are any kind of objectionable signs, symbols, or gestures on the screen, and Vice President Vance did give the middle finger as he was recounting a story in Washington. That's why we did that. So we wanted to explain to you why we did that there. So if you've been following the news today, We heard President Trump on the South Lawn this morning, walking to Marine One. He dropped an F-bomb with his frustrations on the Israel-Iran ceasefire that he brokered and negotiated. That was a moment today, and I would argue that that was a moment just there moments ago in Ohio. With the vice president. So, wanted to explain ourselves there. In the meantime, like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We got a lot in store in the next couple of hours. We do have to take a quick commercial break. I want to thank my colleague Christina Evans, who was guiding you through the last couple of hours. I'm going to be doing the same. And like I said, let's take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there at the U.S. Capitol. A lot of headlines emanating out of Capitol Hill today. We're going to get to all of them, including and especially the progress in the Senate on the pending big, beautiful bill. President Trump posted about it on Truth Social today on his way to the NATO summit. He says this: now that we have made peace abroad, we must finish the job here at home by passing the great big beautiful bill and getting the bill to my desk ASAP. It will be a historic present for the great people of the United States of America as we begin the celebration of our country's 250th birthday. We're finally entering our golden age, which will bring unprecedented safety, security, and prosperity for all of our citizens. To my friends in the Senate, lock yourself in a room if you must. Don't go home. And get the deal done this week. Work with the House so they can pick it up and pass it immediately. No one goes on vacation until it's done. Everyone, most importantly, the American people, will be much better off thanks to our work together. Make America great again. But our friend and colleague, Fox's Connor Hansen, highlights and outlines some of the snags still out there with the big, beautiful bill. Let's listen.
After securing a ceasefire in the Middle East, President Trump's focus is shifting back to his domestic agenda. He wants Senate Republicans to work out their disagreements on his big, beautiful bill by the end of this week. The president wrote, quote, "Lock yourself in a room if you must. Don't go home."
Failure here is not an option, and this is the fulfillment and implementation, this bill, of the president's agenda.
A lot hinges on how fast the Senate can finish its work and how many changes it hands back to the House. House Republicans have been told not to go on vacation for the 4th of July weekend until they are done.
If the Senate does its work on the timeline that we expect, we will do our work as well.
The original version barely passed in the House. GOP senators are still working out complicated issues like the state and local tax cap, a red line for House Republicans in states like New York and California. Soon, senators will begin what's called a vote-a-rama, a marathon session of roll call votes on amendments. Democrats plan to use that time to put their objections on the record.
Will force Republicans to explain in multiple ways again and again and again why they want to cut taxes for the rich at the expense of working people.
Today, classified briefings on the U.S. strikes in Iran were postponed, which could delay the Senate's vote on the big, beautiful bill. They hope to begin votes on the key legislation Friday. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. In the meantime, let's talk about all of that with our friend at Fox News Radio who covers Capitol Hill each and every day. That's, of course, reporter Ryan Schmeltz. He joins me. Ryan, good to see you. Thanks for waiting around as we listen to Vice President Vance. Let's get right to it, though. The July 4th deadline for the passage of the big, beautiful bill is fast approaching. Will senators get to go home for the 4th of July holiday? That seems to be the question right now. How close are they, Ryan?
Well, I think it's still to be determined, Andrew, but based off what Leader Thune was saying today, Secretary Bessent, who was on the Hill trying to wrangle Republicans, they believe that there is going to be a vote and this thing is going to pass before the end of the week. Now, whether or not they have the votes to get that done, that still remains to be a mystery. And Leader Thune even acknowledged today that there could be a number of Republicans who still are going to vote no on this. So I think they're trying to work this out still and make sure they have enough to get across the finish line. Now, the problem is, even if they do get across the finish line, Andrew, are House Republicans going to be on board with whatever they send over? That's kind of the big question, too.
So, Ryan, is there a scenario that you can envision that there will be a vote taken on the Senate floor about it either way, and that vote could fail?
I think it's very possible. You definitely can't rule it out. It depends on, I think, what ends up being in the bill in the end and how quickly they move with this and whether or not they're going to go to the floor without 100% certainty that they're going to have all the votes they need. Because right now what's going on is that you have what's called the bird rule and the bird bath, where you have the Senate parliamentarian deciding what can and can't be in the bill based off the rules of reconciliation. The rules state that you have to have items in here that deal with budgetary issues, revenue issues, so pretty much anything that deals with tax policy, deals with revenues. So there were a number of provisions that just simply weren't able to make it through. There was a bill in there that was going to rein in the power of federal judges to issue nationwide injunctions. That was stripped out. You had an effort to kind of defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That was stripped out. So depending on what does and doesn't make it in, number one, that could affect the overall deficit number and how much money this is going to raise / how much this is going to cost. And then there's some other issues in there too that could, determine whether or not a certain member falls on yes or no.
So to your point, it seems like some of the senators who are on the fence or a flat no right now, they're no or on the fence for different reasons for what's in the bill. Do I have that right?
That's exactly right. You have some senators like Ron Johnson of Wisconsin who is concerned about the overall deficit number and believes that this simply does not cut enough spending for him to get to yes. You have somebody like Rand Paul, who's the exact same way. Then you have others like Susan Collins of Maine. You have Josh Hawley of Missouri, who have an issue with this provider tax in here that was lowered compared to the House version. And in that version, you take the number down from like 5% down to about 3%. And they're very concerned about what this could do for rural hospitals. Hawley has cautioned that this could lead to rural hospitals closing. So Leader Thune has been asked a lot of questions about this. He says that they're working on different provisions and different funding mechanisms so that they can make sure that rural hospitals are propped up and that if any of them are facing closure, they can avoid that from happening.
All right, let's move on to some other topics here. Today, there was supposed to be an all-hands meeting in both the House and Senate, classified, on the strikes over the weekend that U.S. assets made against the Iranian nuclear sites there on Saturday night. Why was that postponed? And I want to kind of highlight some of this here. Take a look at this post, putting this up. Aisha Hasni, our colleague, saying, Speaker Johnson says classified briefing is delayed because, quote, there's a lot going on right now. And I'm sure the Situation Room in the White House is a flurry of activity. Says the tentative plan is to have Rubio and Hegseth at the rescheduled meeting. So when is this going to take place? Do we know?
We are expecting the House or the Senate classified briefing to happen Thursday, and I believe the House one has been rescheduled for Friday. And like Aisha just reported right there, and what some other sources have been telling us is that Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth were not going to be able to make this one. So therefore, they are going to likely be able to make the ones on Thursday and Friday. And what also, that was an excuse, and that excuse just did not go over well with Democrats whatsoever. They have been livid with the fact that these classified briefings were postponed. Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer have consistently expressed their frustration, saying that they were given very little notice about the attacks on Iran at those nuclear sites. So they have just consistently bashed the Trump administration. And today it just got even worse, where Leader Schumer called it an outrage that they decided to postpone this briefing.
So what do Democrats want to know from the White House about how this all went down, and the Pentagon, for that matter? What questions do they have? Obviously, if you're a member of Congress, you're entitled to a briefing by the White House or the relevant national security entities here, and they're going to get it, but they're getting it retroactively.
I think some of the things they're trying to find out why ultimately the Trump administration made this decision, what the ultimate effects were from the outcome of these attacks so far. There's a lot of mixed messaging and a lot of mixed reports about the effectiveness of the strikes. And I think overall, you have Democrats who are going to probably want to know, what was the process for notifying members of Congress, because Jeffries and Schumer claimed that they were kind of left in the dark about this. Jeffries says that we were led to believe that Jeffries was notified about this, but did not return the White House's phone call. That's according to the White House. And then you have Schumer, who says that he received a call within an hour of the strikes going down, and he wasn't even told which country was going to be involved with this. So Schumer really feels like he was left in the dark with this, and that Congress was not given the proper notification leading up to these strikes.
So lastly, though, on the kind of Iranian question here, and specifically when it comes to House Democrats, the Democrat from Texas, Congressman Al Green here, filed yet another impeachment resolution against President Trump. I believe this is now the second one he has attempted to file against President Trump. This one, though, today was specifically over the U.S. strikes in Iran on the weekend, saying, and Green was kind of echoing some of AOC's remarks, that they believe it was unconstitutional. Did this gain any purchase today? There was a vote. Was it about the resolution itself or no?
I mean, this resolution was killed before it even began. This is the second article of impeachment that was put on the floor in some form or fashion this Congress. It was the second one to die before it could even really gain any traction. And this is also the second time that an impeachment article was killed by House Democratic leadership, even though it was filed by a Democrat. You saw this happen earlier, and you saw it happen again. And essentially what House Democratic leadership was saying about why they decided to vote for this motion to table this and thus kill it is they believe that this is a distraction from what they say stopping the big, ugly bill. They think that that needs to be their full focus right now, and they should be focused on nothing else. So anything like articles of impeachment or something similar to that, they just see it as a waste of time and not an effective use of their time. So this was kind of brought up. It kind of just went away almost immediately. Yeah. And honestly, really wasn't even getting that much attention from the media on Capitol Hill. The media has been focused on Iran, and they've been focused on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This just kind of came and went. So it was really not taken seriously at all.
And you see the vote there, Chad Program, 344-79. And just to reiterate the point, House Democrats killed this.
Yes, the House Democratic leadership essentially voted with all the Republicans in killing this resolution. You had more Democrats, it looked like, who voted with the Republicans than voted against it. So this pretty much was just something that was not taken seriously by the majority of House Democrats from the start.
All right, Ryan Schmelz, we're going to have to leave it at that. Thanks for hanging out with us and going long. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, in the meantime here, speaking of the big, beautiful bill, you heard there Ryan Schmelz note that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Capitol Hill today talking about some of its impacts and likelihood of passage. Let's listen. It's not every day you have the Treasury Secretary on Capitol Hill. Here he was earlier.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
What's the biggest holdup with SALT? The fact that there seems to be an inconsistency on the Republican position in the House and then the Senate?
I think that both sides are working through, and we'll have a solution to that next 24, 48 hours.
Secretary Bessent, do you have any updated information on the X date for raising the debt? Does that change at all?
The only thing that would change it would be the courts interfering in the president's right to set the trade agenda, because we would have to refund this very substantial tariff income that if IEPA, the use of IEPA were overruled. And I would just had a very successful lunch meeting with the senators. I think that we are on track for hopefully for a vote this Friday for July 4th for the tax bill. President is doing peace deals, tax deals, trade deals, so he's done a peace deal. I think we'd have the tax deal done by July 4th, and then we can finish with the trade deals.
How are you convincing conservative members that this is not going to have a negative impact on the deficit?
I think it's through growth, and we are constraining spending and bringing that down. So the trajectory of the deficit to GDP will change.
Mr. Secretary, this is not passed now. When is the soonest that the debt that we can see a default on the national debt?
Well, we are never going to default on the national debt.
Well, what would be the time?
Well, we don't get about a date, but I can tell you we're getting close to the warning track.
Is the administration satisfied with the way the Senate is treating the provider tax, which has become a big problem, I think, for some of the Republican senators? Do you think that needs further changes, or do you support the way that is?
Look, we've got a lot of expertise in there, especially with Senator Rick Scott, so I think it's being done in a very thoughtful way.
Secretary, the administration accept the scaled-down versions of no tax on tips and overtime and that are in the Senate bill?
Well, I don't know why you'd call them scaled down.
They're small. Scores of them are significantly smaller than the House bill. There's $25,000 caps, but they're small.
So I think that we'll see what happens between the Senate and the House. I am confident that what the Senate passes over to the House will move through the House pretty quickly.
Do you expect to have to call some of these members, especially if there's a difference between the Senate bill and the House bill, to try to lean on them to say, okay, this is what you guys have to accept?
I think we've had lots of pre-game meetings, so I think we're in a good spot.
Mr. Secretary, you say this is going to lead to economic growth, but even the CBO, as it accounts for economic growth, says it would add trillions to the deficit over the next decade.
Well, the CBO doesn't account for economic growth. They had a 1.8% static score, or they have a spike and then down, which we Treasury disagree with, CEA disagrees with, and I believe most Wall Street banks disagree with.
There were some recent reports that said that Social Security is facing a significant issue when it comes to solvency over the next less than a decade. Does this administration feel that Social Security insolvency needs to be addressed at some point?
What we feel is we have to get the short term taken care of, and then we'll take care of the long term. You can't deal with the short term mess we were left. And before we get to the long term. And I will point out that it was a Biden administration rule that brought the Social Security problems forward a year.
Hey guys, there's time for one last question. Will you be up here Friday night, Saturday night, maybe talking individually to some of these members as some of these amendments come together to try to get them on board if they have reservations?
Look, we're at Treasury, the administration, we're here for the members. President Trump's leadership on this has been fantastic. Chairman Smith in the House started working on this bill a year ago. Senator Thune has been very ambitious, so my sense is it won't come to that.
How involved will the president be in the final hours here?
President's been involved all the way, so thank you all.
Okay, so brief remarks there and a Q&A with reporters there for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on the progress of the big, beautiful bill in the Senate. Remember that July 4th deadline that the president wants it passed by is fast approaching. So, live picture there outside Capitol Hill. We want to take a quick commercial break. We got a lot in store for the remainder of the night. As you know, we have been covering for the last week now and previous doing for you as voters in New York City went to the polls today to decide their primary who they want to be their next mayor. And so we have a live picture there over Lady Liberty, a gorgeous live vantage point in New York Harbor. And it is hot in New York. Is that impacting voting? Maybe it's too early to tell here, but there's definitely a concern with some of the campaigns and some of the candidates. We also have some election night watch party vantage points that just popped up. We're talking all of it when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's talk about the New York City mayoral primary unfolding in the Big Apple today. Live picture there in the Big Apple, looking at Lady Liberty there. What a cool shot. Well, these are the two front runners that we've been talking about for the last week. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, and of course, newcomer to all of this, Zoran Mamdani, and so we want to bring into the conversation our friend at Politico who covers all things politics, Ben Jacobs. He joins me with a primer of what is in store tonight. Ben, good to see you. So polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, so there's some time still, but it's hot in New York, is it not? I just want to put up some of the temperatures. I mean, take a look at this. It's almost 100 degrees in New York City. Is heat a factor? I know you're not a weather guy, but it could be, right?
Heat is a huge factor. And remember, you're just looking at the temperature. This is not getting into the humidity, plus the fact that New York is all concrete, that there's not trees, there's not shade, particularly in a lot of neighborhoods in New York, that it is hot as can be. And this is, of course, the temperatures we're seeing right now at almost 8 o'clock local time. It has been record-setting hot in New York. And it's a question whether people want to leave the house or just about do anything in the house, outside on a day like this. And this is going to be a big factor, particularly for Andrew Cuomo, that Zoran Mamdani's really banked a big early vote lead. Cuomo was counting on election day voting, that his base is older, voters of color and getting them to come out, because they're going to be more likely to live in neighborhoods where there's less greenery, it's hotter, and getting folks to come out and go to the polling station, get water, at a temperature where people, it's the old sign is only mad dogs and Englishmen in the midday sun. Andrew Cuomo's got to hope that New Yorkers, particularly in the Bronx and Queens, join that list too.
Yeah, I was going to ask kind of about turnout. I guess we'll just have to wait and see when all is said and done here. Will we know a result tonight, do you think? Because Democrats have adopted this time around ranked choice voting. What is that? What's the mechanics like for that?
Well, the easy answer is not only will we not know a result tonight, we won't know a result for at least a week afterwards. That ranked choice voting is you list your preferences, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the candidates. And if your number one preference is eliminated, you go down to number 2, and it gets sort of sorted by there with the idea that it comes up with a majority, so that this has about 10 candidates. So so once on election night, whoever votes for the number 10 candidate, their first choice, that gets eliminated and gets distributed to the second choice and goes on up, eliminated the 9th place, the 8th place, the 7th place, until eventually someone gets 50% plus 1, which will happen by the time you get to 2 candidates. It's just a question of the process of getting there.
Some of the candidates did cast their votes today, including former Governor Cuomo. And this is what he told reporters who caught up with him after he voted. Let's listen.
It all comes down to today, and people have to vote. Voting is your voice. And if you want the city to change, the way you change the city is by voting. Is it a little warm today? It's a little warm. Is it oppressively hot like they said? I don't believe so. I brought my precautionary voting equipment with me today. It's a little warm, but today is the day, and you have to vote. If you don't vote, other people do, and then you lose your right to complain.
Okay, just typical Cuomo there, as usual. What is the closing message from some of these candidates? Cuomo first.
I mean, Cuomo's trying to go up by hitting Zohran Mamdani and really clearing this as a 2-person race. That there's been a lot of attention on Mamdani, especially in past week, for his sort of refusal to sort of condemn the phrase globalize the intifada. He said it's not language he would use, but not really go any further than that, and really trying to play up the contrast there. Mamdani's sort of gone after Cuomo, that there's a broad-ranging effort among a lot of New Yorkers on the left against Cuomo, for whom there's a lot of concerns over the allegation of sexual harassment, his issue with COVID in nursing homes where a lot of people died. And, really with both that message as well as Mamdani hitting his sort of key message, which he's talked about again and again, about making New York a more affordable city, and emphasizing what he will do in terms of free buses, in terms of city grocery stores, that he thinks will bring prices down, make life more affordable for New Yorkers.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting because I've been tracking a lot of the endorsements. Who's backing who in these campaigns, especially when it comes to former mayors of New York City. We brought our viewers the news. Michael Bloomberg put his backing behind Cuomo. And here, Bill de Blasio posted this today, former New York City mayor. Changes in the air in New York City today, and also it's hot as hell out. He says, hashtag don't rank Cuomo. So you're really seeing kind of a lot of lines being drawn inside the Democratic Party, and this is kind of the microcosm for that, this race for mayor in New York City. Would you agree?
I think it captures some of that. I think they're very sort of particular local factors that New York City is obviously very different from almost anywhere else in the country. And dealing with the fact that you have this dynamic where the ranked choice system was designed to try to create the candidate who was most acceptable to all. And instead, you're going to have probably the two most polarizing candidates running, and sort of this very sort of polarizing issue between candidates who large portions of the electorate find born for entirely different reasons. And you can see that with de Blasio's message there, don't rank Cuomo, that serves as a de facto endorsement of Mondani, but it's not an endorsement of it. And, you know, both Bloomberg and de Blasio had mixed relationships, and that these are people now that for all this complicated ranked choice system and trying to find the most acceptable choice to everyone, it's ironic after all that, a lot of New York voters are right now choosing between who they feel is the lesser of two evils.
Oh, wow. Ben, just lastly here, any surprises tonight? What are you going to be watching for? I mean, we've kind of talked nuts and bolts here, but you've covered a lot of campaigns. What are you watching?
Look, I'm watching what the advantage is in the early vote for Mondani, that obviously the bigger margin he has there, the more advantages he has, and really looking at how turnout actually looks across these neighborhoods, because a lot of these areas are going to go really heavily for one candidate or not. That you can think of sort of neighborhoods like Williamsburg and Astoria, which are younger, more college educated, will go very heavily for Mondani. You'll have the Orthodox Jewish neighborhoods in central Brooklyn that'll go heavily for Cuomo. And then when you get the type of turnout amongst Black neighborhoods in the Bronx and Southeast Queens, there'll be enough to carry Cuomo to victory.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're focusing mostly on the two front runners here, and you see them there. We also have a live picture there. This is at Adrienne Adams' election night watch party. Haven't seen her just yet, but she's yet another name in the multi-name field that is the Democratic primary tonight in New York City. I'll be watching for any reaction from the incumbent mayor, Eric Adams, who's running as an independent. He's not on the ballot in the primary tonight, from what I understand. What's he going to say to all this?
He's running in the general election. It's worth noting that all these candidates are likely have the option to run the general. There's a ballot line for Cuomo if he doesn't win the Democratic nomination. There's a ballot line for Mondani if he doesn't win the Democratic nomination. And there's Eric Adams, too, that this is really the first round more than anything. Adams voted today in the primary, and he took advantage of the ranked choice system by writing in one Eric Adams, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Adams is, been clearly, hoping to have a shot at Mondani, who obviously appeals. There's a much more divergence there than with Cuomo, where there would be a lot more overlap with sort of Adams's traditional Democratic base. But it'll be a wild one to see how this plays out, because Adams is running. Both these men, if they want to run, will be able to run. You'll have a Republican, Curtis Lewa, of another independent candidate, and that this is really more an appetizer to even more weirdness in November. And it's worth keeping in mind they don't do the ranked choice in November. So this is an entirely different system in a few months from now with a lot of the same people, only a lot of the same cast. So this is, this feels as much as the in-season NBA tournament ahead of the NBA Finals.
We're talking about endorsements just lastly. I just thought of this. We were just talking about Capitol Hill in our last segment, and I was struck by the fact Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate, Jeffries, the minority leader in the House, they're both from New York, they're not saying anything about who they are endorsing. Schumer said today, I'm keeping my ballot to myself when asked. A lot of reporters like yourself are asking. We're not getting anything.
No, they're not. And it's worth the contrast that even 4 years ago, Jeffries endorsed in the primary. He endorsed Maya Wiley, who ended up finishing third. That in such a race where this is, voters are picking between the lesser of two evils, there's no incentive for anyone to come to endorse either way when you're in that position where it will only get you more scrutiny. That their answer will not move a lot of voters, but it will anger a lot of voters. So it makes sense for these guys to just keep their powder dry and not risk doing anything that probably won't move the needle, especially at this point.
All right, Ben Jacobs, as always, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, we do want to get in our final commercial break of this hour. Still so much more to get to when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Don't you worry, we are a little bit later on going to dive into the latest headlines emanating out of the Middle East after the ceasefire brokered by President Trump between Iran and Israel was on pretty shaky footing when it went into effect just last night, though it is holding ever so fragilely. So we'll be talking to some of our experts who study the Middle East each and every day about that and some of these reports that have come out by the Associated Press, first reported by CNN and later the New York Times, calling into question whether or not those bunker buster bombs that were dropped on those 3 nuclear sites on Saturday night had the effect that the president and the White House are saying, whether or not they did completely obliterate Iran's nuclear program. There's some intelligence assessments, according to these reports, out there that say otherwise. So stay tuned for that. The White House and the Pentagon also responding to that as well. Let's go back, though, to Capitol Hill. We did hear from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer after it was announced that these classified briefings for House members and senators on the strikes in Iran are going to be postponed to later in the week. Chuck Schumer was particularly incensed about this decision. He's been asking for answers about what went on. Here's what he had to say.
Both now and in the future, than anybody. There were good people from the State Department who knew all of the diplomatic stuff. We want to hear them. Yes.
Since the attack, and what is your understanding of the extent of the damage done to the nuclear capabilities of Iran?
Look, I don't want to get involved in classified information, but the Congress, in a classified hearing, is entitled to know how much of this nuclear material was destroyed, how much escaped, etc. And in terms of my briefing, well, you remember what happened Saturday night. About an hour before, or an hour and a half before the action, we didn't know the exact time the action occurred, but shortly before the action occurred, or during it, we're not sure which, they called me up and said, we're taking imminent action. We can't tell you what country. I said, can you give me some details? They said, no. That's the extent of the briefing I've gotten. I've asked for a briefing. I asked for a briefing yesterday. Didn't get it.
Does that make you feel that a war powers resolution is necessary as soon as possible? And also, how would you respond to the Speaker's claim that the war powers resolution may be unconstitutional?
Well, I do believe the Speaker is very wrong. It is not unconstitutional. And second, it's all the more reason we need the War Powers Act, where they'd have a legal obligation to tell the Congress the details they're now avoiding to tell us. And again, they're ducking, they're bobbing, they're weaving. What have they got to hide? Why aren't they informing their legal obligation, fulfilling their legal obligation to come and tell the Congress what's going on? What have they had to hide?
Leader
Thank
Schumer,
you.
what explanation were you given for this delay? Did the administration...
They said, just to answer this final question, we were not given, I was given no explanation for this delay. I don't know what Senator Thune was, but they said, well, Hegseth and Rubio will be here Thursday. They want to, we're happy to hear them on Thursday, in addition to this briefing, which we think will be far more valuable than hearing from Hegseth and Rubio, who are secretaries and top people and very good at political talking points. We need facts. We need real information.
Did they offer to reschedule?
Okay, so a pretty angry Schumer there, explaining why he wants answers, why he wants the facts of the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear targets from Saturday night, saying that what he has gotten so far has been unsatisfactory, and so they have been postponed. They have been rescheduled, though, later in the week. The Senate on Thursday. The House on Friday. Of course, some of these cabinet secretaries are traveling with President Trump there in the Netherlands for the NATO summit. And so Speaker of the House Mike Johnson kind of explained these postponements, saying there's simply just too much going on right now. But that didn't seem to alleviate some of Senator Schumer's concerns. The same tune, though, was being sung on the House side amongst House Democrats. Here's what they had to say about the intelligence briefing postponements.
Good afternoon. Members, today we're supposed to receive a classified briefing from the Trump administration but clearly the chaos and the confusion coming out of the White House made that impossible. It is completely unacceptable that Congress has not been briefed on this in a timely fashion. We need evidence, we need details, and we need to know them now. There are a number of outstanding questions, including whether this attack achieved the administration's stated goals. Launching an attack without congressional authorization is wrong. Launching a potentially unsuccessful attack without congressional authorization would be an administration-defining failure. And this is a defining week for the Trump presidency. He has asked Republicans to put the unpopular one big ugly bill on his desk by July 4th so that he can celebrate Independence Day by throwing 16 million people off of their health insurance to pay for billionaire tax breaks that explode the deficit by over $3 trillion. And now he's putting American troops in harm's way in the Middle East after promising that he'd restore peace. The American people want a steady hand at the wheel and to fight back. I'm proud to launch the House Democratic Caucus National Security Task Force, co-chaired by Representatives Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, and Derek Tran. And we want to thank co-chair Mikey Sherrill, who can't be with us here today. The members leading this task force will draw on their patriotism, expertise, and commitment to service by providing the leadership that Donald Trump and the rubber stamp Republicans lack the courage and moral clarity to deliver. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. I'm pleased we're joined today by veterans Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, and Derek Tran. Like Chairman Aguilar said, it is completely unacceptable that the administration is unwilling to brief the House of Representatives on the strikes in Iran. It has been a long-standing bipartisan goal of both Democratic and Republican administrations to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is a theocratic, autocratic regime. If they had nuclear weapons, they could launch them at U.S. bases, U.S. military interests, and at Israel. And we have to make sure this regime never acquires a nuclear weapon. At the same time, I believe the Constitution means what it says. Only Congress has the power to declare war. I publicly stated at the time that Obama needed congressional authorization to strike Syria. I believe Trump needs congressional authorization to strike Iran. My view of the Constitution does not change based on what party the president happens to belong to. Now, there's some other news that happened today, including that consumer sentiment declined again. And what we know is that the economic policies of Donald Trump and the Republicans are harming Americans, and the American people know it. Inflation has increased, grocery prices have increased, people are having difficulty making ends meet, and now we have this huge, big, ugly bill that's going to cut health care for millions and millions of Americans in service of tax breaks for billionaires. We asked the Republican Senate and House Republicans to vote no. And with that, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Representative Jason Crow, who served our country in combat prior to joining Congress.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar, Vice Chairman Lieu, and my fellow co-chairs of the House Democratic National Security Task Force Derek Tran and Maggie Goodlander. I'm Jason Crow from Colorado. And even though I'm a member of Congress now, I view this issue like many national security issues more through my eyes as a former Army Ranger and paratrooper and combat veteran than just as a member of Congress. I deployed 3 times to Iraq and Afghanistan in my early and mid-20s. And I know the true costs of war. I know what happens when unaccountable elites in comfortable air-conditioned offices in Washington pound their chests, saber rattle, and then send somebody else to go off and do the tough work. Because it's people that I grew up with, working class kids from around the country and from the middle of the country, from small towns, that people in Washington don't pay attention to, that have to go out and carry out that tough talk. So I take it pretty personally when an elite like Donald Trump makes a cavalier decision without thought, without engagement with Congress, to potentially pull us in to another long-term, endless conflict in the Middle East. Because don't get us wrong, there is no appetite in America for the United States to be pulled in to another decades-long conflict in the Middle East. So there's a lot of talk about Congress and why Congress should be involved. A lot of discussion about the Constitution, a lot of discussion about war powers, and I just want to talk about why that should matter to Americans. You know, of course the Constitution matters, and of course obeying the rule of law matters. But let's drill down into that for just one moment. We spent 20 years in $3 trillion and over 6,000 American troop lives fighting wars in Afghanistan and Iraq that should have ended much, much sooner and been far less costly than they were. How did that happen? Well, it happened in large part because there was just one vote. The entirety of those wars, one vote in one formal debate in Congress. And then, out of sight, out of mind. Congress is an essential part of this. That is what the framers of the Constitution envisioned. That the people closest to the American people, they have to go home every weekend and stand in high school auditoriums, in gyms, in Rotary clubs, and Friday night fish fries across America, and be held accountable and say why we should spend taxpayer dollars and send our men and women to someplace around the world into conflict, why we should do that, and to be accountable for it in real time. That's why the involvement of Congress matters.
Democrat from Colorado, the Representative Jason Crow, alongside some of his Democratic colleagues, talking in opposition to what President Trump authorized on Saturday night with these strikes on Iranian nuclear targets, 3 of those sites up and down the country of Iran there. So you hear some of these House Democrats saying that the president should have gotten authorization from Congress. In the meantime, though, we do have to take a quick commercial break. Still have so much more to get to. We have some live images as well going on right now. And when we come back, we'll be talking about some of the latest illegal immigration headlines. Stay tuned for that in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Take a look at this. Some breaking news out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Looks like a brush fire is ongoing there. According to our colleagues at Fox 5 KVVU, they say smoke from a brush fire is centered there at Wetlands Park in Vegas. The fire, which was seen shooting plumes of smoke into the air, originated in the Wetlands Park area. If you're familiar with this area, it's located northeast of Old Silver Bowl Park off Wisner Way. So you can see there the flames quite strong. And as you know, it's hot in the desert. It's June. The fire appeared to be near the location of a brush fire that charred 3 to 5 acres on June 9th. And the cause of that fire is still under investigation. Earlier in the year, another fire burned 34 acres in the same area. That fire, officials said, was human-caused. So first responders did not immediately disclose a suspected cause of this fire, but they did ask people to stay clear of the area. So, wow. Burning quite strong there. Clark County, Nevada's account on X has it as follows: that the Clark County Fire Department is responding to a brush fire burning at Clark County Wetlands Park with the support of U.S. Bureau of Land Management Resources. They say the fire is located in a desert area northeast of Old Silver Bowl Park off Wisner Way. So back out live there to this brush fire. Not entirely sure how many acres it has burned, but crews are working to extinguish it as we speak. Okay, in the meantime, we're staying in the West. We're going to move from Nevada to Southern California. Right now, outside, I believe, the LAPD headquarters in Los Angeles is an anti-ICE demonstration happening now live. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Patrols that we do, we went out there to defend the community. And when we got there, we were surprised to find several LAPD officers on the scene protecting the Border Patrol operation. When we called them out and said, hey, isn't this a sanctuary city? They physically removed myself and a couple other members of the coalition. They physically removed us from the street to protect the Border Patrol kidnapping operation. When we denounced that, immediately within an hour, we sent a press release. And we wanted to demand that the mayor of Los Angeles and the chief of police explain to the people why the LAPD was directly participating with a Border Patrol operation. They had the audacity, the chief of police had the audacity to put a public statement saying that his officers were doing traffic control. The only problem with that answer was that my comrades and myself were on foot. We were on foot. We weren't driving. So how can they be doing traffic control on people on foot who were not in a car? So today we're out here again to denounce the collaboration between the LAPD and the Border Patrol and ICE and any of these mass terrorists who are kidnapping the people in our community. What we will say... They're Nazis. Yes. What we will say is this. While in the last 17 days, there has been an escalation in the repression, in the kidnappings of our people, there has also been an escalation to the repression, but also an escalation to the resistance. There's been more resistance. We have the Community Self-Defense Coalition has trained more than 2,000 people to do community patrols. We are patrolling in every single neighborhood in this city, protecting our people. Although there have been a lot of people who have been kidnapped, the situation would be much worse if it wasn't for the organized resistance of the people, if it wasn't for all the people who may not even be part of our work, but that they're still patrolling. In South Central, where I live, the local hoods, they're patrolling. The local people are patrolling. And the call is to the entire community is to patrol. Defend your barrio. Casa por casa, barrio por barrio, we can defend ourselves. And the last thing we'll say today is this. About an hour before this press conference was started, we received an interesting phone call from the Los Angeles Police Department, from their Hispanic relations, some crap. They wanted to speak to us. They said that we were doing good work. But they also said that we had some inaccurate information about them. No. Everything that we say is verified. We have history on our side. We know the history of that department against black people, against brown people, against all working class people. So we are not confused. We are not confused about the role that the police plays in the well-being of our community. So today, as we continue to organize, we say, la policía, la migra, la misma porquería. La policía, la migra, la misma porquería. Que viva la resistencia. Que vivan los patrullajes. Que viva la revolución. Thank you. With that, our message is clear. Today, if you have questions for the speakers, you can do that. That concludes the press conference. Thank you.
Members of the press, my statement should be interpreted as a statement of a concerned citizen that is here today to speak on behalf of the people who I'm not affiliated with. That's what I said. I'm speaking on my behalf as a citizen.
What's your name, ma'am? You can't just jump into somebody's press conference.
I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is
We don't know who you are, that's why.
They know me. Girls, do you know me?
He apologized to the police. I'm not just out there.
Yes, I sure did. Thank you, Adjutant. I sure did. And then I got on my knees and asked them not to shoot. Today, I'm here on behalf of the people who are targeted as silence to criminal lies. Because if they would allow me to speak, I would tell you. If they'll allow me to speak, I'll tell you.
Okay, so seemingly a lot going on there in Los Angeles. It seems like this individual there tried to also offer some type of statement. She was not affiliated with the group who organized the press conference. And so we're going to step out of this. So we're also monitoring, remember, this brush fire going on there in Las Vegas as well, seeing how crews can get it under control in a timely fashion. So wanted to get those headlines into you. That's what we do here, show you these live events when they pop up. There have been many today. But focusing more a little bit on some more of these illegal immigration headlines. Remember we did an entire segment about this very time last night, diving into this ruling by the Supreme Court. It was 6-3, allowing the Trump administration for now to continue deporting some of these undocumented migrants to third-party countries, meaning not the countries of their origin, not from where they hail from. Fox News' Alexandria Hoff has a little bit more on that Supreme Court ruling. Let's watch.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for deportations to third countries. Their decision grants President Trump's emergency request to send migrants to countries other than their nation's of origin with minimal notice. The Department of Homeland Security is celebrating the decision, saying in part the Supreme Court ruling is a victory for the safety and security of the American people. Fire up the deportation planes. The decision pauses a lower court ruling from a Boston judge back in May. He said the government's actions lacked due process and violated the Constitution, blocking a flight with 8 migrants convicted of serious crimes from Myanmar, Vietnam, and Cuba headed for South Sudan. The White House vowed to fight the decision.
President Trump promised to get vicious illegal alien murderers
rapists, and pedophiles like these out of our country. These judicial activists want to unilaterally stop President Trump from deporting foreign terrorists. And keeping the American people safe. We hope the Supreme Court will continue to rein this in as soon as possible to restore proper constitutional order in our country.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by two other liberal justices, issued a dissent saying the court was, quote, rewarding lawlessness and that the government's misconduct threatens the bedrock of the rule of law. The High Court gave no explanation for the ruling. The Justice Department says the government is now considering next steps. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thanks so much. In the meantime, we were hearing in a very lengthy statement from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. I want to put this up for you. This has to do with our coverage of the Iran-Israeli war, the 12-day war, as President Trump termed it. So Homeland Security saying this, that ICE arrested 11 Iranian nationals illegally in the U.S. over the weekend. So these arrests, they say, reflect Secretary Noem's commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities. So there they are. The New York Post has them. Now, in the upper left hand of your screen, I want to highlight that one right there. ICE says this, that on June the 22nd, ICE Atlanta arrested Ribvar Karimi in Locust, Alabama. Karimi reportedly served as an Iranian army sniper from 2018 to 2021, and at the time of his arrest, in his possession, he had an Islamic Republic of Iran Army ID card. He entered the U.S. on a K-1 visa, which is reserved for aliens engaged to be married to American citizens in October 2024 under the Biden administration. Karimi never adjusted his status, a legal requirement, they say, and is removable from the United States. He's currently in ICE custody, where he'll remain pending removal proceedings. So wanted to get that on your radar, and you see some of them there. It looks like 10 of these 11 Iranian nationals who were hearing ICE arrested over the weekend. I want to read a statement from Tricia McLaughlin. She's the DHS Assistant Secretary. She says this: under Secretary Noem, DHS has been full throttle on identifying and arresting known or suspected terrorists and violent extremists that illegally entered this country, came in through Biden's fraudulent parole programs or otherwise. McLaughlin says, we have been saying we are getting the worst of the worst out, and we are. She says, we don't wait until a military operation to execute. We proactively deliver on President Trump's mandate to secure the homeland there. So wanted to get that in. Speaking of the Iran-Israeli conflict, we also have another live vantage point, this one in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's take this. So this is an anti-war demonstration going on right now live in Atlanta. According to our colleagues at Fox 5, this is a coalition of Atlanta faith, community, and labor groups holding a vigil in opposition to the U.S. attacks on Iran. This is in Freedom Park. This is, according to Fox 5, a newly formed coalition calling for an end to war and militarism that endangers lives here in Iran, Palestine, and across the world. So some of these groups that are participating include American Friends Service Committee, the Atlanta Multi-Faith Coalition for Palestine, Beacon Hill Black Alliance for Human Rights, and Jewish Voice for Peace, Atlanta. So wanted to get some of these live vantage points into you as we are watching right now this anti-war demonstration. This is in Freedom Park in Atlanta. All right, in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. Still so much more to get to on this Tuesday when we come back. Welcome back here at 2 Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft as we approach the bottom of this hour. Let's keep it moving, though, with more of these top headlines and kind of a roundup of the live pictures we are seeing right now. We have this one there. Let's go to the Middle East, over Jerusalem. At the top of the next hour, we'll be bringing on some of our Middle East experts with the Foundation for Defensive Democracies, helping us make sense of the ceasefire that is holding on as we speak, but albeit on somewhat shaky grounds, but holding nonetheless. And then some of these reports on intelligence assessments that have been proffered that the strikes by the B-2 bombers, the bunker buster bombs that hit these nuclear sites in Iran, did not take out Iran's nuclear program entirely, like President Trump and others have said. So we'll be parsing some of those reports and looking into those intelligence assessments. Speaking of the Iran-Israeli war, the 12-day war, as President Trump calls it, we have this live vantage point there in Atlanta, Georgia. Some of these anti-war demonstrators are coming out on this Tuesday night in opposition to the U.S. strikes on those Iranian nuclear targets. And you can see there, I believe this is courtesy of our Fox 5 Atlanta team. And then, of course, going now to New York City, as polls will close in about 30 minutes' time there on this primary day in the Big Apple. We have a live vantage point at one of these election night watch parties. This one there in this restaurant, Adrienne Adams, who is in New York City government currently. She is on the ballot running in the Democratic primary. And you see her supporters there on hand watching all the results come in. So hopefully we're going to be checking in with our Fox 5 New York colleagues on some of these results, some of these candidates. They're stationed all around the city as so many New York voters are trying to brave the intense heat that has descended. The heat dome is hovering over the Big Apple. Okay, in the meantime, though, we have to get you up to speed on some more of these top headlines. A really cruel and sad twist to this story that we have been following ever since last month. You'll remember that explosion at a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California. Remember, we learned that the individual who carried out that explosion died in the explosion. Then mere weeks later, we learned an accomplice was charged for his connection with sending those explosive materials to the mail to this individual who he was communicating with online before the attack. Well, I want to put up this statement here. We're getting this in that Daniel Park, you remember him, his name. He's the alleged co-conspirator in the fertility clinic explosion. Well, he died in federal custody in Los Angeles. That was according to federal officials. Reading from the Associated Press just today, that Washington State man, he was charged, remember, with aiding the bomber of a fertility clinic in Southern California. He died today in federal custody just weeks after his arrest. His name, Daniel Park. He was 32 years old. He was accused of supplying chemicals to Guy Bartkus of California, the bomber, who died in the explosion. Remember, the explosion was May 17th. Now, Park was of suburban Seattle. He was found unresponsive at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles this morning. He was pronounced dead at a hospital, according to the Bureau of Prisons. No cause of death was provided. The two men connected in fringe online forums over their shared beliefs against human procreation. They were adherents to this movement known as the anti-natalists. The blast gutted the clinic in Palm Springs, you see it there, east of L.A., and shattered the windows of nearby buildings, with officials calling the attack terrorism. The facility was closed at the time of the explosion, and no embryos were damaged. Now remember, Park's role in all of this, he was alleged to have shipped 180 pounds of ammonium nitrate to Barkus in January. He bought another 90 pounds and had it shipped to him days before the explosion, according to investigators. Park purchased ammonium nitrate online in several transactions between October 2022 and May 2025, according to the federal complaint. Now, authorities said Park traveled to 29 Palms, California, near Palm Springs, to experiment with explosives in Barkus's garage months before the attack. 3 days before Park visited him in January, Barkus asked an AI chat application about explosives, detonation velocity, diesel and gas mixtures. The discussion centered on how to create the most powerful blast. Now remember though, all in this story, the Park equation of this story, he was taken into custody at New York's JFK airport June 3rd after he was extradited from Poland. He fled to Poland 4 days after the attack. He had been charged with providing and attempting to provide material support to terrorists. He had been at the Metropolitan Detention Center since June 13th, though found dead just this morning. No cause of death was given. If we do get any word or details in reports about a potential cause of death, we'll make sure to bring it to you. So in the meantime, we're going to step away from this as we continue to move on to more of these top stories. I want to mark this occasion, though. It's been 3 years to the day since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, the precedent that authorized a constitutional right for women to get an abortion in the United States for 49 years. And then the Supreme Court overturned that ruling, remember, in the Dobbs decision. Well, many Democrats coming out today on this very occasion, explaining where the fight goes from here for abortion rights. Let's listen.
Appreciate everyone being here. We have Senator Murray and Baldwin, Blunt-Rochester, and two people with heartbreaking stories of how the anti-abortion laws have just been terrible for them. And they represent hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, Alexis, of others who have been in also very difficult positions because of this awful, nasty law. So I thank Shanette Williams for coming and Ashley Ortiz for coming. And of course, we have Alexis McGill Johnson, our great leader of Planned Parenthood, and Kimberly McGuire, who's from URGE. So, and I also thank all the advocates who are here today. Thank you for being here and making sure this anniversary is remembered, okay? But particular thanks again go to Shanette and Ashley, because what you have gone through and your families have gone through is tragic. Here you are. Okay. Is just tragic. Some people who've experienced this type of heartbreak would curse the darkness. That's the normal reaction. When something terrible and unfair happens to you, you just get angry and turn inward. But both Jeanette and Ashley are lighting a candle in the sense that they are making sure that other people hear their stories so that it's maybe they will understand that we have to change these regressive laws and fight for Roe again. So I thank you for that, because you are lighting a candle, and the scriptures say that's a saint-like thing to do. Okay. Today marks a grim anniversary in America. 3 years since the MAGA justices on the Supreme Court eliminated the protections of Roe in the disastrous, horrible, nasty Dobbs decision. The Dobbs case will go down in history as one of the worst, most harmful, most regressive decisions in modern history. And it's unfortunately had a terrible and wide-ranging effect. 21 states have significantly restricted the right to choose. 14 states have practically total abortion bans. In states like Texas, maternal mortality is spiking. People are dying. People are dying. As a result of the Dobbs decision. Plain and simple. Can't say it. Can't gloss that over in any way. Since Dobbs, 1 in 5 people like Jeanette's daughter and Amber Thurman, have had to travel great distances across state lines and wait weeks or more just to get the care they need and deserve and used to have before the Dobbs decision. This is abominable. We know that this is what Republicans want, a total ban on abortion. These anti-choice fanatics will stop at nothing. They don't think their work is finished, even after such a horrible and wide-ranging decision as Dobbs. Reproductive freedom is under attack on all sides. Extremists are banning and restricting abortion, criminalizing providers, defunding care, and interfering with life-saving medicines. These attacks are also devastating our economy. With fewer reproductive health care protections, fewer women are participating in the workforce. State-level restrictions on abortion access, combined with the lack of federal protection, cost the economy more than $133 billion nationally. $133 billion. The 16 states with the most restrictive abortion policies were responsible for $64 billion in economic loss. So as bad as the Dobbs decision was, as catastrophic as the impacts have already been, Republicans want to double their efforts on their crusade against access to reproductive health care and the right to choose. Right now, as we speak, Republicans are trying to jam through one of the most extreme, radical provisions in their big, ugly betrayal. Two nasty provisions to defund Planned Parenthood and eliminate coverage for comprehensive reproductive care from the ACA marketplace. So they're not just going after Planned Parenthood anymore, which they've done for a while, but they're going way beyond that, going into the ACA and people who have coverage there. So let's call this what it is. It's a Republican backdoor abortion ban done in the reconciliation bill. Under the bill, under the Republicans' bill, if they have their way, nearly 200 Planned Parenthood health centers in 24 states would be at the risk of closing. More than 90% of these closures would be in states where abortion is currently legal. So it'll affect, you say, well, I'm in a state that has protected women's rights. You're not safe. In all, 1 in 4 abortion providers nationwide would be eliminated. So don't try to let the Republicans argue this is about states' rights. It's all about them taking power away from women to make choices about their bodies. Their callous has no end. While stripping insurance from millions, they're also doggedly fighting to take American rights away, cutting reproductive health care access to millions. I am here to say that Democrats are going to fight like hell to strip these cruel provisions from the Republican bill, including the bird bath, which will be occurring today or tomorrow. And we're putting up a great fight there. We've just won a couple of other issues in the bird bath, like our national lands and the REINS Act. We're going to fight this one hard. And today also, with Senator Baldwin as our lead, we will introduce the Women's Health Protection Act to ensure that healthcare providers have the statutory right to provide patients abortion services free from bans, free from restrictions. Republicans to their core know how deeply unpopular their actions on abortion are. They know how deeply unpopular abortion bans are. So they're trying to achieve an abortion ban by another name, in another way. We're not going to let them get away with that. Republicans are now trying to pull a fast one on the American people by putting backdoor abortion ban in their big, ugly betrayal. It's an assault on any person or family that thinks the government has no business calling the shots on their health care. It's an assault on women and families that are facing some of the most devastating and life-saving options of their lives. It's an assault on their rights, and it's assault on your rights as well. So let me be clear. Just as we fought back against attacks on abortion before, we will fight these nasty provisions with every fiber in our being. We feel this so passionately, so strongly, that we will not stop until we achieve our goal of giving women the right to choose. Dobbs have set us back. Senate Democrats will continue to stand together and fight back against Republicans in every single way. Senator Murray.
Mr. Leader, thank you so much for bringing us here today. To talk about an issue that impacts every single person in this country. So appreciate your leadership. To my colleagues and all their work and actions, thank you for being here, for what you're doing, for our great advocates every single day, but mostly to Amber and to Ashley for their willingness to share stories that are deeply personal, but are really important for all of us to hear. Thank you for your courage in being here today as well. Three years in, it's clear that the heartbreak and damage being caused by Republicans' war on abortion is only growing, but so is the public opposition. The outcry is getting louder and louder as more and more people see the full horror of abortion bans in ways they cannot ignore and will never forget. Meanwhile, Republicans aren't just sticking their heads in the sand. They are sticking to the same dangerous agenda that is already denying women health care that they need, pushing maternal and reproductive health care providers out of red states in droves, driving a dangerous spike in pregnancy complications and maternal deaths, and forcing women to stay pregnant regardless of their health or their own wishes. Republicans are doubling down with even more anti-abortion extremism. Trump is undermining emergency abortion care and the basic safety protections for abortion clinic staff and patients. Far-right groups are pushing junk science and trying to rip medication abortion off the shelves nationwide, and they are finding support among top health officials in this Trump administration. And Republicans are trying to block marketplace insurance from covering abortion care in their big, ugly bill, not to mention, as Senator Schumer said, trying to defund Planned Parenthood, one of the biggest healthcare providers in the entire country. And let's not forget, Republicans are sneaking fetal personhood language into everything from state laws to Trump's executive orders. We're talking about an ideology so extreme that it would strip pregnant women of their rights and impose a complete and total ban on abortion, IVF, and even some forms of birth control. And they think they can just slip it onto the books without anyone noticing? Not a chance. We are not going to stop calling out these attacks. We're not going to stop pushing to restore and expand abortion access for patients nationwide. We are not going to stop lifting up the voices of women across the country. And we are going to keep a bright and burning spotlight on the harm Republicans are causing with their anti-abortion extremism, which is exactly what I will be doing this afternoon at the Spotlight Forum, joined by many of my colleagues, and I hope to see many of you there. We are in this battle. We are not stopping. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say good morning. I want to say thank you to Senator Schumer, our leader, for bringing us together. I also want to really give credit to our champions, including Alexis and Kimberly, for your relentless advocacy, and of course our brave storytellers, Jeanette, to tell the story of her daughter, and Ashley. Since the day that Roe v. Wade was decided, Republicans have been committed to doing everything they could to overturn it and strip away a woman's right to choose. 3 years ago, we watched that work come to fruition. Many of us up here warned exactly what overturning Roe and 50 years of precedent would mean. Sadly, we were right about the consequences, and they have been nothing short of devastating. I want to tell you about my home state of Wisconsin. When the Dobbs decision came down, women in my state were sent back to live under a criminal abortion ban that was passed before the Civil War. It was passed in the year 1849, just 1 year after Wisconsin became a state. As a consequence of Dobbs, women who wanted to control their bodies had to drive hours out of state, arrange childcare, take time off work, pay for lodging just to access health care. Other pregnant women had enormously harmful outcomes. I remember meeting a woman whose water broke at 17 weeks. And she was sent home from the hospital and didn't receive the care she needed until she faced sepsis and a fever of 102 degrees. That should never be in America. Thankfully, after 15 months with no access, Wisconsin restored access to abortion in 3 counties. That still means that 69 of our counties, there is no access. Instead of listening to the vast majority of American women and Americans and working in good faith to restore Roe, Republicans are doing just the opposite. They're doubling down. Donald Trump is using every power he has to further limit a woman's right to choose, freezing Title X funding for clinics that offer reproductive care, cutting Biden-era emergency abortion protections, pardoning convicted anti-abortion extremists, all while our colleagues here in the Senate are fighting tooth and nail to defund Planned Parenthood, putting access to abortion care once again in jeopardy for millions of women. And let me be clear, when I say our colleagues fighting to defund Planned Parenthood, that is our Republican colleagues who I'm talking about. Put all of these pieces together that I've just listed, and you have a backdoor national abortion ban. Remember, the president, when he was running, said he would not move forward a national abortion ban. But when you put these pieces together, that's what you have. While Republicans inch towards a nationwide abortion ban, Democrats are united in fighting back. Today, alongside my Democratic colleagues, all of them, by the way, I reintroduced the Women's Health Protection Act to restore reproductive freedom for women nationwide. This bill would tell Republicans to butt out of women's health care, ensuring that states can't put up medically unnecessary barriers that infringe on a woman's right to choose. Right now, Women's fundamental rights depend upon where they live. And make no mistake, this lies at the feet of Donald Trump and congressional Republicans and no one else. To all the women in America, know that we are not giving up. We will fight day in and day out to restore your right to control your body without any politician, any judge, or government getting in the way. I thank you so much for your continued advocacy, and we'll turn it over to my colleague, Senator Blunt Rochester.
Okay, so we've been listening there to Senate Democrats mark this occasion. It's been 3 years to the day since the Dobbs decision came down from the Supreme Court, that 6-3 ruling overturning a 49-year constitutional precedent for a woman's right to choose, right to have an abortion nationwide. It's one of the key focal points and top stories of this decade, and we've covered it from the very beginning here on Live Now. So you heard there from Senate Democrats talking about how they will fight Republican efforts to curtail abortion access nationwide. In the meantime, though, we do have to take our final commercial break this hour. When we come back, we do have a lot of live vantage points in New York City. Take a look at two of them, the front runners there in the mayoral primary, Andrew Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani, their election night watch parties. We're also hearing from some of the other, shall we say, less profile candidates. We'll bring those to you when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, nearing the top of a new hour very soon. Let's focus, though, right now on New York City. Live picture there in New York Harbor at Lady Liberty. We have 2 vantage points. Polls will close in about 6 minutes on this primary night in the Big Apple. You see there the Andrew Cuomo election night watch party and the Zoran Mamdani election night watch party as well. Now, I'm being told Andrew Cuomo hosting his election night watch party at the Carpenters Union Hall in the West Village. Our friend and colleague, Fox 5 New York reporter, Linda Schmidt, she is there. We're going to try to speak with one of our other Fox 5 New York colleagues, Morgan Mackay. She's at the Mamdani watch party there on this election night, this primary night in New York City. We also have this live picture there at another watch party. This is for Adrienne Adams. She is currently the Speaker of the New York City Council. She's making a play, though, for mayoral politics in the primary. And if we see her speaking, I believe she has addressed the crowd already. But if we see her again, we'll make sure to bring it to you. It's not just the Democrats, though, remember. Republicans also having their primary, including the founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Slua, who has run for mayor before, but some supporters of his are there at his election night watch party. Let's listen.
It will never happen. The whole history of human civilization is a history of builders winning all the time. But what we need to do now, what we need to do this year, we need to elect Richie, we need to elect Curtis as mayor, we need to elect a Republican governor once again next year, and then we're all going to see a very simple process. Those destroyers will more and more will go on the back of our minds, on the back of our lives, on the back of our society, and builders will win again, because this country, this city, this state is the best in the world. I'm telling you. I know, because I wasn't born here. I choose this country to live in. This is the best country in the world. God bless America. God bless state of New York. God bless city of New York. God bless all of you. And Richie, I love you so much. Thank you.
It's so nice to have my family around me. It's just so nice. So you think I'm finished with this list of thank yous? There is no corner for you to hide in, Senator Golden. You could go to New Jersey and I would still track you down. It was so many years ago that I walked into the office of the great Senator Golden, and I said these words. Senator puts up his hand, said, "Call me Marty." I said, "Marty, I want to help you. I respect you. We're part of the NYPD family." Tells me, "Sit in the chair." Then he turns, "Who's this with you?" I said, "That's my wife. Get her something." We had a 20-minute conversation. At the end of that 20-minute conversation, Senator Golden turned to me and he said to me, "Now Richie, you're with me." And so began my journey in the Republican Party. So began my journey to do what is right. more importantly, he needs no introduction, but I want to give you just a few seconds. Never mind that he's a U.S. military veteran.
Yay! That deserves applause.
Let us not forget that he's my NYPD brother. But let us remember that for 21 years, 16 years in the New York State Senate, Senator Golden led this community with a sense of dignity and responsibility. So many, and humor. Thank you, Mama. So many people talk about quality of life. But let me tell you something. We had nothing but quality of life when Senator Golden was our senator. Senator, would you do me the honor of giving a few words? And I want you to know, when Alec wasn't calling me in December, Assemblymember Krasny, when Curtis wasn't harassing me with Chairman, what are we doing? I want to be on the corners with you. Senator Golden was telling me, Richie, this is yours. I want you to do this. Senator, I did it, and I'm waiting for the results.
The results are there. They're coming in the door, and you will be the next city councilman to represent this great community. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the great work that he's done in building this county. He had a lot of help, though. The Democrats. Thank you.
Amen.
The Democrats helped him build this county. What they've done to this city, this state, and this nation is abhorrent. Ladies and gentlemen, crime out of control, education, unbelievable. When I just got through telling you they don't even teach the Pledge of Allegiance on public schools. Think about what I just said. They never mind say it. They don't teach it. That is sad. That is not all of them. That's some of the schools still say it and teach it. They don't say it.
Okay, so it is primary night in New York City. You've been watching some of these Republicans on the ballot in the Big Apple, including New York City mayoral candidate, founder of the Guardian Angels. You probably recognize him in the red beret, Curtis Slua. He is on the ballot on the Republican side, but all eyes are fixed right now on the Democratic candidates there for mayor, including former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. This is his election night watch party. And also Zohran Mamdani, former state assembly member there. We have his election night watch party. Polls now closed there in New York. So throughout the course of the evening, we're going to be tracking results now that polls are closed. We're going to be bringing you those results in real time. You're going to be hearing from the candidates themselves in real time. So stay tuned for that. It should be picking up in the next hour. Also, hopefully going to be speaking with our Fox 5 New York colleagues as well. They're stationed throughout the city at some of these watch parties. Okay, in the meantime, as you know, we've been talking about it for the last week. A crucial issue in this mayoral primary is the issue of Israel, Gaza, Palestine. Anti-Semitism is featured throughout some of the statements from so many of the candidates, and it's front and center. It's one of the main issues in the race. Speaking of the conflict there, we have a live picture in Jerusalem. Take a look at that. Well, as you know, the ceasefire holds barely between Israel and Iran. We'll talk about the parameters of the ceasefire, what conditions were achieved to get this on the books by President Trump, if any. And then, of course, some of these reports coming out confirmed by the Associated Press, the New York Times, here at Fox, also first reported by CNN, about this low-confidence intelligence assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency that was saying the opposite, that those bunker buster bombs did not completely obliterate those 3 Iranian nuclear sites and thus subsequently destroying the nuclear program. We'll be teasing out some of those facets of this intelligence assessment and the reporting out there. But first, I want to rely on our colleague, Chief Foreign Correspondent for Fox, Trey Yingst. He has a look at how the ceasefire is doing. Let's watch.
The rubble of an apartment complex in southern Israel. The building took a direct hit from an Iranian missile early this morning, killing 4 people and wounding 26 others.
I feel okay, but this is the reality, and we will continue to live with it.
90 minutes before the ceasefire went into effect, Iran launched 6 waves of missiles. The IDF says the majority were intercepted. Later on, Iran fired another missile, according to the Israelis, who then responded with a single strike against an Iranian radar system outside the capital of Tehran. With the ceasefire underway, Israel has now lifted all restrictions on civilians, allowing them to return to work and school tomorrow.
This morning, it can be said that the IDF fully met all the objectives defined in Operation Rising Lion. The Chief of Staff instructed the IDF to maintain a high level of alertness and readiness for a powerful response to any violation of the ceasefire.
A regional diplomatic source tells Fox News that the deal was reached at the highest level, with direct coordination between President Trump and the Emir of Qatar. Iranian officials have echoed a similar level of readiness in case the current agreement collapses in the days ahead.
We warn America and the Zionist regime of the crushing blows of the brave Islamic fighters from the north to the south of the occupied territories, and of the strike on the American base in Al-Udeid, which should serve as a lesson. Otherwise, in the next phase, they will face an even more powerful response with broader targets already designated.
In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thanks so much. I want to bring into the conversation Executive Director of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, our colleague and friend there, Jonathan Schanzer. He joins me. Jonathan, thanks for being with us here. I know you've been tweeting about this after some of these reports surfaced, first by CNN and then confirmed by Reuters and the AP. Reuters has it as follows. They say this: a preliminary U.S. intelligence assessment has determined that U.S. strikes over the weekend on Iranian nuclear facilities have set back Tehran's program by only a matter of months. That's according to 3 sources to Reuters, that the initial report was prepared by the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Pentagon's main intelligence arm, and one of 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, according to 2 of the sources who requested anonymity here. This is being described as a low confidence intelligence assessment here. What's going on? President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and others say there's no way Iran can restart their nuclear program. The Defense Intelligence Agency disagreeing. Why?
All right, well, first, let's just note that when you start seeing leaked intelligence and interim assessments, it's politicized. Somebody has an agenda. And I don't know what that agenda is, but I don't think that we should be looking at this one assessment as the only assessment, right? There is this battle damage assessment that we've all been waiting for. There was the first one that came out, something like 12 hours after the initial attack. And we saw Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, alongside his generals, talking about what they thought was achieved in these strikes. There should be a couple revisions over time. And I think what we will see from the DIA will be integrated into whatever that final assessment ultimately ends up looking like. Now, as for the program itself, let's just review what's gone on here. I mean, the Israelis destroyed a massive amount of above ground infrastructure relating to the nuclear program. On top of that, we know that the Israelis assassinated no less than 14 nuclear scientists, as well as individuals that were involved in the administration of this Iranian nuclear program. Then you have the Trump administration ordering these B-2s to drop the MOPs, the massive ordnance penetrators, these bunker-busting weapons on 3 different sites. It's really hard for me to imagine that the Iranians are just going to bounce back from all of this. Okay. Now, we do know that there were trucks that lined up outside one of the facilities, and they may have carried off some of that 60% enriched uranium. That is a scenario that I think folks are still grappling with. I think that there probably are still some secret facilities that the Iranians never declared, but that should be a good indication of who we're dealing with here. This is a regime that we could never trust and probably necessitated at the end of the day the kind of attacks that the Trump administration carried out and that the Israelis carried out. But I think the last thing that I would just stress here is that the Iranian regime now knows what happens when it engages in this kind of illicit nuclear activity. It will invite the Iranians to get struck by the Israelis, by the United States. And I think what we've watched over the last 12 days is that the Israelis could do so with impunity. The United States could do so with impunity. And I got to think that that is a huge deterrent for the regime. Now, some may say that, well, this is the exact reason why Iran will make a dash for a nuclear weapon. I'll just say that is a terrible risk right now for the regime if they try to go down that path. Very closely right now for any false move that they can discern by the Islamic Republic.
Okay, let's just kind of flesh out some of the reporting because there's a lot here on this. You were citing that could be political in nature with someone that has an agenda. The White House and the Pentagon really strongly and vehemently opposing these reports. Aisha Hasni quote tweets Secretary Hegseth's statement at the Pentagon. He says this: based on everything we've seen, and I've seen it all, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. Our massive bombs hit exactly the right spot at each target and worked perfectly. The impact of those bombs is buried under a mountain of rubble in Iran. So anyone who says the bombs were not devastating is just trying to undermine the president and the successful mission. Caroline Levitt, though, at the White House saying this: fake news CNN strikes again. She says this alleged assessment, in quotes, is flat out wrong, and it was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous, low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets. Total obliteration. You know, Jonathan, I put the before and after satellite imagery at the Fordow nuclear site there. Let's put this back up. Jennifer Griffin has a little bit more reporting. She, in her reporting, says this assessment was deemed low confidence. That's intelligence parlance. She says it's based on satellite images and signals intelligence obtained since the strike. She says the focus of the report is on the battle damage assessment at Fordow, which we're seeing right now, that the U.S. B-2 MOP bunker buster bombs were able to cave the entrances to the facility, which is built 300 feet underground. She says the entrances are caved in. Some infrastructure was destroyed, according to the assessment, but the overall operations were not destroyed, and they could, quote unquote, dig out and rebuild and repair the power to the facility that powered the centrifuges. She reports this, that according to this assessment, an unknown amount of the highly enriched uranium was moved out of the Fort Al facility, to your point, Jonathan. And she says one possibility, according to the DIA assessment, is that it was moved to the third site that the Iranians told the IAEA about ahead of the strikes. That's a secret site. And, of course, DIA is one of these 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. So just kind of wanted to flesh this out. To your point, though, Jonathan, if Iranians were to restart their nuclear program, they have to start at square one, don't they? Or no?
I mean, let's put it this way. I don't know how many centrifuges they're going to be able to pull out of Fordo and be able to use. I don't know which scientists are going to work on this program. And I also know that if the Israelis begin to see any activity in or around these sites and they try to start digging out and they try to reconnect it to the grid, you don't think that the Israeli Air Force is going to scramble those F-35s and start doing more damage again? Because the Iranian regime still doesn't have air defenses last time I checked. And last time I checked, the Israelis had flown hundreds of sorties in the skies over Iran because they were no air defenses left for the regime to use. And so, it's just really hard for me to imagine that in a matter of 2 or 3 months that, the nuclear program is back humming along again. I don't want to say that this is simple, and I don't think that it's an open and shut case. There are things that I think we still need to chase down. Whether the regime was able to carry out that enriched uranium, that seems to me something that we all need to get a handle on right now. And I think it'd be great to try to figure out whether these mobs did everything that they were supposed to do, or whether there's follow-up work that may be needed, whether by the Israelis or by someone else, maybe forces on the ground for that matter. But I don't see this as a failed mission. I think it's very clear that when you look at what the Israelis did before the United States came in and what the United States did after the Israelis had paved the way for all of this work to get done, I see a nuclear program in shambles. I see a regime that was shamed on the world stage. I mean, they were upstaged by the Israelis for 12 days before the U.S. even came in to do any of this work.
Sure.
And so it's really hard for me to believe that this was a complete failure based on everything that we've seen and what we're hearing from the White House. They're pushing back pretty emphatically. And look, some of this, of course, is bluster. We know that. On the part of the Iranians, and maybe even a little bit on the part of the White House after carrying out these attacks. But I do think that the physical damage, the psychological impact of this, really hard to deny.
So, Jonathan, I want to kind of move backwards from the day. That was a story that broke later today. I want to get to the truce that was brokered by President Trump that was announced yesterday, and it was almost immediately violated when it went into effect by Iran as well. We were on the air. We were showing our viewers up in the skies over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, those missile intercepts from the Iron Dome here. And today, President Trump, his mask kind of slipped. We know when he's frustrated, and he told us about the progress of this ceasefire. Let's listen to this really quick.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
So, Jonathan, I think a lot of people were shocked by that. I mean, he was mad this morning when he left for the NATO summit there in the Netherlands. That was, at 6 a.m. in Washington. The reporters trying to catch him there. Why was he so mad?
I don't know. Obviously, I'm not in the president's head, and I wasn't able to ask him why he was so frustrated. But I do think that, this is a man that had a beautifully executed plan. And, he dropped these weapons on Iran's nuclear program in an attempt to sort of put some punctuation at the end of a sentence here, that he had given a green light to the Israelis to do all of this damage to the regime. And then the Israelis did everything that they were asked to do. Then he came in and he finished the job. And then he declared that it was time for the fighting to end, I think with the assumption that the regime had, maybe said uncle. They clearly didn't. They decided they wanted to get in a couple of last licks, past the deadline of that ceasefire. The Iranians were the ones that violated it. I think there's no question about that. The Israelis responded with a perfunctory strike in response, trying to respect the president's requests. He wanted this thing to end, and the Israelis are trying to work with him. We've seen some reports, by the way, since then of drones potentially on their way from Iran, intercepted in sort of CENTCOM airspace over, let's say, an unidentified Arab country. I think the regime is still testing the United States. I think they're still testing the Israelis. I'm still watching to see whether we see, attacks in the United States, asymmetric attacks, terrorist attacks on the homeland.
Yeah.
There's a lot that I think could still go wrong here. But I will tell you this, that no matter what happens, we have a challenge that we need to deal with as it relates to Iran. They've got their proxies that need to be neutralized around the region. They've got a nuclear program that they need to relinquish, and they need to announce that they're giving up on this. They've got a ballistic missile program that still needs to be dealt with, because we could see the damage that was able to do in Israel over the last several days. It was pretty rough out there.
Right.
So the regime still poses a threat. I think the president understands that, but I think he also is trying to reach some quiet so that we can maybe try to negotiate an end to some of these other threats that I've just delineated.
Yeah, I mean, what does surrender look like in the kind of Iranian imagination? You mentioned all the Israeli success, taking out so many of their generals and nuclear scientists and sites, and then ultimately with help from the United States doing just that. But, humiliation is somewhat of a intangible thing. Will it have tangible effects within the regime?
That's the big question, right? I mean, I will cede here that I don't believe that the Islamic Republic can still be the Islamic Republic if it capitulates to the United States and Israel. These are the two greatest enemies, declared enemies of this really horrific, dictatorial, apocalyptic regime. And so for them to cede defeat to the two countries that they call the Great Satan and the Little Satan, that's a difficult pill for them to swallow. But there are a couple things that we're still watching right now. I mean, number one, you had the crown prince of the previous regime that fell in 1979, came out in Paris the other day and called for the Iranian people to rise up. So there is this sort of interesting question of whether the people now sensing that this current regime is weak, that it was unable to fend off these attacks by Israel and then the United States, there is the possibility for a revolution of sorts, and I'll be watching that very closely. I also think that there is a possibility that the supreme leader, as he calls himself, Ali Khamenei, he may have lost the confidence of the ranks below him. I know that if I was answering to a man that had just lost as badly as he just did, I think I'd probably start to question the leadership of this man. He's clearly led the country to ruin in many ways. The damage that was delivered to this regime is going to take years to bounce back from. Set aside the nuclear program for a minute and just understand the economic damage, the damage to production of not just military platforms and munitions, but also gas and oil and other key kind of assets of the regime that they have used to hold power. A lot of that is now in rubble. And I've got to wonder whether people underneath the supreme leader are beginning to question his leadership. And I think that would be a very positive thing as well. But we've got a lot of unknowns that we're still watching for. And right now, I don't think anybody really knows how to answer them. Certainly not the DIA alone. I think we need to see how all of these different assessments come together. The Mossad, the CIA, other intelligence services will start slowly to be able to piece together what has happened to the nuclear program, but also just what's happening inside the regime.
Yeah, I mean, that was a question I was asking throughout the week here. Do the Iranians know that they lost? Like, are they grappling with the sense of loss at the hands of the Israelis and the United States, or is kind of the information pipeline, the propaganda machine, so strong and the bulwark there to confront that? So I was just kind of grappling with that question. Before we leave, Jonathan, I want to put this up from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying he convened the security cabinet last night together with the defense minister, the IDF chief of staff, and the director of the Mossad, in order to report that Israel has achieved all of the objectives of Operation Rising Lion and much more. We have a live picture there over Jerusalem. So that's it. Back to normal, back to everyday life in Israel, seemingly so.
No, look, it's not back to normal. Because, I mean, let's just remember something here. This was a war that began on October 7th of 2023. And it started with the Hamas attack. And then the next thing you know, Hezbollah is firing at Israel. You got Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria firing at Israel. You got the Houthis firing at Israel. You've got unrest in the West Bank. And then you've got Iran itself. Now, I think it's really important that Israel finally took it to the epicenter of this campaign that's being waged against it. And that center, you know, we call it the head of the octopus, right? Israel was dealing with all of these tentacles, and I think they chopped a lot of them off. And then they went to the head of the octopus, and they started taking it to it up, you know, in Iran as well. When you look around the region right now, you see a lot of weakened Iranian proxies. You see a weakened regime, but they are still acting like they still have something left in the tank.
Yeah.
I mean, the attack on Al Udeid, on that base in Qatar the other day, it was perfunctory. It was for messaging alone. They had telegraphed the entire thing to ensure that there were no deaths and no injuries, and that these missiles would be shot down. They wanted to be able to project strength to their own people. So they're still perpetuating this fiction that they're in control. And as long as they're able to do that, as long as they're still fronting that they have strength, we're not out of the woods. And I do think that the Israelis are going to have to think about what it looks like to elicit a complete capitulation, whether that's even possible. I don't know if it is, but for right now, at any rate, we have weakened Iranian proxies and a weakened regime itself, but the war has not ended. Yeah. Israel is still fighting in Gaza. Israel is still on alert in Iran. But let's just be very clear. The Israelis, starting from October 7th, were flat on their back. They were surprised. They were, I mean, it looked like it was a knockout, crippling blow. And when you think about what's happened over the last 600 plus days, how they have gotten back up and started taking it to their enemies one at a time, and ultimately arrived in Tehran and dominated the skies, total air superiority for 12 days. And now there is no real threat of a nuclear program anytime real soon. And when you look at their military, I mean, there's no air force in Iran. There's no air defenses in Iran. This is it's a game changer. Again, I don't think it's time for a victory lap. I think we still need to assess, but I think the Israelis have done incredible work, capped off with an unbelievable strike from the United States. But we've got more assessing to do, more intelligence to process, and then some decisions potentially ahead for what might be needed to really, deliver that knockout punch. And that may be something that Israel or the United States need to consider, but we're not there yet. It's still early days.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are asking themselves that question. Will we have to do this again? Not just the United States, but Israel as well, vis-a-vis Iran. Jonathan Schanzer, thanks so much. Always good to see you.
Pleasure.
Okay, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. Hope you found that informative. Had to get all the day's top headlines in the Middle East. More where that came from, though, when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Just a little reprieve here from more of these international headlines. Got to get back out, though, to New York City. Take a look at these live vantage points at election night watch parties there all across the Big Apple for former Governor Andrew Cuomo and former State Assembly member Zohran Mamdani, the two key frontrunners tonight in the mayoral primary. Polls closed about 25 minutes ago. Live picture there as well at Lady Liberty in New York Harbor. We do have some breaking news, though. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor who oversaw the historic hush money case against President Trump, well, he won his primary today as he seeks re-election. He defeated Patrick Timmons, a litigator, law professor, and former Bronx assistant DA, and he will advance to November's general election. So, as you know, 70% about of registered Manhattan voters are Democrats. And now we know that Bragg sails on to November, winning the nomination after quite easily defeating his Democratic opponent there in tonight's primary. So Alvin Bragg will go on to November in the general. In the meantime, we do want to highlight some of these other Republicans who are running for mayor in New York City, including Curtis Slua. He just addressed his election night watch party there. We just missed him.
Gentleman, Robert Morgan. Rob, raise your hand. I thanked him. He was not here, but I see him here right now. And I want to thank a very special individual, a leader in our community, a friend to me, and a man who's always helped.
Okay, so we just missed Curtis Slua there. He was addressing his election night watch party. Also, right there, that individual, that gentleman, is Richie Barsamian. He's running for city council. So they're having this kind of joint GOP election night watch party there in New York City. So in the meantime, wanted to get all that in for you as we near the bottom of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. It's been a busy Tuesday. But like I said, got to get back out some of these international headlines as well. One more point, though, on the Middle East. Forgot to bring this up with Jonathan Schanzer there. President Trump posted this today on Truth Social. So I want to read a little bit more about this. And you can see he said this: China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran. Hopefully, they will be purchasing plenty from the U.S. Also, it was my great honor to make this happen. Now, the White House is clarifying this. This is a statement on background from a senior White House official to Fox Business's Edward Lawrence, that the president was simply calling attention to the fact that because of his decisive actions to obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities and broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, the Strait of Hormuz will not be impacted, which would have been devastating for China. The president continues to call on China and all countries to import our state-of-the-art oil rather than import Iranian oil in violation of U.S. sanctions. So, wanted to get that in there. That's a key facet of this entire Middle East story. And remember, China has been accused of violating sanctions and purchasing Iranian oil anyway. The president there in this post on Truth Social saying that China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran, but he says hopefully they will be purchasing plenty from the U.S. as well. So this senior White House official on background to Fox Business's Edward Lawrence says, we can firmly say no sanctions on Iran have been lifted. So that's a clarification from the White House. Had to get that in there here on this Tuesday night. So in the meantime, though, we do want to focus our efforts on yet another major world headline. You know it. President Trump landing in Europe today in the Netherlands at the very start of the NATO summit, and he was greeted by the Dutch King and Queen. Well, our friend and colleague, Fox's Rebecca Castor, has a look at what's on the agenda for the NATO summit. Let's listen.
President Trump had a tense phone call with Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to urge him to respect the ceasefire. It seems he got through to him, with both sides now holding fire.
President Trump arriving at the NATO summit as a peacemaker. And with the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran back in place, he's shifting his focus towards the NATO alliance.
By having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace.
Trump wants all NATO members to double their defense spending. Many countries are already on board, including Britain, France, and Germany.
We have to keep ourselves safe from the Russians.
However, some countries like Spain are pushing back, saying it's unaffordable. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also in the Netherlands, even though Ukraine is not a NATO member. He's hoping to meet with President Trump to reignite ceasefire negotiations with Russia.
Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia.
Despite the packed agenda, this will be a quick trip for President Trump. He's due back in the U.S. tomorrow evening. At the White House, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. In the meantime, Volodymyr Zelensky also on hand for the NATO summit. As you know, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. He is there nonetheless, and he posted on his X account the group photo of the world leaders with the Dutch king and queen standing in the middle. You see President Trump there, also in the front row to Queen Maxima's right, French President Emmanuel Macron. So in the meantime here, I want to let you listen to some of the welcome remarks at the state dinner at the Dutch Royal Palace by the king there of the Netherlands, King Willem-Alexander, and also, remember, the NATO Secretary General is Mark Rutte, the former Dutch Prime Minister. Let's listen.
Years of war, peace was agreed. This room bears witness to it. I'm talking about the Peace of Münster, signed in 1648 by Spain and the Netherlands. Behind me over there, you can see one of the leaders of the Dutch struggle for independence, Prince Frederik Hendrik. The paintings in this room, the Oranjezaal, were commissioned in his honor. And above him is a Latin motto, which in English says, "The greatest victory is the triumph of peace." This motto seems to me a perfect fit for our alliance too, almost 80 years after the founding of NATO. The Queen and I are delighted to be hosting you tonight in this particular room. Because in 1899, my great-grandmother, Queen Wilhelmina, made this Oranjezaal available for the first Hague Peace Conference. Representatives of 26 countries attended, including the initiator of the conference, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. The participants in those days were filled with the sense that peace would be everlasting. But behind the scenes, the first signs were already emerging of the arms race that would ultimately lead to the First World War. Peace, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law are our highest ideals. And yet history has taught us how fragile these values are if they're not protected. Where would we be without strong organizations that stand up for the defense of international stability, peace and freedom? Where would we be without NATO's firm resolve? For 76 years, a time span of 3 generations, in the North Atlantic Treaty Area, we have collectively, harmoniously and successfully defended what we treasure the most. At the start, our alliance had 12 countries. Then we grew. Today we're an alliance of 32, with Finland and Sweden being our newest members. In the future, NATO will remain open to new members that share our values. We can't stand still. Events since 1989 have taught us that. Ours is fundamentally a defensive alliance. Others may call it aggressive, but that's only because they reject fundamental rights and freedoms and fear that their citizens may one day demand them. The Kingdom of the Netherlands will never forget the immense sacrifices needed to win back freedom once it's been lost. We've been keenly aware of this ever since the horrors of the Second World War. And we will be forever grateful to the many who fought for our freedom, and in doing so, laid down their own lives. The ties that were forged back then can never be broken. They remain tangible and personal. Last month, I attended a memorial service at the American Cemetery in Margraten, in the south of our country. All the graves of the fallen are lovingly adopted by Dutch families who honor their memory. Mr. President, it means so much to us to welcome you in our home tonight. We cherish the bonds of friendship that will always unite our nations. Our friends and partners from the Indo-Pacific region are welcome in our circle as guests. And Ukraine, which for years has been embroiled in a daily struggle, making great sacrifices to defend its freedoms and ours, is welcome too. The people of Ukraine, with whom we feel such close ties, deserve our continuing support. It's impressive to see how we, as NATO countries, have succeeded in forming a shield behind which peace and freedom can flourish. A shield that's providing more and more people with protection. At the same time, every successful organization must always remain alert and have the courage to ask itself critical questions. Are we properly equipped for the challenges we face today? Is the division of costs and benefits amongst us sufficiently well balanced? How can our alliance operate more efficiently and effectively? These questions are especially relevant now that the threat posed by Russia and other hostile countries is taking on unprecedented new dimensions. On land, at sea, in the air, and in cyberspace. It's rightly argued that we need to make sufficient investments in our security and that there must be a balance in the financial contributions made by the members of the alliance. There can be no solidarity unless everyone shoulders their own responsibility. Perhaps, beside Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, there needs to be more focus on Article 3. The provision that says that, and I quote, parties, separately and jointly, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. These subjects are bound to come up in your discussions tomorrow. I know that you will address them with wisdom, and I have every confidence that the outcome will be a NATO that is stronger than ever. May future historians recognize the 2025 summit as a milestone. The summit where we made groundbreaking decisions and where we took responsibility together for the preservation of peace, freedom, and the rule of law. Let us stay focused on what for 76 years has been the key to NATO's success, our unshakable unity, and our mutual confidence that we can always count on one another. The world must know that we remain as committed as ever to the undertakings enshrined in the NATO Treaty. And I quote, "We're determined to safeguard the freedom, common heritage and civilization of our peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law. And we're resolved to unite our efforts as collective defense and for the preservation of peace and security. As long as we uphold this commitment, we can overcome any challenge." And may I now ask to raise your glass with me to our alliance. Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you to their Majesties, King Willem-Alexander and Queen Maxima, for hosting us here in these splendid surroundings. Thank you also to the Dutch government for organizing this NATO summit over the course of 2 days in this wonderful city. I know how much work has gone into the preparations for this event. Our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has been involved. Of course, I'm biased, as you know, when it comes to The Hague. This is my hometown. But let me say a big thank you to the residents of the city and the Dutch people who have to put up with many restrictions during the summit. But it is all worth it. This truly is a historic summit. Welcome to all allied leaders, including those who are participating in the NATO summit for the first time. And welcome to our partners, the European Union leadership, the President of Ukraine, and of course our partners from the Indo-Pacific, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, and Australia. We have gathered at a crucial time for global security. The world is a dangerous place. We are confronted with profound security threats that span from the Euro-Atlantic to the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific. But I'm absolutely confident that together, with the leaders in this room tonight, we will emerge stronger and make our countries and the world safer. NATO will continue to be a central part of that. Tomorrow, NATO allies will make a very big decision on defense investment that will go down in history as transformational. This will be something to celebrate. These decisions are rooted in NATO's core mission of protecting our 1 billion people and will make for a stronger alliance and a safer world. It will also be a massive achievement in making NATO fairer. For decades, the United States sought to get Europe to truly step up. Now, European allies and Canada will equalize their defense spending with the United States. So let me salute President Trump's long-standing leadership in calling for NATO to increase defense spending. Today, I am pleased to announce that NATO has already added an additional $1 trillion in defense spending over the past decade. Mr. President, dear Donald, that is thanks to you pushing us. And tomorrow we will build on that foundation and add trillions more in defense spending, because we need to do this. We will also commit to expanding our defense industries and continuing our support for Ukraine. We know what is at stake. So there is a lot to discuss. And while this dinner has been organized as a social event, it will help us set the ground for a successful summit. I look forward to fruitful discussions this evening and tomorrow. And with that, I would like to raise a toast to Their Majesties, King Willem-Alexander, Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, and thank you for hosting us at this beautiful place.
Okay, there you have it. Wanted to let you listen both to the Dutch King and the NATO Secretary General, also the former Dutch Prime Minister, Mark Rutte. So I wanted to show you also the moment President Trump there arrived at the Dutch Royal Palace. So take a look at this. It's been reported that Trump will stay at the palace tonight during his NATO visit. This is a first for an American president. But at the invitation of the Dutch King and Queen, President Trump will be spending the night there in this quite palatial building. You just saw the state dinner inside. From what it seems like, it's definitely fitting and deserving of a king and queen. And you can see there President Trump walking up the steps as he arrived there at The Hague in the Netherlands. Embarking on this NATO summit. And a key issue that will be discussed that President Trump, even as candidate Trump all the way back in 2016, said was NATO defense spending, saying that America puts too much of the bill for NATO. Now, front and center in this entire conversation will be whether or not the 32 member countries will commit 5% of their GDP to defense spending for NATO. Many have committed that. Remember, right now it's 2% of GDP, though some countries coming out very publicly and saying they are not going to commit 5%, including the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez here. So I want to read from the piece there in Politico, because I think it's really interesting. And we have a photo of Sanchez we're going to put up in just a moment. Take a look at this Sanchez meeting with Ukrainian leader Zelensky at today's NATO summit. Well, Politico puts it this way. They say Canada used to be NATO's biggest headache for its chronic defense underspending. Now at this year's summit, everybody agrees Spain's the problem, with Slovakia coming a close second in stoking anger among alliance members. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, you see him there, his 11th hour insistence that his country doesn't need to hit NATO's new 5% of GDP defense spending target, and managing to get a carve-out in an agreement on the spending goal has turned Madrid into the alliance's new pariah, according to Politico. One European defense official to Politico, anonymously, saying this, quote, "I have no words to express my disgust." Sanchez was followed by the Slovak Prime Minister, Robert Fico, yesterday, who posted on X that his country, quote, has other priorities in the coming years than armament and can get by without increasing spending. So, We'll have to wait and see if that has drawn the ire of President Trump, both by Slovakia and Spain. President Trump was asked about Spain's recalcitrance with upping their spending on Air Force One today as he was en route to the Netherlands there. So, like I said, that's going to be a key feature of the agenda at the NATO summit, as well as the war in Ukraine. Zelensky on hand for it. You just saw it there. Let's leave you with this, the group photo, a final moment there, of all the NATO members and some NATO allies and partners as well on hand, with the Dutch King and Queen in the middle. So, had to cover that from all angles, like we always do here on Live Now. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. In our continuing coverage of the New York City mayoral primary, remember we have our 2 election night watch parties for the 2 frontrunners, including former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani there. And so at the top of the next hour, we're going to be going into the 10 p.m. nightly broadcast of our friends and colleagues at Fox 5 New York. Their reporters are stationed all throughout the city at these election night watch parties. The polls closed now almost a full hour ago, and we are getting some of these results in as well. I want to put this up from the Associated Press here. And they say that about 84% of estimated votes have been counted. And so I just want to show you some of those results. Let's take those right now. So as you can see, they say 84% of votes have been counted. Now, we rely a lot on the Associated Press when it comes to any election night. And so they say that about 84% of estimated votes have been counted. And you see there, Mamdani with an overwhelming lead against Cuomo. So about 43%, 35%. And then following soon thereafter, Brad Lander and Adrian Adams. Now, Brad Lander is the current New York City comptroller. That's like New York City's CFO. And Adrian Adams is currently the Speaker of the New York City Council. So they trail behind Mamdani and Cuomo. Remember, this is ranked choice voting. So, according to the Associated Press, they say this election will advance to ranked choice voting if no candidate is the first choice on a majority of ballots. But you see there, Mamdani, not yet getting a simple majority of 51%, neither is Cuomo. And so, remember, we could see a lot of these candidates again in the general in November. This is just the primary, but you see there Mamdani leading Cuomo quite safely in this race right now with 84% of estimated votes counted. So that's where it stands. You see it was last updated at 6:48 p.m., so about 3 minutes ago. It's almost in real time. And hopefully we'll be hearing from the candidates themselves live at their election night watch parties. We have them here for you. They're in the West Village for former Governor Cuomo at a Carpenter Union Hall. I'm not entirely sure where Mamdani's is in the city. Maybe my producers can tell me, but not entirely sure. Anyway, just brought you the news. Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, he was holding on to a lead in the primary for mayor after early votes were counted. But remember, hundreds of thousands of votes cast on Election Day had yet to be tallied and could be more favorable to former Governor Cuomo. That's going to be the question. The early vote tally, who does that benefit? And day of voting, who does that benefit? We were talking with my friend and colleague, Ben Jacobs, who said that same-day voting on Election Day would benefit Andrew Cuomo, but we've been bringing you the news. It has been so hot in New York City. Some of these key constituencies, the worry is, especially from Cuomo, is they won't come out because it's too hot to get to the polls. Mamdani was also slated to be a little bit ahead in the early vote. And so the thinking went that Cuomo would maybe make up some of the difference with Election Day voting. That remains to be seen, but we just brought you the results here. Take a look at this. Mamdani currently besting Cuomo in the ranked choice, 43 to 36%. So in the meantime here, this is going to be a key focal point of our coverage going into the next hour. But what we want to do right now, we want to take our final commercial break. When we come back, a preview of what's in store the rest of the night. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So that's going to do it for my live time up here on the Live Now desk. Don't you worry, though. We've got a lot of stories to tell for the next couple of hours. And who's going to do it? Of course, my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall. He joins me in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, good to see you here. What do you got for us?
So we're going to be talking with Alon Burstein in about 15 minutes' time. He's going to be joining us to discuss the latest on the Middle East. There are so many angles to hit, so many questions that we still have about where this goes from here. Of course, we saw President Trump was pretty mad earlier today. It didn't seem like either side was abiding by the ceasefire terms. Well, since then, what's been happening. It's been fairly quiet from our perspective. We're going to be talking with Alon about what he's been reading in the Middle East and beyond. We're also going to be checking in with some of our sources and experts discussing arrests by ICE over the weekend. They were arresting a number of Iranian nationals, some of them, one of them in particular, with a link to Hezbollah. So there's been this question for the past few days, Andrew. Sleeper cells, what are sleeper cells? Is that a concern with the people that were arrested by ICE within recent days? These are all things that we're going to be discussing in the next hour. Again, talking with Alon in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes past the hour, and then we're going to be talking about the Iranian nationals being arrested about 40 minutes past the hour. We also want to put up a viewer question. I believe we have that ready. Yes, what do you want to know about the Middle East? It's a simple one tonight. There's so many questions that I have about this, but ultimately it's your questions that matter most. We want to educate the audience, and it's been a complex weekend. I mean, we're working days that we don't normally work over the weekend. We've pretty much been following this story nonstop ever since Israel struck Iran, and now, of course, we wait and watch, see how the ceasefire plays out. If there are any negotiations still to go about ramping down Iran's nuclear program. We, of course, heard in recent hours that it's possible that these U.S. strikes didn't hurt Iran's program as much as once thought. It's possible that that program has only been set back by a few months because of these strikes. So what are your questions about everything that's going on in the Middle East? Go ahead, scan that QR code on your screen, or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Go to the Ask Now tab. Ask Now is where you're going to want to click on. You can submit your questions that way, and you very well may see your questions posed to our analysts later on in the evening. Again, you can either scan the QR code on your screen, or if QR codes aren't your thing, livenowfox.com/connect will take you to the very same place. That'll do it for me, Andrew. Thanks.
Austin, speaking of this kind of low confidence intelligence assessment that a lot of people have been reporting on with regard to U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear targets, forgot to mention this. Now the president is weighing in on this very question on Truth Social. He says this, let's take this, that fake news CNN together with the failing New York Times have teamed up in an attempt to demean one of the most successful military strikes in history. He says the nuclear sites in Iran are completely destroyed. Both the Times and CNN are getting slammed by the public. So I don't think this story is going anywhere. There was, of course, the reporting out there from the Defense Intelligence Agency. We just spoke about it with Jonathan Schanzer, that they assess that essentially, this is just one intelligence agency out of 18, they assess that essentially with low confidence that the Iranian nuclear program was not completely obliterated, that if the Iranians so chose to, they could start it back up in mere months. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see for more intelligence. That was kind of the line from Schanzer. He said there will be more assessments to come, I'm sure.
And for sure, something that I'm going to be discussing with our experts tonight is how do they even figure this out? It's a big intelligence operation, obviously. They do these things carefully. One of the questions I had for our experts when we were talking about how they got this military action done, how they got in and how they struck, you know, they do these things in a very careful, very covert way. We see the President of the United States saying one thing, and then we're hearing something else from other entities. It'll be fascinating to see how this plays out as the days progress, Andrew.
Yeah, and of course, we're almost at the top of the hour. We're going to rely in just a few seconds on Fox 5 New York. Austin didn't even mention, but there is a primary race going on right now. The votes are being tallied. The votes are being counted. Will there be a race called tonight? That's my question, but Fox 5 New York, they got a staple of reporters at all of these election night watch parties, like we've been showing our viewers there for former Governor Cuomo in the West Village, and for Zoran Mamdani there as well in New York. So this is going to be quite interesting. We'll see how all of these candidates fare once the primary is all said and done and the general comes around in November.
Eric Adams, of course, running as an independent. Some people might be watching this and wondering, hey, isn't Eric Adams a Democrat? Why isn't he in the... Well, he's the incumbent, and he's going to be running as an independent, so the person that wins the primary tonight likely will be facing him later in the year. And so far, the early returns, as you've been showing, Andrew, seem to indicate that Cuomo has an uphill battle as the remainder of these ballots are tabulated throughout the course of the evening.
Yeah, and this was the latest, 6:58 p.m., about 2 minutes ago, with about 87% of votes counted, estimated votes counted. Mamdani still up. In the meantime, though, Fox 5, they are beginning their 10 p.m. Eastern broadcast. Let's listen.
Record smashed across the tri-state as everyone tries to keep their cool in this scorching heat. But finally, relief is in sight.
The polls are closed and the votes have been cast. Live team coverage of the New York City primary election and the all-important mayor's race.
Plus, the prosecution and defense both resting in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. We'll have the latest. The 10 o'clock news starts right now.
We're going to have complete primary election coverage straight ahead. As you can see, the final results are scrolling at the bottom of your screen. But we do want to begin with the record-breaking heat tonight. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. It doesn't matter where you go. We shattered records, some of which had held for more than a century. And take a look at this, the heat impacting our roads and highways. Skyfox over 287 South, where emergency repairs are underway in both Riverdale and Montville after parts of it buckled late this afternoon. At last check, the right lane of 287 South in Riverdale is closed. The left and center lanes of 287 South in Montville are closed, and it's still unclear exactly how long that road work will take.
And let's take a live look outside as some of us are facing another night in the dark. Here are the latest outage numbers. Con Ed reporting more than 13,000 customers without power. PSENG in New Jersey, more than 11,000 impacted. And PSEG Long Island, just over 2,000. Of course, they all want you to conserve that energy if you can.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Audrey Puente to see if there are any cracks forming in this heat dome. Audrey.
Yes, we do see them coming, Steve, but we have to get through another day before we get a break from all of this heat and humidity. As you mentioned, it's over a century ago that we had a record high of 96 degrees in Central Park. Well, we broke that today with our high of 99 degrees. We reached that number at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. But that's not the only place we broke records. All across the tri-state area, we saw records broken, like at Newark, where the temperature hit 103 degrees. It was 102 at JFK. Islip came in at 101, 100 degrees out at LaGuardia. And as I mentioned, we broke records in Central Park and Bridgeport, too, holding up at 95 degrees, breaking the previous record by 1 degree. So we still have a heat advisory in effect. Earlier, we did have an extreme heat warning for areas across New Jersey, New York City, and parts of Long Island. But now we retreated back into a heat advisory. We still have the warning in effect, though, for parts of New Jersey. This is where we do expect the hottest weather for tomorrow. We are anticipating another day with 90-degree heat. And, of course, when we factor in the humidity, it starts to feel uncomfortable across the region, or it has been uncomfortable and will continue to do so. Air quality alert until 11 o'clock tonight. This will be reissued at 11 a.m. tomorrow until 11 p.m. on Wednesday. So if you have respiratory issues or other ailments regarding breathing, be aware that the air quality has been diminished and will continue to be that way tomorrow. So taking a look at the planner during the overnight, I mean, these are incredible temperatures during the overnight hours. We're still close to 90 degrees right now. We're going to start off tomorrow at 85 by 8 a.m., telling us it's going to be another hot day, but there is a break coming. I'll let you know when coming up.
Unreal. All right. Thanks, Audrey. Let's take another live look outside. So hot, you can just feel it through the screen.
Yeah, it's steamy. The heat dome is parked over our area, and the domino effect is real. Fox 8's Arthur Jean is in Red Hook, Brooklyn, with a look at how people are coping.
As temperatures pushed above 100 and humidity made it feel like it was over 110 degrees, the electrical infrastructure of the city was literally combusting in some places.
Oh, wow, it's actually firing.
The number of outages exploded on Tuesday night with some 10,000 Con Ed customers without power, some for a second day in a row. What is it like in your place?
Oh, it's like an oven. It's like 90 Fahrenheit inside the house.
Joy has 5 children, the youngest of them just 2. They live in Red Hook, Brooklyn, and with power only partially restored, she's had to make some tough choices about what to run at home.
Unplug the microwave and then the unnecessary, electricity. We couldn't use the washing machine, the dryer, no.
Con Ed crews were darting from location to location as stores like this deli lost power for 8 hours. Red Hook residents are looking out for their neighbors, making sure others are okay too.
I know
A couple of the neighbors there didn't have AC last night, and yeah, it was a hot night. Or they had to choose between AC and a light.
Meanwhile, parts of eastern Queens were still roasting after widespread outages there started Sunday.
It's like I didn't have to turn the oven on to make my ribs last night.
In addition to asking customers to stop running things like washers and dryers, Con Ed is now also asking all of us to set AC units at the highest comfortable level, also asking people to stop charging their electric vehicles until power is fully restored. With yet another scorcher expected Wednesday and the system being peaked, cooler temperatures outside and inside can't come soon enough. In Red Hook, Brooklyn, Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News.
It is so hot, and track the record-breaking heat along with Audrey by downloading the free Fox Local app. Now to the New York City primary, the dangerous heat not keeping New Yorkers from casting their votes.
That's right. Polls closed just over an hour ago, of course. The Democratic mayoral primary is the most closely watched race. Here are the early numbers. We won't see the final results tonight. That's because the city uses ranked choice voting, and no Democrat got a majority of the vote. Unofficial election night results will only include first choice votes from early voting, in-person voting, and processed mail ballots. As you can see here, though, Zoran Mamdani up 44%, Andrew Cuomo following with 36%. Then in a distant third, Brad Lander, followed by Adrian Adams. And those ranked choice tabulations will be released 1 week from today.
Yeah, we have Fox 5 live team coverage for you tonight. Linda Schmidt is with the Andrew Cuomo campaign in the West Village.
All right, let's start, though, with Morgan Mackay live with the Zoran Mamdani campaign in Long Island City. Morgan.
Hey, Steve and Natasha. So State Assemblyman and mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani leading right now by around 7 percentage points with over 90% of precincts reporting. And this is that first round of ranked choice voting. But Mamdani's campaign is telling me that this is much better than they really expected. They did not really expect to win this first round of ranked choice voting. They expected it to be very close, but they said that they expected to get not quite winning this first round. Of course, they said they were hoping to, but this really shows the energy behind Mamdani's campaign. They said that right now they're doing better in areas that they didn't expect, like Queens, for example. They said they're seeing really great turnout from them there, and they really worked and focused on some of these areas that they saw were lacking, like Queens, pushing out campaign volunteers. Their campaign has more than 50,000 unpaid volunteers working for Mamdani. They've knocked on over 1 million doors. They also say that since Comptroller Brad Lander, he did pretty well so far. He got about 11% support, I think, in the last round that I saw that was dumped. And they said that's a good thing for them because Mamdani and Lander cross-endorsed each other, which means that they expect a lot of the people who voted for Lander are also ranking Mamdani. Now, Cuomo, on the other hand, he really went at it alone, and so he is unlikely to pick up as many ranked choice votes in the next few rounds. Now, there is an extremely high voter turnout this election cycle as well, which really contributed, they think, to their high numbers that we're seeing in this first round of early voting, or ranked choice voting. Now, they say that what really resounded with voters this year, they think, is their affordability message. They think that they were able to reach voters who are frustrated with rent prices, with how expensive New York City is. And he really ran on an affordability message. Now, a lot of his promises will need state legislative approval, city council approval, but this is going much better than even Mamdani's campaign expected from this first round of ranked choice voting.
Very well. Yeah, strong start for him. Thanks, Morgan. We appreciate it. And former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo hoping to make a political comeback if he wins the primary.
Fox 5 Linda Schmidt is with the Cuomo campaign in the West Village. Linda, what can you tell us?
Well, first, let me say this. The governor, the former governor, and his campaign, they definitely did not see this coming, this happening tonight. They started to get nervous in recent weeks, but a few months ago, they had not anticipated anything like this. Go ahead, take a look at this video here, because this is the governor, former governor, when he showed up to vote today at a high school on the east side. Now, when he came in, you could tell that he was a little nervous. When he was talking to reporters, you could tell that he was a little nervous. He never tries to show anything like that because He always has a presence of full confidence, but that was not the situation today. But he was greeted almost like he was a superstar. Walking in, most of the people there, they were older voters, and they were clapping for him and cheering and saying, welcome back. They were glad that he was back in the political game. They were glad that he was running for mayor of New York City. But what he has tried to do to separate himself from Zoran Mamdani is he keeps talking about the fact that Mamdani is unqualified. He doesn't have the management experience to handle the monstrous bureaucracy of New York City. He points out that he's never dealt with Congress, he's never dealt with unions, and that he is no match for President Trump. And so he says he is the person who is qualified. He has run this state. He has been an executive. He knows how D.C. works, and he knows how to deal with the president. There was a big fear here in this city by a lot of people, not just the progressives, but even middle-of-the-road people, that Donald Trump would have too much of an impact and too much power over the immigration issue here. And, of course, that's where the whole issue came into play with Mayor Eric Adams and having the charges dropped against him by the Trump administration, and then many feeling that he was just a puppet. So that is something that Mamdani also played into. Cuomo was hoping that people wouldn't start to lean toward that way and look at that as a strength for Mamdani, but it appears at this point from the voting coming in thus far that Mamdani's campaign and his message was a stronger one, and it resonated more with the voters. Also, Morgan McKay made mention of this, the cross endorsements among the progressive candidates. That has turned out, it looks like, to have hurt Cuomo, and hurt Cuomo in a very big way. Now, even though he might not come out on top tonight, we still have the ranked choice voting. In order for anyone to be the designated Democratic candidate, they have to get more than 50% of the vote. That is not expected to happen tonight. So then when we go through each one of these rounds with the ranked choice voting, even if Cuomo doesn't do well there, he has his own independent party that he started calling, which is called Fight and Deliver. So either way, Cuomo was saying that he is going to be on the ballot in November, and if it's not as the Democratic candidate, it will be as an independent candidate on the ballot line for Fight and Deliver. So he is not going down without a fight. Back inside to you.
All right. Linda, thank you so much. And our primary night coverage is just getting started.
And it looks like we're still having a bit of an audio issue there, but we did want to make sure that we listened into Fox 5 New York, at least while they cover their mayoral election. By the way, we've got a live look at the watch parties for the candidates. Here's former Governor Cuomo's watch party. Ooh, looks like they just switched that feed up on us. Looks like Brad Lander's giving a speech. You know what?
Meg, this thing is hard. To say that you have been my rock is just like such a dramatic understatement. I genuinely cannot believe my good fortune. You were brilliant the other day when I was detained and you held it down in front of that crowd. Even though you hate the mic. And even better, on Friday when we went back there, you should have seen, we saw a family separation right before our eyes. A woman 8 months pregnant with her husband like ripped from her arms as we are standing there, like the most horrific thing, honestly, I might have ever seen. But somehow, like, an angel was sent to try to help her get through the most impossible moment of her life. And seriously, like, whatever happens in this race, whatever happens in the future, like, I am the luckiest guy in the world just to get to go home and spend the night with you. Please don't listen all the way to the end of the Breakfast Club episode.
Brad Landers is one of the, Brad Lander, excuse me, one of the candidates for New York City Mayor. We are hearing, by the way, since this is a ranked choice vote, we will not get a result tonight. State Assembly member Zoran Mamdani is holding a tentative lead over former Governor Andrew Cuomo and the rest of the crowded field in New York City's mayoral primary, but the race's outcome will be decided by a ranked choice count after neither Democrat got a clear majority in Tuesday's vote. They needed to hit 50%. Looks like nobody's going to be doing that tonight. With more than an estimated 80% of the ballots counted, the race was headed to the ranked choice process. So this is something we'll have to cover and follow beyond tonight. Live look at the U.S. Capitol, where it's 10:15 in the nation's capital, 7:15 out west. I'm Austin Westfall. I'll be on the desk with you here for the next couple hours as we wrap up tonight's coverage. A story that I'm going to be focusing on mostly tonight is the Middle East. We're going to be talking about Iran, Israel, the U.S., the ceasefire that President Trump was speaking about today. Some fiery language, I might add. Live look at Jerusalem, where we, of course, for quite some time, we were watching for missiles being intercepted above Israeli metros. Well, now that there's a ceasefire in effect, we don't expect to see anything of that sort. It is about 5:16 Israel Standard Time right now. Dr. Alon Burstein is standing by. Alon has been with me basically for the entirety of this saga as we've covered it basically from Israel striking Iran to Iran retaliating, leading up to the U.S.'s strikes on Saturday. And now we stand here today alone in a ceasefire. Are both sides, as of this hour, abiding by it?
Good to see you, Austin. You know, I'm always hesitant to say as of this hour, yes, because it is right about now that is 5 a.m. in Israel, slightly different time in Iran. And this is usually the time for the last 12 days that the sides were firing at each other. So far at this moment, it does seem like that. Throughout the day, since the declared time of the ceasefire, we did have Iran fire 3 missiles. 2 of them did not even actually make it. Some say didn't make it past Jordan. 1 was en route and was intercepted. We then had Israel's retaliation that I presume we'll talk about later when Trump basically ordered Israel to withdraw the planes. And since then, we have had at least 2 drones, some reports say 4 drones, that were launched by Iran that have been intercepted by Israel. No one's really talking about the fact that that was also a violation of the ceasefire because drones are relatively easy to intercept. You know, we saw this last year in April when drones were sent as part of Iran's initial attack. So at this point, that seems like Iran is sort of like just trying to poke the bear a little bit, but no one's really talking about that as a big violation of the ceasefire. It's seen as something that's almost expected in the lunacy of the Middle East right now.
So we've got these images of Fordow before and after. This has been one of the central focuses of this conflict alone as time has gone on. One thing that we also have video of are the B-2 bombers that were involved in this military action. They flew from Missouri to Iran and then back to Missouri to get this thing done. Well, we're learning more about the extent of the damage. U.S. intelligence report is suggesting that Iran's nuclear program has only been set back by only a few months after those strikes by the U.S. They say that it was not completely and fully obliterated, as President Trump has previously said. That's according to 2 people familiar with the early assessment, telling the Associated Press. Alon, what are you reading about the damage that was done in Iran? Do we know where their capabilities stand at this point?
So at this point, we have no definitive proof. You know, the leaders of the attacking sides, both Netanyahu and Trump, are saying that Iran's nuclear program has been defeated. Trump saying it much more decisively, saying that the sites are completely destroyed. Netanyahu is saying that the nuclear program has been destroyed. Aspiration. He's not talking so much about specific sites. He did mention Natanz and Isfahan. Did not mention Fordow specifically because Israel is not the one that attacked Fordow. Both the leaders are saying that the sites are destroyed and the nuclear capabilities are destroyed. Intelligence communities so far, the only assessments that are coming out are a lot more skeptical. Some are talking about the fact that Fordow was not actually destroyed, but the entrances were destroyed and Iran can rebuild it. Some are saying that Iran may have actually removed a lot of its nuclear materials, the enriched uranium, and even some of the centrifuges from Fordow. Look, there's a couple of things that no one's disputing. No one's disputing that the other nuclear sites, if we put Fordow aside for a second, no one's disputing that Natanz, Isfahan, the main research facilities in Tehran, the heavy water plant in Iraq, no one's disputing that those were heavily hit. More than that, Natanz was the largest and most important nuclear site. You know, you and I were speaking when the attack was launched, and then there were attacks in Tehran, and I kept on saying, unless we see attacks in Natanz, it's not serious. And then there were massive bombings in Natanz again and again and again. Now, one of the important facets of Natanz is not only that there was a lot of enriched uranium there and some 15,000 centrifuges that Iran was using to enrich uranium, but that after the attacks, the IAEA, the International Atomic Agency, reported that it saw an increase in radioactive activity in that site. That means that there was significant damage that was done. I'm not saying that's a good thing to have radioactive activity, but that does tell us there was significant damage that was done to that site. I would bet that Natanz is far more destroyed than Fordo necessarily. Also, the international agency has not seen any such radioactive radioactive signals from Fordo. Iran is saying that it did remove all of its nuclear capabilities and nuclear material from the sites that were attacked. It doesn't say which sites. They've said from the sites. But realistically speaking, Fordo is the one where they would have been able to remove the material because the attacks there only came later. The attacks in Natanz and in Iraq came in the first hours of the initial Israeli attack. So they wouldn't have had time to do that. So, you know, an educated guess at this point would say that certainly Natanz, Isfahan, and Iraq are badly damaged, if not destroyed. Fordo, possibly destroyed or badly damaged, but did that actually stop the nuclear capabilities, or sorry, again, the nuclear program that was happening there? That is still up for grabs and a question mark.
So, how are the Israelis reacting to this, and why were we seeing angry posts by President Trump earlier today? I know that ceasefires, as you and I have learned covering the Israel-Hamas war, sometimes ceasefires aren't perfect. Do I have that right? Is that a little bit of what we saw earlier today?
So there's a couple of different things with regards to that question, or two questions. How is Israel seeing this, and Trump's anger? I'm going to start from how Israel or Israelis are seeing this. This has been quite an experience, I would say, for Israelis, because most people in Israel have not experienced a war with a country. In the last decades, the wars that Israel's been embroiled in have been with Palestinians, they've been with Hezbollah, they've been with militias in Iraq and in Syria, even militias in Yemen. The Houthis had fired similar ballistic missiles. They fire one missile a day or every couple of days, not the barrages that Iran was capable of firing. 1-ton missiles landing in the streets of Israel, something that most Israelis do not remember. So for most Israelis, the last 12 days has been, on the one hand, a bit of an eye-opener with regards to the possible carnage that such a war can bring about. On the other hand, there's also a big sense of accomplishment in the sense that Iran has always been Israel's big bad enemy. It was the one that sponsors the local regional terrorism, is the head of the snake. I mean, what hasn't been said about it? And really, those initial strikes that Israel carried out, assassinating almost the entire top leadership of Iran's military, assassinating the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, taking out a lot of the nuclear sites and a lot of the missile capabilities. The Israeli Air Force was really in control of Tehran and Iranian airspace for over 12 days. So there's a lot of sense of accomplishment with the Mossad and the Israeli Air Force. In terms of at home, though, in Israel, there's also a sense of, I think, some bewilderness and shock of what war can actually bring about. That's in terms of how Israelis are seeing it. I think they're seeing it as accomplishment, but also there's a bit of shock that now everyone's waking up to. But in terms of Trump and that ceasefire, I think what we saw here really is, again, the difference between when two countries are at war with each other and when a country and a terror group are fighting each other or are at war with each other. Typically in the United States, and I've said this every time you and I have been on, and there's been a ceasefire or a temporary ceasefire or a truce that was declared between Israel and Hamas or Israel and Hezbollah. Usually it's set for a specific time, and I always tell you it's going to happen, and then 15 minutes later to half an hour later, you're going to see the terror group launch a missile or a rocket, because that, unfortunately, is standard practice. It's now saying, we have signed a ceasefire. I'm going to do one more thing that I have deniability for. What are you going to do? I get to say that I fired the last shot. Are you going to break the ceasefire for that? Now here, we had almost something similar. Iran did fire those missiles all of a sudden at Israel, but all of a sudden, Trump saw Israel's response and got enraged. He got enraged because Israel's response was going to be such a harsh retaliation that could have just collapsed the ceasefire once again. And I think from Trump's perspective, we saw two things. First, Trump saw Iran's retaliation to the United States, attacking the U.S. base in Qatar, and he was able to swallow that. He was able to see, and we haven't seen Trump in a lot of wars necessarily when the United States is attacked, but we can all imagine that Trump, for all the American pride and the pride he has in the military, doesn't like to see U.S. bases attacked. The fact that he was able to say, I'm going to swallow that. I'm going to even say thank you to Iran for telling me in advance about that and making sure that they actually toned down their attack. I mean, imagine if this was under Biden, what Trump would say about that. But the fact that he was able to say, thank you, I'll accept that now and go to ceasefire, I think that he felt that he swallowed a lot of his pride in order to bring about a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. And then to see an Israeli harsh retaliation for what he said, the missile that didn't even hit anything, was intercepted on the way. Israel should have just absorbed that and didn't. I think that's where we saw that fury. And yeah, like you said, language that we don't typically hear a U.S. president using, and particularly with regards to Israel within the region, calling Israel pretty much the villain in a situation that could have deteriorated.
Let's play this really quick. Let's watch.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
What was your reaction when you heard that?
Well, first, I laughed. I have to admit, because again, I was not expecting that when I saw that live. I was like, oh wow. Again, we all know, when we've talked about this many times, that Trump is emotional when it comes to diplomacy, but that, even for him, is unexpected and really shows how much he cared about the situation at that moment and how angry he was that when he saw himself, again, he calls it a peace. This is not a peace. There's no peace between Israel and Iran. But bringing a ceasefire and the two sides just agree to calm things down between, again, the two biggest mortal enemies in the region right now, to bring them back to a calm, I think he felt a great accomplishment and then saw that breaking down. I think that was a purely emotional reaction. I will add also that the reason that he was very angry with Israel was that once the ceasefire was declared, it was declared that it was going to take effect within 12 hours. Israel saw that as an opportunity. There were 12 hours. Okay, that means that we have to actually now, if we want to take out any more targets, they have to happen now. And even before the ceasefire went into effect, Israel launched a massive air raid in Tehran. And that Trump got really angry at. And that was an interesting situation for Israel, because as far as Israel was concerned, it did no wrong. The ceasefire had not taken effect yet. So it should actually try to carry out these attacks. But Trump was also very angry about that because he wanted this almost as an honor situation. And he said, we just declared a ceasefire. Why are you now launching the largest airstrike? Are you trying to derail this? And I think he was hurt. I think he was actually offended and hurt. He felt that he went in and attacked Fordo, attacked Natanz, and he did this, I don't need to tell you, amidst a lot of opposition within his own political party. And he did this anyway. I'm not going to say he did this for Israel necessarily, but certainly with the encouragement of Israel. And I think that he wanted a gesture back. He wanted to see back that when he declared a ceasefire, Israel just immediately, okay, is willing to silence the guns. And I think he was just really angry at that prospect. And the last thing I'll say, what's very interesting to see is what is going to be the next step, both vis-a-vis Iran and vis-a-vis Hamas, because there's now two negotiations that are going to start. The ceasefire between Israel and Iran right now is basically a, quote unquote, gentleman's agreement. There is no actual document. There's no terms as to what happened. Both sides just agreed to calm down, and Iran and the United States are theoretically going to go back now to negotiate. So what's going to happen now, especially when Trump is angry at Israel and wants Iran to just calm down also? That's one. Two, as we saw also from those reactions, Trump feels that he went out of his way to help Israel in Israel's mission. And he said repeatedly, no other country could have done this. We did what no other country could do. He was, I think, implying Israel launched the war in Iran, we're going to finish it. And now we might well feel that he has, and he now is owed a favor from Israel if he wants to come and say, now it's time for you to sign a treaty with Hamas and end the war in Gaza. Something's going to be very difficult for Netanyahu politically. It's very interesting. Those two negotiations are going to be coming up within the next week or two. and we're going to see how Trump feels vis-a-vis Israel and Netanyahu's government.
My final question for you tonight is about the negotiations. In light of everything that's happened, does it feel like the diplomatic route is feeling more realistic than it has previously? We know that they negotiated, the U.S. officials and Iranian officials, they negotiated for 60 days. On the 61st day is when the IDF carried out its initial strikes against Iran. Now that we stand here today on Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, does it feel like the diplomatic route is more likely than it has been as of late?
I think that, yes, for sure. But Iran is not necessarily going to be as defeated as we see it right now when it comes to negotiations, because Iran, there's no way to slice it. There's no other way to look at it. Iran is the one who lost the military engagement here. It was bombed, again, by Israel. It had this whole plan of to have a massive retaliation to Israel's initial attack and therefore deter Israel. That failed completely. You know, its main symbols of power were attacked, and a lot of symbolic things were attacked. Israel bothered to carry an airstrike and bomb out Iran. Had a very famous clock in the middle of Tehran that was the countdown to Israel's destruction. That has now been destroyed by the Israeli Air Force. So that, alongside obviously the attacks on nuclear sites by the United States, there's no doubt that militarily Iran was defeated, or not defeated, but at least is the one who did not come out on top in this engagement on the one hand. On the other hand, Iran, according to what it's saying, and maybe the intelligence community is implying that they're not necessarily wrong, still has the capability to enrich uranium, may have even moved some of the nuclear materials. And more than that, they are seeing again and again that even though Trump is willing to engage in war, he does not necessarily want it. And now, even though the military option that Israel has shown that it can carry out is a credible threat, Iran also knows that Israel will not necessarily be able to carry that out again amidst Trump's anger. So I do think we'll be seeing another round of negotiations. I think that Iran is likely going to be a lot more flexible when it comes to the possible terms, but I don't think that we will necessarily see them saying, you know, Trump at some point had tweeted unconditional surrender. I don't think we're going to see them just agreeing to everything, because while they do not necessarily have the military capability to fight off Israel, to fight off the United States, diplomatically, they still see that Trump did not let Israel just run amok for as long as it wanted. Trump also carried out those airstrikes, very important airstrikes, but limited airstrikes, and then quickly tried to say, now it's time for peace. They're going to be using that to their advantage to say, we'll give you the peace you want, but we're not just bowing down and accepting all of your terms. So it's going to be interesting to see the negotiations. Again, they've proven to not have the military capability to withstand attacks, but diplomatically, they've not been defeated.
We'll be following up soon, Alon. Alon has his own YouTube channel for anybody who wants to give him a follow. He posts his own Middle East updates. Alon, as always, good to see you. See you soon.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We did see the president post on social media within the past hour or two. Fake news, CNN, together with the failing New York Times, have teamed up in an attempt to demean one of the most successful military strikes in history, the president says. The nuclear sites in Iran are completely destroyed. Both the Times and CNN are getting slammed by the public. Time will tell what Iran's military capabilities are and where their program stands. Let's take a quick commercial break. More breaking news out of New York City and their mayoral election when we return. We did hear former Governor Cuomo speaking while we were on the line with Alon. So we're going to play out a little bit of Cuomo's remarks in a moment. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at the New York City skyline. We continue to track the mayoral primary, the Democratic primary taking place there. Reminder, State Assembly member Zohran Mamdani is holding a tentative lead over former Governor Andrew Cuomo amid the rest of a crowded pack for New York City's mayoral primary. With more than an estimated 80% of the ballots counted, the race is headed to a ranked choice process. That's because none of the candidates are hitting that 50% threshold. So, while we were speaking with Alone just now, we saw that former Governor Cuomo spoke to his watch party. He said, "Tonight is not our night." Let's put out his remarks in full.
Together a marvelous campaign and worked so hard. I've worked with a lot of different groups of people, and I've been through a lot of campaigns. But I have to tell you, this was a really special, talented group of people. I want to thank all the elected officials who stepped up. I want to thank the labor leaders who stepped up. I want to thank the carpenters, where we got it started in HTC in 1199. Give them a round of applause. They were really fantastic. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who stepped forward in a big way. I enjoyed having the team back together again. I'll tell you the truth. People came back from when I was at HUD. The old HUD team came back. That's 30 years ago. And the Attorney General team, that's 20 years ago, and the governor's team, and friends that go back to my childhood. So that was all enjoyable, and I'm very proud of the campaign that we ran, and I'm proud of the effort that we put forth, and I'm proud of the issues that we discussed. But tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night, and he put together a great campaign, and he touched young people and inspired them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful campaign. I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his campaign. Now, I want to look at all the numbers as they come in, and this ranked choice voting, and what the numbers actually say and do. There is no doubt that there are important issues that are facing this city. That's why this election is so imperative. That's why so many people came out to vote, because these are real issues. And they're not getting better, and they're getting worse. And that's why New Yorkers are as concerned as they are. So the challenges we face are real, and they deserve real consideration. And I want to give some thought about the best way to help address them, the best way to help the party, but most of all, the best way to help the city. And that's what we'll be thinking about as we go forward. So we'll be looking at that. We'll be having conversations with that because the work is what is most important, and the city is what is most important, and the progress for the city at this important time is what is most important. And in the meantime, I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for your really fantastic effort and friendship. Again, I want to applaud the Assemblyman for a really smart and good and impactful campaign. Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won. And we're going to take a look. We'll make some decisions. But I love each and every one of you, and I thank you for what you've done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that seemed like a concession speech. This is what we're hearing from the ground there, not sounding like someone, Cuomo, not sounding like someone who's running in the general, says he will look at the numbers, give it some thought, but says Mamdani won, says he even called him to congratulate him. Let's take a commercial break. We are continuing to take a live look at, I wonder if we will get a, yep, there's his watch party right there. So once we see Mamdani come out, we'll try to take his remarks live. If we don't catch him live, we'll be sure to play them at some point throughout the night. But for now, that's the news of the hour. We didn't expect Cuomo to concede, but he did say that he called and congratulated Mamdani. He acknowledged that he won. This is a ranked choice vote. So Zohran Mamdani is not officially winning the primary, but we'll watch in the coming days to see where this thing heads. AP has it. Andrew Cuomo concedes New York City Democratic mayoral primary to Zohran Mamdani. Bring you any more pertinent information from New York City as the night progresses. For now, let's take a break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the U.S. Capitol, about 10:45 in the nation's capital, 7:45 out west. Let's cover an interesting story that we heard about today. But over the weekend, ICE agents saying they arrested 11 Iranian foreign nationals in 48 hours. That's according to the Department of Homeland Security. Learning more about this from our partners in Minneapolis, because one of those arrests was made there. Let's get the latest from them in this quick report.
The Department of Homeland Security says U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested 11 Iranian nationals in a 48-hour targeted operation. The arrests spanned multiple states. Here's what we know about the man who was taken into custody in Minnesota. DHS officials say ICE arrested 56-year-old Iranian national Mehran Makari Saheli on Sunday in St. Paul. DHS says he's a former member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and says he has, quote, admitted connections to Hezbollah, which are U.S. designated foreign terrorist organizations. According to court documents, Saheli was convicted of possessing a fraudulent immigration document in 2009. Then, stemming from that in 2020, court filings show he faced a federal charge for being a felon in possession of a firearm. DHS says he was later sentenced to 15 months in prison for the weapons charge. Federal officials say in June 2022, an immigration judge ordered Saheli be removed from the United States, but say he remained in the country illegally.
Okay, so as they mentioned, 11 total arrested. We've got pictures of 10 of them here via the New York Post. Standing by, we want to welcome in Michael Balboni. He's a former New York Homeland Security advisor. I got to ask you, when we look at pictures of these 10 people, Michael, are these people affiliated with those so-called sleeper cells that we've been hearing so much about? Is this sleeper cell activity or not? What do we know?
What we know is that over the last couple of years, we've had almost over 10 million individuals come to this country, and we don't know who they are, where they are, what their intentions are. That's really what has changed the landscape of this nation's security, and we see it right now. This follows a traditional pattern that whenever there's conflict in the Middle East, it spans out to other parts of the world. And of course, with Iran having been attacked by the United States to take out their nuclear facilities, this has ratcheted up the rhetoric at the very least. But we also know that there's really good intel that says there's a great capability in country right now, should the either Iranian affiliated individuals or folks that want to do things on their own, rogue individuals. And certainly from a cybersecurity perspective, the security forces in the United States are really on high alert for a domestic incident.
Viewers often ask me about the threat of sleeper cells. Two things on that. What are they, is one. And secondly, is there any evidence of Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S.? Hard evidence?
So typically, if you take a look at throughout the years from an intelligence perspective, during the Cold War was when the country was first introduced to the concept of a sleeper cell. That was people who were trained in the ways and customs of the United States. They were sent in to create false identities and families, and then hide amongst us, and then get a note that says, "Okay, time to go." And then they would either create havoc or they would try to get documents, secrets. That has now changed in the sense that there's an affiliation with the sponsoring agency, or in this case, Iran, where people come into the country. They go to areas where there's a lot of other Arab, in an Arab community, where they kind of go to ground and mix in. And this is, when you listen to what President Trump has been talking about, he's been using ICE to target not just folks that were here illegally, but folks that are members of gangs, have committed crimes, and pose a security risk. And so this is something that the White House has been very focused on, though a lot of people are not saying that he should get credit for doing this. But again, think of 10 million people coming to this country. It's a huge security risk.
You've already touched on this, but I'm hoping you can expand. What are the challenges associated with tracking down, finding even sleeper cells? How do you A, find it, B, how do you track the activity?
Typically what happens is that there's surveillance on individuals, that there are folks within a group that, the undercover agents, you turn somebody in a group, you get intelligence from them. These are the typical police and security operations that are done to try to infiltrate, find out what's going on in a group. Obviously surveillance, wiretaps, again, traditional ways of law enforcement to try to find out whether or not people are committing or planning to commit some kind of crime. Those are the same techniques that are used when you are trying to identify folks who might be a part of an agent or agency that's trying to do something in country. It's always very difficult, again, because we don't know how people came in. It's not like there's a date that that they were in this port of call for the United States, port of entry, and that you can track them from where they went. And if they go to a place like Minnesota, where there's a very large Arab population, well, there might be an opportunity for them to really go to ground and not be discovered. And so it makes it very, very difficult for not only ICE, but for the FBI. And there's a recent report that says, the FBI is really focusing now, shifting away from just simply going after immigrants who are here illegally to folks that may cause a terrorist threat.
One more thing before we go. What do we know about the quantity of Iranians that enter illegally that are not affiliated with any regime-backed group? No doubt there's people like that enter as well.
Sure. It's very important to think to not think that everybody who came across the border is a terrorist. That's not the case. But I think more important though than that is what are the capabilities? What's the training? What's the tradecraft? Like if I'm an intelligence agency that's an enemy of the United States and I see the fact that there's kind of an open border, I'm definitely going to send in assets. And for nothing else, just to surveil, to find out information and be able to give that back to the folks that want to know what's going on in the United States and possibly exploit vulnerabilities. So that's really the challenge for all security and law enforcement agencies in the United States right now.
Michael Balboni is a former New York Homeland Security advisor. Thanks, Michael. Talk soon.
Thanks, Austin.
Let's slide away. Live look at New York City. 10:51 in the Big Apple just about right now. 7:51 out west. Still watching the... Yep, that's the watch party there for Zohran Mamdani. I am not exactly sure when we expect to hear from him, but still a crowd gathered. We anticipate to hear from him at some point tonight. We saw that Andrew Cuomo conceded. So now we wait and see how Mamdani responds. Let's take our final break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. President Trump speaking to the media earlier today. He had some fiery words to... he made sure he wanted to broadcast a message. There we go. Live look at Jerusalem. Of course, Israel and Iran have been the subject of our coverage for quite a few days at this point, and President Trump helping to broker a ceasefire between the two. Now, missiles continued to fire after the ceasefire was implemented, and that pissed Trump off. And you can hear it when he spoke to reporters earlier today. Let's listen to this.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East. Thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
Yeah. It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you get to speak with the Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay? I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean. Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
Israel says that they violated the peace.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't. You Understand that?
You have kind of
They don't know what the F they're doing. It's the part we had to mute over the air. But you can go on social media and hear the full thing. That's President Trump speaking earlier today about the situation in the Middle East. A live look at Jerusalem. It's past 6 in the morning, Israeli Standard Time. We heard from President Trump twice today. That was the first time. He also spoke aboard Air Force One. Secretary of State Marco Rubio behind him. This was later on in the day. A few more hours had gone by, and the ceasefire appeared to be in better shape by this point that they interviewed Trump. Here's Trump aboard Air Force One.
You know, Iran hit them very hard last night because of that. I don't think they would have, except for the first hard hit. And I guess the missile was launched a couple of minutes afterwards, which went nowhere, which hit nothing. And there was going to be a retaliation this morning by Israel. And so you got to go back to and they did, which I respect very greatly. So nobody was killed. That was the sort. They had a lot of planes going in the wrong direction, you know that. No, because they didn't do anything. They would have if they put out a statement of truth, and they didn't do anything.
Sir, are you confident that this might not happen again, say in a couple of weeks?
I think they're both tired of it. I think they don't want it to happen again. And Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, by the way. I think it's the last thing on their mind right now.
Mr. President, did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment.
They're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders. And they're going to be a great trading nation, and they have a lot of oil. They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
So did they
The last thing on Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
Can you clarify what you meant when you mentioned regime change in your Truth Social post the other night?
Which?
Regime change. Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know,
get ahead of the president or try to guess at what his strategy will be, but it will be one that will benefit this country, and that, again, he's very, very clear. I think the difference is, obviously, sometimes you don't hear ahead of time about the trajectory of a president. With President Trump, he speaks honestly with us. So I would suggest to not translate, to not speculate or guess, but to watch, because things happen quickly, and I think we'll find out sooner than later. Yes, ma'am. One more.
Quick follow-up on something. You quoted the president as saying, "It was my great honor to destroy all nuclear facilities to stop the war." As far as we know, the bomb damage assessment has not been done. The Joint Chiefs Chairman was talking about how long it might take. Do we have something more conclusive about destroying all of the nuclear facilities?
Well, a conclusive comment for me would be coming from the President of the United States. I have great admiration for you, Andrea Mitchell, but I think he might know more than you do at this point, more than I, more than any one of us here. At the same time, obviously, the information that we receive, that the American people receive, which will be public, will take some time. But President Trump has indicated his pleasure at the success of that raid, which obviously was very limited in scope. And that's a very good point, I think, at the when it comes to the nature of what's occurred, and I'm pleased that the president is pleased. Sean Tandon.
Sure. Could I pursue that? I mean, another comment from the president this morning, he was saying that basically stop the bombs was the message that he sent to the Israelis. Does he believe that the Israelis complied with this? Is he happy with how it turned out?
Well, I think that there's early on, and again, I'm here at the State Department. I know my colleague Caroline is very articulate and clear on the nature of the president whom she represents and the State Department at the White House. But I think when we clearly look at the nature of how the day has transpired, there was some activity back and forth, and that has stopped, and the ceasefire has taken effect, and the president is pleased. So I think we can take that as an indicator of his feeling about it at this point.
Sure.
One more.
Sure, and I mean, they're both statements both from Tehran and from Jerusalem and
Yes.
Tel Aviv today. But I mean, one of the things that from the Israeli military chief was saying that this is just a phase, and they reserve the right to go back in. I mean, do you think that's consistent with the call for a ceasefire in terms of the Israeli statements on this?
Well, I think the statements that we've looked at, that we care about, are the fact that both, certainly Israel has agreed to the ceasefire. And we believe there's a statement from Iran that has done so as well. So those are the statements that we care about. All right. Yes, sir, in the back. Right there, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Obviously, pretty epic diplomatic developments last night.
Yes.
Can you walk us through any of the diplomatic steps that were taken that led to the ceasefire, and specifically Secretary Rubio's role? What are some of the ongoing efforts to make sure the ceasefire sticks? And then a separate but related question. The President spoke this morning about the great trading potential with Iran. Does this administration envision a broader rapprochement with Tehran that could lead to diplomatic ties being established, even the embassy being reopened?
Well, on both those issues, I can't speak directly to them, but I can say a few things in that certainly I wasn't there. The Secretary of State was in a dynamic with the President that is a private dynamic as that team was addressing a war and the nature of how to stop it. So I can't speak to how that transpired or the decisions that were made, but obviously a successful evening, successful aftermath when it comes also to a very quick ceasefire. In the meantime, for your other question, which was, remind me again your second question?
Well, President Trump this morning spoke a little bit about the potential for trade with Iran.
Oh, the trade question.
I was asking more about the
yes, obviously, again, while I can't speak obviously to the choices President Trump will make, what we do all know is that he is a businessman. Americans appreciate that about him, the nature of how he looks at the issue of national security and safety. And he has in the past addressed the issue of relationships with this country, keep other nations secure, that we are a good friend to have, that a friendship with the United States assists and helps facilitate the natural national security of another nation. So I look at that and his approach in certain things, and that's been certainly his attitude about it, and it seems to be a correct one. It's one I agree with. So I think we'll see that if that in fact is the case here, and we'll find out. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any sort of monitoring mechanism for the ceasefire if it continues to hold? Will there be a third party that is making sure that both sides are adhering to the ceasefire?
Well, as the State Department, I can't really speak to that. I think that's a DOD question and certainly a White House question.
And then how do you view the next steps for nuclear talks potentially resuming in light of the ceasefire? Is there anything on the schedule? Any follow-on conversations between the two sides to try to resume the talks that had been scheduled?
I can't speak to a schedule. I'm not going to guess or speculate about when something might happen. What we do know, and President Trump throughout this process had been tweeting about the fact that this would be a good time for negotiations to renew, for these talks to renew. Of course, with some disappointment that it got to this point. He has been committed to diplomacy and to discussions. Obviously, he's displayed that for these last 5 months, and I would think that has not changed. So the commitment, not just from President Trump, but also from Secretary Rubio, to minimize the need and go out of your way for the need to not engage militarily, is clearly a hallmark for him and his view of national security and foreign policy, as it is for Secretary Rubio, and I would expect that approach and that commitment to remain the same. Impeachment? Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Tammy. Just to follow on that, over the weekend, the president, many other cabinet members, they said that the strikes by the U.S. military on Iranian facilities had obliterated the nuclear program. Because of that, do you see that as buying more time for these negotiations to play out? Has the urgency at all changed? And there are reports that Qatar has tried to mediate nuclear talks, try to restart those. Are you receptive of Qatari efforts at this point?
Well, that's not something I can address in any detail at all. I do know that the president was very confident in his assertion of the destruction of those sites. That was necessary because of the point that he's had from the start of this, which is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has been a very singular, clear point, and the understanding is now they're not going to have one. And that clearly might open the door for the people involved in those kinds of decisions about how to move forward. But that was, and the strikes indicated that. It was a very distinctive, limited strike regarding the issue that was in the forefront of the president's mind, that he made clear over and over again, that they will not have a nuclear weapon. And now they will not have a nuclear weapon. How we move forward from here is up to the President of the United States. Saeed, yes, sir.
Thank you. Now that we have the ceasefire between Iran and Israel seems to be holding, are we likely to see renewed efforts to have a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza? I mean, just for figures, Tammy, maybe 400 people got killed in the exchanges between Israel and Iran. In the same period, like 700 Palestinians have died, many of them at the aid distribution center.
Yeah, this is why, and we are reminded about why the ceasefire efforts are important. It is a reminder about why the president, and why we're lucky for President Trump to be our president and for Secretary Rubio to be focusing on changing the status quo on this planet and changing the old dynamic of wanting new ideas. It has been his hallmark from the start, and that has not changed. What we can say, and just as a reminder, Saeed, there is a deal on the table. Hamas must stop acting recklessly and accept it. As Special Envoy Witkoff has said, Hamas's recent response to the offer was totally unacceptable and only takes us backward. It hasn't been that long, right? A lot of stuff is happening in a short period of time. But the fact of the matter is that we've never stopped working for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We've never stopped wanting that to end, to get us out of that repetition of something that has certainly made the first victims, the people of the Gaza Strip, and then everyone else. It's a reflection of what needs to end and what has been the problem. President Trump has made clear to, in this case, Hamas specifically, that they will face consequences if they continue to hold hostages, which they do, including those who have already passed away and those who are still living. Hamas has rejected repeated ceasefire proposals and therefore bears sole responsibility for how this is continuing. Saeed, if you have a chance, I don't know if you do in your work, to pose the same question to Hamas. It would be, I hope you might be asking them.
I'll do it through my articles. I have no direct communication.
All right. Yes, sir, there in the middle.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the remainder of these remarks. Welcome back in to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you out to our nation's capital to hear the remainder of this event.
Here. Yep.
Thank you very much. President Trump has long said that Iran should not have nuclear weapons.
That is correct.
That is clear. Do you think it is important for Iran to change its foreign policy because the U.S. always says it is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism and destabilizing region?
I obviously can't speak to what's in the mind of the so-called leadership of Iran. I do know that the future of Iran is in the hands of the Iranian people. And whether or not certain individuals change their approach or belief, I think what has happened, the whole world has noted that the world has changed and that nothing will be the same. And how that plays out, we are very lucky that we have President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and a cabinet that is united in the nature of what we're trying to do for the next 3.5 years. One more, yes, sir.
One more. And
please.
Kurdistan regional government leadership and strongly welcome President Trump's statement about peace. Do you want to comment on it?
Well, no, there's again, things are happening and moving along so quickly. Obviously, everything in that region, in the Middle East, has changed. And we will have to see where those who are leading this charge and this change, again, the American leadership here with Trump, Rubio, and J.D. Vance, of course, just strong leadership across the board. We're very lucky, as we've seen also with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. We are very early in this administration. Think about it. We are in the middle of June, and we've seen the results now of men and women who are focused. So we'll see for the Kurds and others as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions for you. Number one, especially considering the Secretary is now at NATO.
Yes.
Does the Secretary feel like European allies had America's back to the extent that they should in this Iranian operation? I'm not talking about militarily, but from a general support standpoint, beyond just platitudes of concern about the Iranian nuclear program, do you feel like you got backing from Europe on this?
Well, I'm not going to comment or speculate on the feelings or assessments of our partners in any kind of dynamic. That's between them. It's about the leaders of the world right now. What I can tell you is that President Trump and Secretary Rubio are right there in The Hague at NATO for conversations with our partners throughout Europe. And I think that everyone expects that to be very successful. It's going to be a very exciting time. It's a perfect time for those conversations to be had. I'm not going to speculate on the nature of those any conversations or can speculate on the feelings of people either.
Second question for you.
Yes, sir.
In terms of regime change in Iran, the initial message coming out of the administration was, we're not after regime change, we're after the nuclear weapons program. Then the president remarked today, regime change is not a good idea because of the chaos that it would cause. So what is the administration, specifically the State Department's message here to Iranians who are suffering under the oppression of the regime? How do they move forward and does America have their back, considering the president said regime change is not a good idea right now?
Well, again, that's in the perspective certainly of the president and what his actions, he feels what actions are important, what our intentions were. It was very clear from the start, from the very beginning. For years, the president has spoken about the problem of Iran and how they can't have a nuclear weapon. This is not a new idea, and it's certainly a globally held idea. But we've said here at the State Department repeatedly in a number of different dynamics that the fates of countries belong in the hands of the people in those countries. That is the overriding general message of the Marco Rubio State Department. It is the kind of thing that when we think about not just democracy, but the nature of the decision of citizens to decide what kind of leadership they want. That is what our position is for certainly Iran and every other country on this planet. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Tammy. Two questions, one on your end. Have you received any signals or message from Iran that they are willing to come back to the table? This first. And secondly, are you still sticking with the proposal that you sent to Iran, or you are open to discuss more broadly?
Well, again, as we know, many things have changed in just the last few days. And so I won't speak to what messages may have been sent to Iran, which
Not something we do every day, but we are going to have to break in to the overnight playlist right now. We do prioritize live coverage here at Live Now from Fox. And right now, we are seeing a live event happening in New York City, as we are hearing from Zohran Mamdani. He's the person that appears to have received the most votes in today's New York City mayoral primary. Let's listen into him. He's speaking live right now at his watch party. We've been waiting for this for about an hour now. Let's listen in, and then after he's done, we'll go back to the overnight playlist.
We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop masked ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality. Dreaming demands hope. And when I think of hope, I think of the unprecedented coalition of New Yorkers that we have built. For this is not my victory. This is ours. It is the victory of the Bangladeshi auntie who knocked on door after door until her feet throbbed and her knuckles ached. It is the victory of the 18-year-old who voted in their first ever election. And it is the victory of the Gambian uncle who finally saw himself and his struggle in a campaign for the city that he calls home. Dreaming demands solidarity. And when I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see. Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain. Children who called parents. Strangers who care about those they will never meet. A New York that believes in each other and in itself. This is solidarity. And it defines our victory. And above all, dreaming demands work. Last Friday night, as the sun began to drop in the sky, I set off on a 13-mile walk from the northernmost tip of Manhattan to the base of the island. We began in Inwood, where music played and neighbors set out dominoes on the sidewalk. It was 7 p.m. The weekend had arrived. For most people, the time for work was over. But this is New York, where the work never ends. Waiters carried plates on 181st Street. Conductors drove the subways that rattled high above 125th. And world-class musicians tuned instruments as we passed Lincoln Square. By the time we made it downtown, a crowd marched behind us, a living embodiment of the energy and purpose that defines this campaign. Still, long past midnight, New York worked. Garbage trucks weaved through empty streets. Fishmongers carried in tomorrow's wares. And when we finally arrived at the Battery at 2:20 a.m. in the morning, the workers who run the Staten Island Ferry were on the job too. Just as they are every hour of the day, every day of the week. Each of these New Yorkers carried a dream with them that night as they labored. Just as each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream. This has been a historically contentious race. One that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears and slander. I hope now that this primary has come to an end, I can introduce myself once more. Not as you've seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor. I will be the mayor for every New Yorker. Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all, I will fight for a city that works for you, that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own. And I know that those hopes extend beyond our 5 boroughs. There are millions of New Yorkers who have strong feelings about what happens overseas. I am one of them. And while I will not abandon my beliefs or my commitments, grounded in a demand for equality, for humanity, for all those who walk this earth, you have my word to reach further, to understand the perspectives of those with whom I disagree, and to wrestle deeply with those disagreements. Let me close with this. In these dark times, I know that it is harder than ever to keep faith in our democracy. It has been attacked by billionaires and their big spending, by elected officials who care more about self-enrichment than the public trust, and by authoritarian leaders who rule through fear. But above all, our democracy has been attacked from within. For too long, New Yorkers have strained to find a leader who represents us, who puts us first. And we have been betrayed time and again. After so many disappointments, the heart hardens. Belief becomes elusive. And when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth. For billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations. Not because the people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. New York, if we have made one thing clear over these past months, it is that we need not choose between the two. We can be free and we can be fed. We can demand what we deserve. And together we have built a movement where everyday New Yorkers recognize themselves in our vision of democracy. Every new voter registered, that is faith renewed. Every voter who traveled through withering heat to the polls, that is faith renewed. And every New Yorker who sees solutions to the daily challenges they face in this campaign, that is faith renewed. Together, New York, we have renewed our democracy. We have given our city permission to believe again. And I pledge to you that we will remake this great city, not in my image, but in the image of a New Yorker who has only known struggle. In our New York, the power belongs to the people. And as I thank the people that are here with me today, and as I thank the incredible leaders who have long fought for those people, who are here across this crowd and across these 5 boroughs and standing next to me in the Attorney General of this state, in the public advocate of this city, in our Congresswoman, Nydia Velasquez, in our Controller, Brad Lander, and in every single person who believed in this campaign long before it was easy to do so. And you believed when it was difficult. We dreamt in the night, and we are now building in the dawn. That new day, the one that we have yearned for, the one that we have struggled for, the one that we have knocked for, have texted for, have called for, the one that we have obsessed over. That new day is finally here, my friends. And it is here because you have delivered it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as I thank you, I must thank those who brought me into this world. I must thank my mother and my father. Mira and Mahmoud. And I must thank and I must thank my incredible wife. Rama Duaji. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now let us lead this city into one that is affordable for each and every New Yorker.
So we wanted to make sure we brought that to you. That was Zohran Mamdani's victory speech. Let's show this. He sent this out on X moments ago. In the words of Nelson Mandela, he says, "It always seems impossible until it's done. My friends, it is done, and you are the ones who did it. I'm honored to be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City." Now, my understanding is we are not going to get the official call that he's won the primary tonight. It may be some time before we get the official call, but with the concession of Andrew Cuomo, Mamdani feeling confident, and Cuomo feeling confident that Mamdani is going to take this one and head to the general as the candidate on the Democratic side, face off against Eric Adams, who's running as an independent in the general election. All right, we broke into the playlist, staying up on air a little bit later than usual tonight to bring you that live speech. I'm Austin Westfall. We thank you guys once again for hanging along with us late tonight. 12:40 in the nation's capital, 9:40 just about out west. I am going to send it to the overnight playlist once again. First, a commercial break, then the overnight playlist will start with some of the remarks from House Democratic leaders, including Hakeem Jeffries. Andy Mack has you covered for that. All right, I'm going to send it to a break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. Our live coverage continues tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a good night.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. House Democrats, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, comments on U.S. airstrikes in Iran.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the United States Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war. The Trump administration undertook an offensive military strike in the Middle East and chose the American people deserve to know the facts and the truth as it related to the decision, approval, what was the imminent nature of the threat to the safety and security of the American people that justified the strike that took place. What was the result of the military strike in terms of potentially setting back the Iranian nuclear program and their aspirations? We agree that Iran should never be permitted to become nuclear capable. Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States of America and a sworn enemy of our allies, including Israel and Jordan. But there are real questions that need to be answered so that the American people have a full understanding of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is it in fact the case that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated? There apparently are reasons to believe that that was a blatant misrepresentation made by Donald Trump to the American people. That's one of the questions that needs to be answered by the Trump administration. What are they running away from? Why was this briefing, which is already days late, postponed? Why is the Trump administration playing political games on questions of war and peace that relate directly to the safety and security of the American people? We're ready to undertake our constitutional responsibility on behalf of the American people on these serious issues, which include the need to get an answer to the question as to what is Donald Trump's plan to avoid another costly and deadly war in the Middle East, which the American people want no part of. Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It's now my honor to yield to our distinguished whip, Catherine Clark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader, and we are grateful for your leadership in this time. The Constitution is not a suggestion. Congress is not here for show. Our democratic institutions exist because there are no kings in our country. No one person has the right to declare war. That power belongs to the people through their representatives. And yet, days after this unauthorized, unconstitutional military strike, the American people still don't know what happened. That is why having this briefing so late as it was be postponed even further is so critical. And I think we have to put it in the context of everything that is going on in Congress this week. As we have an administration that won't come forward and talk truthfully and honestly about matters of national security and potentially taking us into another war in the Middle East. We also are at the same time debating and on the verge of having the GOP pass Donald Trump's big, ugly bill taking away the security of American people to hit that first rung of the American dream. 16 million people losing their health care, $500 billion out of Medicare, food taken away from or threatened by another 42 million people threatened with losing food programs in this country. What is this saying when the priority of this administration is to build a security, whether it is security abroad from aggressors or whether it is economic security and the security of knowing you can take your family to a doctor without plunging yourself into debt, and not giving the facts, not being level with the American people about why this strike was necessary and what they're doing to their economic lives with this big, ugly bill. All of this is up to this administration to come to Congress and level with the American people and tell them the who, what, where, why was necessary for this military action. The American people, our service members, and us as representatives and their voices here deserve answers. And now I am proud to turn it over to our chairman, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Whip Clark and Leader Jeffries, for your unwavering support of American men and women who put their lives on their line each and every day. Our primary concern is the safety of American troops and American interests in the region. And unfortunately, the administration's failure to inform and brief members of Congress is just completely unacceptable. We need answers, we need evidence, and we need them now. The chaos and the confusion that we are seeing in the White House is not the kind of leadership that we need. We need strong, steady leadership, and the president is proving incapable of that. The Trump administration owes it to the American people to provide the transparency immediately. House Democrats will continue to pursue rigorous oversight of the Trump administration's foreign policy guided by ranking members Meeks, Smith, and Himes, as well as the National Security Task Force. With that, back over to Leader Jeffries.
Questions?
Mr. Leader, you just said that the president's characterization that the program had been obliterated was a misrepresentation. What is your assessment?
No, I didn't say it was a misrepresentation. I said there have been no facts that have been presented to the American people or to the Congress to confirm that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated.
Would you not agree that the world is safer now than it was a month ago?
We have repeatedly made clear that the Iranian regime should never be permitted to become nuclear capable. One of the questions that the administration needs to answer is why did they abandon the aggressive diplomacy that was successful during the Obama administration, partnering with Great Britain, France, Germany, China, and Russia to reach an agreement with Iran that actually did set back Iran's nuclear ambitions? That's a question that needs to be answered by the administration, which is why it's perplexing that if the Trump administration really does believe they have the high ground, why are you hiding from the American people and their elected representatives in the United States Congress?
The Speaker, a few moments before you came out, said that the postponed briefing will now occur on Friday. Have you had a conversation about that with him? And also, you've said that you're looking for answers for the American people, but in a classified setting, how do you expect for the American people to fully understand what's happening behind closed doors?
Classified briefing is just the first step toward the transparency that will be required because of our concern for both the safety and security of our men and women in uniform, approximately 40,000 in the Middle East who are now in harm's way, and we need to know the justification for that, as well as understanding how this unilateral action, without following the constitutional requirement of congressional approval for an act of war, makes the American people safer. These are questions that do need to be answered by the Trump administration. And the first step in that process is a classified briefing.
Did the speaker work with you to schedule that on Friday?
Speaker Johnson has been a good faith actor, in my view, on this issue because he recognizes, as a result of what Republican members of the House of Representatives had made clear, that the administration needs to answer questions on behalf of the American people.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the remainder of these remarks. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you out to our nation's capital to hear the remainder of this event.
What explanation were you given for the briefing being postponed, and are you concerned that the president will use this time to continue to get U.S. troops involved in the conflict without congressional approval?
We have not received any explanation from the Trump administration as to why the briefing was suddenly postponed.
And the second question?
There's real concern right now as it relates to the fragile situation in the Middle East, which is a tinderbox, which is why Congress, on behalf of the American people, needs to hear from the administration what was the justification for engaging in this act of war. What was the imminent threat to the safety and security of the American people that justified this strike without seeking congressional authorization? Pete, Catherine, you want to jump in? Thanks.
Have you guys received a Gang of 8 briefing yet, and are there any schedules coming up?
We have not received a Gang of 8 briefing, nor has one been scheduled. This is inexplicable. If the Trump administration actually believes that their actions were justified, what are they running away from? Why have they refused to provide a briefing to congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle and on both sides of the Capitol, including the top Democrats and Republicans on the Intelligence Committee? What is the administration hiding from the American people? At the highest levels of the White House, I made the request on Saturday for an immediate briefing of top congressional leaders and top leaders of the Intelligence Committee on a bipartisan basis, and they have refused to provide one.
Mr. Leader, the Speaker seemed to indicate that part of the
administration couldn't get a hold of you.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. There was no briefing that anyone received in advance of the unilateral strike ordered by Donald Trump. All four of us received a perfunctory, so-called courtesy call, providing notice that something was going to occur in the Middle East. That is not a briefing, and the administration clearly had no intention of providing a briefing.
Were they able to get you on the phone? Is that?
I did talk to multiple members of the White House on Saturday, but it was not in connection with providing any briefing. And as Leader Schumer indicated, when he spoke to the White House and asked the justification for the strike without seeking congressional authorization, the same question that I asked them, they could not provide an answer. Thanks. Go back to this side.
Going forward, what do you believe that the Congress and the administration should do working together, or maybe separately, to prevent another forever war in the Middle East?
Well, let me yield to both of my colleagues, and obviously there are several resolutions that have been introduced with respect to congressional authorization of the use of military force, which is the appropriate way to go. And those resolutions should be taken up and debated on the floor of the House of Representatives with full transparency for the American people, which is the constitutional way to protect the health, the safety, the national security, and the best interests of the American people.
Go back to what I said earlier. The Constitution isn't something that we use when it's convenient. And the way that it is designed, it has a role for Congress because we are the voices for American families. And yes, our initial briefings may be in classified settings, but it allows us to make a determination for the people who set us here is what is in our best national interests. And so whether it is the briefings that did not occur with top leaders in Congress or this delay, we hope it will happen on Friday, but it's been asked for days, and we've been asking for information since the first bombs hit Iran with Israel back on June 12th. And so what we have here is an administration that wants to just rule by fiat and their own desires. That is not how the Constitution works. And as members of Congress, it is our job and responsibility to assert that and to make sure that we have the information the American people are due.
I agree with everything that the whip and the leader mentioned. Whip Clark joined me and the vice chair and members of the Democratic Caucus National Security Task Force of 4 people who have served in uniform. And while I agree with the policy pieces of debating AUMFs and matters under this dome, I'd encourage you to talk to service members. Talk to service members who are also members of Congress here. There are colleagues of ours who have served combat tours, and they know what's at stake. And they are imploring us to ask the tough questions that might not have been asked 25 years ago. Where there was one debate and one discussion, and we ended up losing thousands of American lives and $3 trillion spent in an endless war. That's why we're here. And so, yes, it's important what Democratic Caucus and Democratic leadership feels, but we are a reflection of our membership, and our membership comes from all over this country, and many of them have served this country admirably, and they are asking us, they are imploring us to be policymakers and to ask these tough questions. That's why we're here. That's why we're being so forceful with this, is because it is so important that we get this right. It is so important that we prevent American men and women in service from dying. That's what this is about.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. President Trump made the announcement of the strike on Truth Social. So much of the information that we're finding out is from his social media. Are you concerned that a Truth Social post or some sort of social media post could lead to unintended escalation? What are your thoughts about how the president is just conducting his outreach to the American people through his social media channels?
Yes, it's all extraordinary. You know, Donald Trump stated on social media that 3 sites were hit. Were 3 sites hit? We don't know. That's why we need a briefing. Donald Trump suggested that there was a ceasefire, and then it no longer appeared that there was actually a ceasefire. That's why we need, on behalf of the American people, a congressional briefing. Donald Trump suggested that Iran's nuclear program had been completely and totally obliterated. Was that the case, or was that not the case? We don't know. The American people don't know. The American people deserve the truth, not Truth Social posts that are increasingly unhinged. The American people deserve to know the truth. And that process begins with a congressional briefing that flows from the constitutional responsibility. That Congress has and has alone to declare war. The Constitution is not an inconvenience. George Washington, in his farewell address to Congress, and on this issue, George Washington is the OG, the original general, the original war hero, the original revolutionary, and then the first president. And in his farewell address to Congress, he said that the Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means everyone. That came from the OG, the original general. And Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 is very clear. On behalf of the American people, Congress, and Congress alone, has the responsibility of declaring war. And that is why the president needs to explain why he did not seek authorization for the use of military force.
Just want to ask you specifically for reaction to new reporting that an early assessment by the Defense Intelligence Agency found that the strikes didn't destroy the core components of the nuclear program, likely only set it back by months. Just wondering if you've seen the reporting, if you plan to raise it with the administration.
It's one of the reasons why we need both a Gang of 8 briefing immediately and a classified briefing for all members of the House of Representatives. Thank you, everyone.
And we'll continue to follow the top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now turn our attention now to Ohio as Vice President J.D. Vance is making remarks at a GOP dinner.
Please, please, please. Thank you all. Take your seats, please. I gotta say, it feels like a great homecoming to be here in Lima today. I am so thrilled to be with you all. Now, I gotta say, my chief of staff, who's a great guy, he told me, thank you. You probably don't know who he is, but you're celebrating him anyway. He just got engaged, actually, so I'm very proud of him. He's doing things the right way, but he told me on Monday, which I guess is yesterday, he said, sir, I think we might have to cancel this trip to Lima. And I said, I'm not canceling this trip to Lima for anything. I've been looking forward to this for months. We're not canceling this trip to Lima. And I don't know if you guys saw, but there's nothing going on in the news at all that would justify me canceling this trip to Lima. Why the hell would we cancel the trip to Lima, Ohio? It's a boring day in the White House, as you guys have probably seen. So let me offer a few words of appreciation. So I could probably thank half the people in this room, and I'm so thrilled to be with you this evening. And there are a few by name that I want to call out. So first of all, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name, I never do, but Alex T., the great chair of the Ohio GOP. Thank you, Alex, for everything that you do. I've got to thank, and this is, guys, you should be glad I asked about this. I thought, because it says here, Senator Tony Schrader, but I know Tony, and he's not a lowly politician. He is actually the guy who operates behind the scenes. So our great GOP Central Committee man and also the chair of the Putnam County GOP, Tony Schrader. Tony, where are you, man? I love you. Hey, Tony's been so good to me from the very beginning, and I'm going to tell a little story here. That's what I'm going to do. You guys are going to be stuck here for 45 minutes, me telling stories. I'm just in such a good mood. Unfortunately, we've got these cameras back there, so I got to be a little bit careful. If I say something really stupid, somebody's got to stand up here and stop me before I embarrass myself in front of national TV here. But Tony Schrader was, when I decided to run for office the very first time, it was the Senate race back in Ohio in 2022. And so this is sort of early 2021 when I'm going around and giving speeches. I haven't even declared my candidacy yet. And Tony Schrader was actually backing somebody else in the primary. Now, Tony was backing a person who is a very dear friend of mine, Jane Timken, who's, I don't know if Jane is here, but Jane, hey Jane, how are you? But that was a hard-fought primary, a bunch of really good candidates. And eventually, of course, I won that primary and won the race. But Tony worked harder for me maybe than anybody in all of Northwestern Ohio. I mean, he knocked on so many doors. You remember, Tony, we would have events with volunteers where we would knock on more doors than I thought humanly possible. And it was all because Putnam County GOP is an incredible organization led by an incredible guy. So thank you, Tony, for everything that you do. Of course, no thank you here is complete in Lima, Ohio, without thanking our great Allen County GOP Chairman, Keith Cheney, who has an incredible voice. He was the announcer. Keith, I think if I had your voice, I would have been vice president earlier than I made it, man. But, nobody is endowed with perfect gifts here. And, of course, GOP volunteer Kurt Kaufman. Kurt, thanks for everything that you do. We said hello backstage. Thank you, Kurt. All right, so I got my thank yous, at least by name, at least until I noticed somebody else's face in the crowd here. But people always ask me what it's like to be Vice President of the United States, and I'll tell you a couple stories that illustrate that. So first of all, I didn't know that the president would make me his vice presidential running mate until literally the morning of the GOP convention. And if you walk back in time, you remember what happened. So the Saturday before the GOP convention, the president, I actually flew down to Florida to meet with the president, and we talked. It was the first time I had ever talked with him explicitly about becoming his running mate. And he said, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but it's probably going to be you, so go have fun the next couple of days. How do you have fun the next couple of days when that's what the president tells you? And of course, so that evening, he flew up to Pennsylvania to do a rally in Pennsylvania, and that was the famous moment where he turned his head and missed, I think, what would have been one of the great tragedies in American history, not just a tragedy for him personally. And I really do believe, I'm a person of faith, I imagine most of you are too, I believe the hand of God prevented America from experiencing great national tragedy in that moment. But so I call the president that night. It's probably 2 in the morning at this point. I call the president that night. Remember, I just met with him that morning talking about becoming his running mate. And I'm like, sir, how you doing? And he's like, I'm fine. He'd just been shot in the ear. I'm fine. You know, nearly lost his life, but totally fine. He goes, how? Pretty damn well, because if remember, he had that photo where he raises the fist iconically. And I said, I think that photo is going to go down in history as one of the great photos. And of course, I was right about that. So the morning of the convention, the morning he announces me to be his nominee, he calls me at around 11:45, and I'm not kidding you, I don't answer the phone. And I don't know what had happened. We had just landed in Milwaukee. We've got 3 little kids. You know, it was a hot day. We were trying to get through all the security to get to our hotel room. I don't know what happened. So I call him back 15 minutes later, and he answers the phone, and he says, JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I said, yes, Mr. President. And he said, I'm going to have to select somebody else now. And of course, you know, my heart stops, and I think he's actually going to do it. But then he asked me to be his running mate. He actually talks to my son, and, you know, the rest is history, right? The rest is history. So that's the first story. The second story that I'll tell you is we've probably been in the Oval Office for all of 10 days. And I'm sitting there, and we have a phone call with a foreign leader. I won't mention who. And it's a tough phone call. There are some tough issues that we have to work through with this foreign leader. And he asked me to come sit behind him at the Resolute desk so that if I need to say anything, I can just speak directly into the speakerphone. And it's early in the administration, so there's not a whole lot in the Oval Office yet. And there's this sort of wooden box with a red button sitting on the Resolute desk. And I think to myself, that's probably not a button that you want to press, right? So we're talking to this foreign leader, and the president looks over at me, puts the foreign leader on mute, and says, "This is not going very well," and he presses the red button. and my eyes get really big, and I'm like, "Mr. President, you know, what just happened?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nuclear." Nuclear. And 2 minutes later, a guy walks in with a Diet Coke, and he looks back at me and he says, "It wasn't nuclear, it's just the Diet Coke button." And that's... So that's the kind of guy, and my fellow Republicans, that we have as the President of the United States, a guy who can do a good job, but keep a sense of humor. And I've learned a ton, even in 130 days, 140 days, however long we've been in office. I think I've learned more, I've had more on-the-job training than I think any person in the history of having a job for all of about 5 months. Because the thing that I've learned about the President of the United States, and I guess I kind of knew this a little bit, but I've really learned it seeing him interact with foreign leaders, with congressional leaders, and just doing the job of President of the United States is what makes the president so successful is he has the best instincts about people of anybody that I've ever seen in my life. He knows when somebody is selling him a load of BS. He knows when he's making progress, when he needs to cut something off. He knows when he's dealing with somebody that he can trust, and he knows when he's dealing with somebody that he can't trust. And I think if you think about everything that comes across the president's desk, I mean, just on, I guess this is yesterday, on Monday alone, the President of the United States, of course, we were trying to figure out what we were doing with the Israel-Iran situation. Of course, we had just launched the wildly successful attack that destroyed the Iranian nuclear facilities in Fordo and elsewhere. Thank you. But we know the Iranians are going to counterattack, and we're kind of trying to figure out, is it going to be a real counterattack, or is it going to be something more symbolic, more face-saving? He's dealing with congressional leaders about the one big beautiful bill that cuts taxes on overtime, cuts taxes for tips. Thank you. Really is the most important generational tax reform that we've had in this country in 30 years, and also provides billions of dollars to replenish the southern border funding that encourages us and empowers us to kick out the illegal immigrants and to stop the flow of illegal immigration into our country. So we're doing all these things, and that's just one Monday at the White House, and there's no person that could possibly, read all the briefing materials, the tens of thousands of pages of background on all this stuff. But what you need in that Oval Office is you need somebody with good instincts. You need somebody who can tell when a person is negotiating on behalf of the American people, and you need somebody who knows when they're negotiating against the interests of the American people. And I'll tell you, you do not want to be a person in Donald Trump's Oval Office who's negotiating against the interests of the American people, because they'll throw you the hell out and tell you exactly what he's going to do. And that is what I think makes him an effective president. It's what makes him an effective leader for the American people. And I will say, I'm obviously extremely biased, but 130 days into this term, we have got a lot to brag on from the Trump administration and what we're doing in Washington, D.C. Let me run just through a few of the ways in which the Trump administration has been wildly successful. And let me start with the thing that is, of course, in the news. And what the president said going back 10 years, if you look at the campaign in 2015 and 2016, and he said it consistently through his second term, is that he does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. It destabilizes the entire region. It gives this terrible regime leverage over the United States of America. As the president often jokes with me, everybody in Iran calls the Iranian leader the supreme leader. That's a pretty amazing title if you think about it. But he looked at me in the Situation Room a few days ago and he said, Mr. Vice President, you don't have to call him the supreme leader, but you would if the guy had a nuclear weapon. Because the leverage that nuclear weapons give you to destabilize the world, to destroy our economic interests, to destroy our national security interests, you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. So what did the president do? For 60 days, he negotiated aggressively to encourage that Iranian regime to give up those weapons peacefully. And by the way, he was more than willing to accept a peaceful settlement to that problem. But again, this comes back to instincts. When the president realized that there was not going to be a peaceful settlement to that problem, he sent B-2 bombers and dropped 12 30,000-pound bombs on the worst facility and destroyed that program. And I think there are a lot of Republicans, by the way, I count myself among them, who after the past 25 years, they don't want to get involved in another long-term, protracted Middle Eastern conflict. We all saw what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan. And so what I call the Trump doctrine is quite simple. Number one, you articulate a clear American interest, and that's, in this case, that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Number two, you try to aggressively, diplomatically solve that problem. And number three, when you can't solve it diplomatically, you use overwhelming military power to solve it, and then you get the hell out of there before it ever becomes a protracted conflict. That is the Trump doctrine. And to the Americans who are worried about this becoming a protracted conflict, I think the president solved that very quickly. Not only did we destroy the Iranian nuclear program, we did it with 0 American casualties, and that's what happens when you've got strong American leadership. Now let me talk to you about something else. For every month that you've got inflation numbers and jobs numbers and wage numbers coming out, you know, I'll come into the White House and I'll say, that this happened now about 5 times, where seems like every economist and every financial journalist in the world says that Donald Trump's policies are going to lead to higher inflation. They're going to lead to lower jobs. They're going to lead to lower wages. And for now, 5 months in a row, every single time we come into the news and it turns out the economists' expectations missed. Because wages are higher, inflation is lower, and our economy is roaring in a way that it has not in a very, very long time. That is thanks to good presidential leadership. And I'll bring it back to instincts, because when the president came into office, he said, frankly, what he's been saying for 30 years, that we have got to stop allowing foreign companies to take advantage and foreign countries to take advantage of the United States of America. Why in God's name would we allow cheap slave labor manufactured stuff from a foreign country to come into our country, undercutting the wages and jobs of American workers? And the reason we allowed that to happen is for 30 years we had a bipartisan failed consensus that we ought to let cheap plastic garbage come into our country at the expense of American jobs and the American families who depend on those jobs. You know what President Trump said? On April the 2nd, he said, if you tried to undercut the wages of American workers, if you tried to bring in this crap, if you try to expose the American worker to an economic unfairness that you don't force your own countries to deal with, we are going to slap a big fat tariff on what you bring into this country. We're going to penalize you. For once, finally, we had an American president who said, if you want to destroy the wages and the jobs of American workers, you're going to pay a big fat penalty because of it. And that, I believe, has saved the American economy.
We were just listening into those remarks there from Vice President J.D. Vance in Lima, Ohio. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now turn our attention now to Ohio as Vice President J.D. Vance is making remarks at a GOP dinner.
If you want to undercut American steel, you're going to have to pay a tariff. If you want to undercut American auto workers, you're going to have to pay a tariff. And all the economists said, well, what this is going to do is going to produce inflation. And no, what the president said is what it's going to do is one of two things. Number one, it's going to force a lot of people to move their factories back to the United States of America. And we've seen more foreign investment in the past 130 days than you've seen in any 130-day period in the history of this country. Or, he said, what it's going to cause is these foreign countries are going to open up their markets to American manufactured goods. Because here's the crazy thing. You go to Germany, you go to Japan, you go to South Korea. Some of these countries, by the way, are very important allies of ours. But how many American-made automobiles do you see on the streets of these foreign countries? Very often, zero. But we allow all of these countries to come in and do business on our shores. Well, the deal is fair trade. If we're going to let you do business in the United States of America, you damn well let us do business in your country, because that's how we create prosperity for American workers. And the final and most important thing, and I think this is the most important issue confronting this country, and it was certainly the most important issue that was destroying this country over the past 4 years, and that is the issue of illegal immigration. Now, if I had stood here in October of 2024 and you had told me that after 45 days of the Trump administration, we would have illegal border crossings down between 95 to 99%, I would have said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I believe the president is very serious about this, and I believe the president is very effective. But there is no way that we're going to have illegal border crossings down that much, and I'm happy to report that 1.5 months into the Trump administration, we had illegal border crossings down 99%. It was a radical success, and it happened very quickly. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that that saved the United States of America, because we know exactly what the Democrats, not because we had to read their minds, but because Democrats would go out and say that what they wanted to do with those 25 million illegal aliens is give every single one of them the right to vote and turn them into permanent wards of the Democratic Party. And if we allowed that to happen, if we allowed the Democratic Party to import voters instead of persuade voters, that would have been the end of American democracy. You hear the American media say all the time that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. The threat to the democracy is Democrats importing voters instead of persuading their fellow citizens. And now we have largely solved that problem. If you look, for the first time in 50 years, we now have net negative illegal immigration. That means we're deporting more people than are coming in through illegal immigration. That is the biggest testament to a change in presidential leadership. And I was in the Senate when the Democrats were trying to say that the thing that we had to do was pass this ridiculous, massive new set of laws and new set of amnesties to get control of the American southern border. And as the president said at the State of the Union just a couple of months ago, it turns out you didn't need a big new law to secure the border. You just needed a new president of the United States. So we've done all these things with effective presidential leadership, and of course, we've got a lot of good guys in Washington, D.C. who are working very hard. And I want to give a shout out. I don't believe that they're here. I actually believe that John Houston and Bernie Moreno, hopefully they're in Washington, D.C., working on the big, beautiful bill. They're doing a great job. And we are lucky in the state of Ohio to have great political leadership across the board. You know, Bernie, I remember talking to the president about Bernie Moreno's candidacy. And, you know, the president really, I mean, look, Sherrod was a tough candidate. Sherrod Brown was a tough candidate. He always did better than national Democrats. And the president himself was a little skeptical than anybody. And we had a lot of great candidates running in that race. the president was skeptical that anybody could beat Sherrod Brown. But I think what we showed him in the Ohio GOP is that while we had a reputation for a very long time as a purple state or even a blue state, thanks to the hard work of people, many of whom are in this room, I think Ohio is now solidly red. It's going to stay red for a very long time. But you and I know that's not going to come without a lot of hard work. And I want to talk just a little bit about what that means, because, look, I am very much a product of this political party, of this Ohio GOP. I would not be where I am without it. I believe, in fact, the first time that I've driven on 75, and I've got my Midi purple tie, Middletown Middies, our color's purple here. I wore it in honor of the Middletown Middies. The first time that I've driven on I-75, I'm pretty sure as vice president, was to come to the Lima GOP event here today. And I think about the number of times, thank you, Keith, the number of times that I've driven up and down Interstate 75 as a kid when I was working at a tile warehouse delivering tiles to Findlay, Ohio, or as a, there we go, or as a Senate candidate who was trying, showing up and speaking to groups of 12 speaking to groups of 12 people trying to earn votes. I think that what is so great about the Ohio GOP is that we really are strong top to bottom. We've got great candidates running for statewide office, but we've got I see a lot of young people here, many of whom are getting involved in politics for the very first time. And I got to tell you, I've lived a very blessed life in politics. The president, he always gives me a little crap about this. He says, JD, you came out of nowhere, you were a senator, and then all of a sudden you were the vice president of the United States. I don't think anybody has had that much success in politics except for me. That's what the president always said. I was like, thank you, sir. I guess I'm the second, he always calls me the second most upwardly mobile politician, because he was the first. He came from no politics to president of the United States. So but the thing is, you don't get people who run for political office without cultivating talent and cultivating the grassroots and actually encouraging people to get involved at every level of government. There's a lot of important stuff that we're working on at Washington, D.C., but there's a lot of cool stuff happening right here in Allen County, Ohio. There's a lot of important stuff that are happening at the State House. And frankly, a lot of the great political leaders of the future are going to learn from the political leaders of today at the Ohio State House or at the federal Capitol in Washington, D.C. The first exposure I ever had to politics was actually as a page in the Ohio Senate when I was a student at Ohio State University. That was the first time I had ever been exposed to the American political system, working for a great state senator by the name of Bob Schuler from southwestern Ohio. And I'm sure a lot of you remember Bob Schuler. He was a good guy. The first person who taught me how to respond to a constituent was Bob Schuler. The first person who taught me how to write a good letter and to research an issue was Bob Schuler. And my point here is that what you guys are doing is cultivating the people who are going to run this country and lead this country for the generation to come. So this party is what makes America great. This party is what makes it possible for us to run good candidates and to win elections in the future. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, this feels like a homecoming because it is, because I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be the Vice President of the United States without many of the people in this room. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you and I love you. Well, thank you. I should quit while I'm ahead, honestly. I should just walk out the door now. I'm not going to do much better than that, I think. But that was another crazy thing that happened on January the 20th. Man. So I called the president on January the 18th, and I said, sir, I know the inauguration is very important, but let's be honest. The vice president is not the most important of the presidential inauguration. The president is. So would you be okay if I, put my hand on the Bible, took the oath of office, and then headed south to attend the national championship game as the Vice President of the United States? Because that's a very important, skip all the inaugural balls. Usha, who I think all of you have come to love as second lady, she's doing a great job, and I'm proud of her. I don't know, honestly, how much Usha really wants to wear high heels for 9 hours on that day anyway, so just let us go to the national championship game. The president was like, no, JD, I can't do that. You got to be there. But to walk you through that day, so we do the inauguration, and it's crazy. You're going from one event to the next. And I show up to the very first ball, which was the Commander-in-Chief's ball. And because I've got, you all, every single one of us here has been to a wedding on a Saturday during a very important Ohio State game. And we love the people who are getting married, but we're also like, why the hell did you have to have your wedding on an Ohio State game? And you've got the guy, who's sitting outside the bathroom on his phone or has got his iPad out. Every single one of us has been to a wedding like this. You all know what I'm talking about, okay? Well, I was that guy because every single one of my buddies was like, we're proud of you for becoming vice president, but could we get the hell out of here and watch this Ohio State game? So what we did is that we rented a conference room where they did the Commander-in-Chief's ball. And we actually, we had an open bar, we turned it into a big party, and we had the Ohio State game on. So I go in there, right, for like 20 minutes. It was the only 20 minutes that I kind of got to myself, and I, hung out with my buddies, and we watched Ohio State. And if you remember this game, Ohio State got a massive early lead over Notre Dame, right? The beginning of the game was very, very good. So I kind of started to relax a little bit. It's like, oh my God, I just got inaugurated vice president, and the Buckeyes are going to the national championship all on the same day. This is the best day of my life, right? It's not going to get much better than this. And then, we went to a couple balls, and then I think it was after the second ball, before the third ball, I was watching on the TV, and Notre Dame started to catch up a little bit. If you all watch this game, you remember Notre Dame started to catch up a little bit. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to be late to the third ball, and I'm going to sit here and watch this game. Because if Ohio State loses, I'm going to hate myself forever for not having sat here and cheered on the team during these final moments. Of course, it all worked out. Ohio State won. They came to the White House. I don't know if you saw, I broke the damn trophy when they came to the White House. That was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I was hoping that, no, we didn't see that. We didn't see that, JD. No, all of you are laughing. Everybody saw it. But the point is that it was an amazing way to connect the great Buckeye state of Ohio and what was happening, because without this state's GOP in particular, Donald Trump would not have been president the first time, and we certainly wouldn't have the great Senate majority that we now have for the second administration. And the president, as you all know, he actually has a very deep affection for the state of Ohio, because he was the person who turned Ohio really from a purple state to a red state. I mean, all of you remember this. I mean, where is Bob out there? Is Bob Paduchik out there? There's Bob Paduchik. Give it up for Bob Paduchik. But, back in the day, there was this idea that, all the polls even, right, Bob? At least all the public polls were saying that the president was going to lose Ohio, and then he won Ohio by 8 points. And, of course, he won it by a much bigger margin the second and third time around. But he recognizes that what this state represents is hardworking, patriotic Americans who feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party is now the home for people who work hard, who play by the rules, who want to live in safe communities, and just want a government that looks out for their interests and no one else's interests. That's what this party is ultimately all about. Because when I see that wage growth is the highest that it's been for working people in 60 years, working and middle-class people, the highest wage growth we've seen in this country for 60 years. When I see those inflation numbers keep on coming in below expectation month after month, those are statistics. And those are numbers that, of course, we celebrate. But what I remember is a woman I met on the campaign trail, and you all are going to hate me, but she was actually from Michigan. Don't hold it against her. She's very sweet woman, who told me that she was giving up some of the essentials because she was raising her grandkids. And I know a lot of you probably are involved in your grandkids' lives in a big way. She was one of these grandparents whose daughter had lost her life to a fentanyl overdose. That fentanyl overdose brought in, of course, by the fentanyl poison brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. And she was talking about the ways in which, normally we'd like to have ground beef, but we're gonna cut back on ground beef and just, not go without this week. Or, normally I like to make them eggs in the morning, but we're just gonna do toast in the morning because eggs are a little expensive. And she walked me through all the ways in which, because she was taking care of kids she hadn't anticipated, and because grocery prices were going up so much under the Biden administration, that she was struggling financially in a way that she never had in her entire life. And I thought about the common thread that tied together this woman's suffering to the political leadership in Washington, D.C. First of all, why was her daughter gone in the first place? Because our leadership decided that we were going to let illegal Mexican drug cartels bring this poison into our country in the first place. That was the first way our leadership failed her. The second way our leadership failed her is with economic policies that made it so unaffordable that she gave up eggs and decided that she was just going to have her grandkids eat toast. The third way that this country had failed her is because the education system, where she just wanted to send her grandkids to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, she was terrified that they were falling behind, that they were learning, if anything, propaganda from political activists instead of the basics that would help them get ahead in life and eventually have a good career to be able to provide for themselves. At every step of the way, the previous administration had failed this woman, and I could see it in her eyes, the American dream, this very idea that the next generation is going to be better than the generation that came before it. She was losing faith in that American dream. Now, I haven't talked to that woman since we were elected. I haven't talked to that woman since the campaign stop where I met her probably 7 or 8 months ago. But when I see that energy prices are lower, when I see that illegal immigration is down, when I see that fentanyl overdoses are down, when I see the president under his leadership, we're arresting Mexican drug cartel members at record numbers. What I see is an Ohio Republican Party and a national Republican Party that is fighting successfully for the American dream.
We were just listening into those remarks there from Vice President J.D. Vance in Lima, Ohio. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break. that we've been closely watching today. And this is one that we've been on a journey for the last few months, following its every move happening there in New York City. And it is official. We do know that the prosecution and the defense have rested in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. And of course, it's been a trial that has taken people on turns all throughout. We do know that the prosecution and the defense both rested their cases, but these are for those federal sex trafficking charges in New York City. It took about 33 days, 34 witnesses just to get to this point. And to talk a lot more about this, I want to bring in TMZ's Michael Babcock. Michael, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been covering this story extensively for the last month or so, checking in with you nearly daily on these updates. And again, two big ones coming today.
Yeah, hey, Christina. I mean, yeah, we are there. This is the home stretch of the prosecution after, like you said, after 28 days of testimony, after 34 witnesses that took that stand, they rested a little bit earlier today, and then essentially almost immediately, Christina, the defense rests as well. They put forth a couple of text messages between Cassie and between Diddy, where back in 2012, she was expressing a whole bunch of love for him. I'll never love anybody like I'll love you. And clearly them trying to show, look, they had a unique relationship sexually, but she was not coerced, and neither were any of these other alleged victims here. So that was the one thing that they wanted to message to the jury before, again, they were going to rest. And now all that's left, Christina, is tomorrow. Essentially a day off for the jury. They will report back Thursday morning at 9 a.m. The attorneys tomorrow will get together and they will discuss some things, administrative stuff. But then on Thursday, as the jury reports, we are going to hear a whole bunch of lengthy closing statements made by the prosecution, by the defense, and then after a weekend of rest, the jury will return, and on Monday they will get to deliberating. And by then, I suppose it's anybody's guess
program.
Yes.
So that's the advantage for Canada. But Canada also has a natural reason to, be, as McCartney put it, the non-European country that is very European. Yes. I thought that was a message for Donald Trump, who is isolating. NATO is going to begin its meeting today. The big issue with NATO is about the 5% of GDP to support defense spending. Now, some of the countries are pushing against that. Germany, for example, and some other countries. But how that works out, we will see. It's a two-day meeting. And Trump is expected there. And we would like to see how he looks at McCartney and EU leaders. Finally, the issue about third country deportations. Yes. Now, in April, Judge Brian Murphy granted an injunction saying that Donald Trump's administration's invocation of the Alien Migrants Act of 1798, it's an alien Alien Act of 1798, that's what the law says, was unlawful, was illegal, and he granted an injunction. The Department of Justice went to the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court, that is dominated by conservatives, now lifted the injunction and says, for now, Trump can deport people to third countries. South Sudan, as it happened. South Sudan is a war zone. They have something they call Sikot in El Salvador, which is a mega prison for criminals. People have also been deported there. Murphy's argument in April was that, look, you should give these people at least 10 to 15 days for them to challenge, and you don't send them to where they will go and die. And on the basis of this, the liberal justices on the Supreme Court, Sonia Sotomayor, who wrote the dissenting opinion, Ketanji Brown, who supported her, and Elian Kagan, those are the three liberal justices on the Supreme Court of the United States. They dissented. They are saying that what Trump is doing is a flagrant violation of a constitution of the United States, the country that is known as a land of freedom. However, the case is still on appeal, and the Supreme Court may have ruled, but we would like to see what happens with the appeal in the appeal court of the United States.
Indeed. Well, thank you all for your submissions. It's time now for us to take a look at newspaper headlines. But before we do begin our newspaper review, let's take a look at this update. Now, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners has awarded Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala with the 2025 Cressy Award, which is a prestigious honor recognizing lifetime achievement in the detection of and deterrence of fraud. Now, the award was presented at the 36th Annual ACFE Global Fraud Conference, which was held in Nashville, Tennessee last night, where Dr. Okonjo-Iweala took to the stage to deliver a powerful speech on the state of global fraud and the role she has played to combat it. Now, as we know, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala is the Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first woman and first African to hold the role. She's also an economist and an international development expert with more than 40 years of experience. She previously served twice as Nigeria's finance minister, where she oversaw reforms to fight corruption and was instrumental in the Paris Club's $30 billion debt write-off for Nigeria. She also held senior roles at the World Bank and has been on the boards of Standard Chartered Bank and Twitter, as well as Gavi. Additionally, she was the African Union and World Health Organization's COVID-19 Special Envoy in 2020. A huge congratulations to her. Now, moving on to the newspapers. This day leads with news of President Tinubu launching the distribution of 2,000 tractors and thousands of farming implements under the Renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program, which is an initiative aimed at boosting food security and national prosperity. Speaking during the launch of the program in Abuja, the president reaffirmed his administration's commitment to delivering on its promises and building a sustainable agricultural future for the country. Now, the Daily Independent also leads with the prospects for Nigeria's agricultural future. Let's take a look at the New Telegraph. And the New Telegraph looks at the 10th National Assembly, where 32 representatives have defected to different parties in the past 2 years. As a result, the ruling APC now leads with 214 members. The PDP has 92, Labour has 24, the NNPP with 16, APGA with 6, the SDP and the YPP both have 2 each, and the ADC has 1. Now, speaking of lawmaking, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, also our First Lady, says that there is no budgetary provision from the central government to run her office and has appealed to the National Assembly to provide direct annual funding to the Office of the First Lady to enable it to execute one impactful social project per year. Let's take a look at the Tribune, where Betty Ayamu Akeredolu, who's the former First Lady of Ondo, has criticized the current governor, Lucky Ayedatiwa, the governor of the state, over the demolition of the memorial park for the victims of the June 5, 2022 terror attack on St. Francis Xavier's Catholic Church in Owo town. Now, the administration of Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, the late former governor of Ondo, constructed the memorial park to honor the 40 worshippers who were killed in that attack. However, the park was demolished on Saturday on the order of the administration of Lucky Ayedatiwa. Now, the incumbent governor says that he did so because of pressure from the Olowo of Owo and his council, who described the memorial's location near the palace as a cultural taboo and abomination. The Vanguard has the federal government rejecting the security advisory issued by the United States government to its citizens living in Abuja, saying that there is no security threat within the federal capital territory. In the update, the U.S. Embassy and Consulate in Nigeria revealed that all U.S. Embassy employees and their families have been prohibited from visiting Nigerian military or government sites in the capital except for official duties. The embassy and said the advisory was issued in response to increased security concerns arising from current global developments and advised U.S. citizens in the country to stay alert in public places, avoid large gatherings, and limit non-essential travel and review their personal security plans. The Guardian leads with education, as the integrity of Nigeria's university accreditation process has again come under intense scrutiny as allegations of corruption and sharp practices involving the National Universities Commission continue to surface. Lawmakers, academics, and parents are all raising concerns that bribery and manipulation are undermining the credibility of academic programs across the country. Multiple sources have alleged that some universities that are desperate to secure accreditation for their courses resort to unethical conduct just to scale the accreditation hurdle. These include hiring qualified and unqualified lecturers for just a day, temporarily assigning them offices with names on doors, and borrowing equipment solely for the duration of the NUC's scheduled visits. Those are your papers from Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much for that, Adefemi.
Always
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Fantastic work. Now it's time to take a look at news stories making headlines around the globe. We begin with some economic news as the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, revealed yesterday that the federal government's revenue stood at 6.9 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025. This emerged as the Senate Committee on Customs directed the Nigerian Customs Service to raise its projected revenue target for 2025 from 6.584 trillion naira to 10 trillion